CLG is pretty much the team to beat. The fans hype up the rivalry, like even the players hype up the rivalry.
The excitement here in the studio is worked up to a fever pitch. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen.
Beating CLG felt really good, even though it wasn't the cleanest victory, of course.
After that game, I was probably just pissed off. In my mind, we won.
CLG come up big on the fight.
One step faster by CLG.
It is so difficult for TSM now.
We're winning 95% of the game.
We did not play that game correctly, and we got away with it because they played bad.
That Link ultimate just off the edge. This could be the comeback here for Team Solo Mid.
The only thing that could have given TSM something. Are you kidding me?
That's going to be worse. Cyrus calls in the dinner bell. All the members of CLG are bleeding red right now.
Something about CLG versus TSM creates situations like this.
Team Solo Mid persevere. And they take behind your gaming.
Because of the emotions and, you know, high tension, it just like collapsed in.
They're probably really, really salty and they want revenge. It gets a lot more personal than people may think.
Everyone's going to be watching it once again. It decides who will take first seed in North America. That's very important to us. And this time, I just know we won't fail.
Welcome to the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. There's a packed house here in Los Angeles, and it's going to be an exciting day of games today. The docket is full. The crowd is representing their favorite teams. Plenty of TSM and CLG fans. Here's St. Vicious and the rest of Gravity warming up in the waiting room for our first game against Dignitas, and Kiwi Kid and Rico are heading to the stage. Kiwi Kid ready to bring it, it looks like. Well, we've got a huge... I know, right? Yeah, exactly. We've got a huge day coming your way here in Los Angeles, and the fans are fired up to see the El Clasico rematch with TSM versus CLG. I'm James Dash Patterson, along with Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler, and we're joined by Loco Doco, coach of TSM. And, well, first of all, thank you for joining us.
No problem.
The first thing I want to approach here is in reference to that video there. It was talked about the fact that CLG had such a strong start to that game, and we heard Aframu say it. He, in their mind, had won. They had won that game, only to, you know, hand it away. Same thing we heard Dyrus saying it. You know, that they had that game. What's going to be different about this time around that you guys are going to make sure that doesn't happen?
Well, we're going to play our early game a lot better. And
Good answer. How are we going to fix our early game? We're going to play it better.
Yeah. Well, we worked on it a lot, and we're going to play our 2v1 better if it happens, and we're not going to give up 4 dragons for free.
Those are all good. Those
are all
like
good things.
Really good
I can't argue with any of those.
So we did extend the invitation to Skara, but he didn't show up for the interview. So it's just going to be you. And I know that you don't want to answer questions about yesterday, but I have to ask you one anyway, just because everybody's wondering, you know. So you guys came back from Katowice, and of course you're dealing with, you know, jet lag and sickness and all the things that come with travel. But what did it look like from TSM's perspective yesterday, the game versus Gravity? Because you picked, you know, fairly normal TSM things except for the Mundo.
Okay, so no excuses. It wasn't jet lag. It wasn't lack of prep. We knew what we wanted to do, and on the moment, one of the players suggested Mundo, and I let it go through. I knew what were the better picks, but I mean, ultimately, I have the final say when it comes to picking bans. So I should have just went with what I thought was right, and I messed up. We should have taken different picks there.
Oh, okay.
Now, on the topic of picks, we had an interview with Zion Spartan yesterday, and you also mentioned the 2v1s at the beginning of this interview. He basically called you guys out for saying, please ban it, one, because he just is sick of playing Sion, but also he's so confident in that 2v1 when on that champion. Is that something that you guys are afraid of?
No, not really. Well, even if we were going to ban it, I can't say anything here, right?
Right. We're not going to get anything out of you, but
as hard as we try.
Go more general here.
Okay.
TSM, when you're playing against CLG, you know they obviously have a really good early game, and they're good at, you know, trading objectives. What do you feel like is the biggest advantage that TSM has when they're playing against CLG, those players specifically?
Well, CLG, they are big chokers.
Right.
When it comes down to the breaking point, when it really matters, they tend to choke a lot. It's not just one person, it's all across the board. And our players are, in comparison, are really clutch. When it matters, on the day of, the game day, they come out really clutch. They don't give up. They don't tilt. And I think that's a really big difference.
So do you feel like all the fans and all the broadcast team putting so much hype onto these games actually helps you guys because it may increase the pressure on both teams?
It's a double-edged sword, but I'm hoping it helps.
All right.
All right, coming off the backside of IEM Katowice, this is kind of just a larger scale question I want to ask is, you guys have now, earlier in the season we asked a lot about what your strategies have been, and it's been looking towards that international competition. Well, you've, in a sense, proven yourself internationally with that win. Now, given the fact that we're coming back in, we have the playoff race, this is a battle for first place, and you're moving into the actual playoff games. Is it time to refocus on NA and make sure slip-ups like yesterday don't happen, as opposed to focusing on expanding the strategies and champion pools?
Well, our goal, being able to play multiple playstyle, it doesn't just apply to international competition. If we're able to do that well, like, it will definitely help us win NA and playoffs. So our prep work is more focused towards NA teams, so I don't think it should change how we play our style. Like, the style we're trying to achieve, like being able to play multiple priority lanes, being able to gank multiple lanes, having a wide variety of picks for every lane, is not something like that's international specific. It just makes the team better.
Yeah, I mean, historically, TSM as a team has had a problem adapting to new patches quickly. Do you feel, because now you guys have 2 separate analysts, did you have them mostly working on Katowice prep, and you feel like that also fell into why you guys didn't pick up on this 5.5 so quickly? That changed us so much?
Okay, you guys are saying we didn't pick up on 5.5 quickly, but I think other than, like, yesterday was a mishap in picking bans. I don't think, like,
too much on one game.
Yeah, I don't think we were misprepped. And we adapted patches pretty quickly, at least for this season. That's not fair to say at all.
I said historically.
All right, okay, enough. Yeah, enough. We'll stop giving you a hard time. Well, anyway, thank you for joining us here on the desk. Best of luck to the team in the game. I hope it proves to be as exciting as the last match, although it will be hard to top.
I hope we win.
That's, again, fair enough. Well, if you want to read how the newest players from TSM and CLG are preparing for this showdown, head to lolesports.com and check out the article. It's not just a game. Now, we are going to pull up the standings to see where TSM and CLG are tied for first place, but hot on their heels, it's Cloud9 in 3rd place, and 1 game back in 4th, it's Team Impulse. Tied for 5th, it's Gravity and Team 8, while Team Liquid dropped down into 7th place. Sharing 8th, it's Team Dignitas and Winterfox, with Coast locked into 10th place. And starting off our action today, we have Team Dignitas taking on Gravity. Then buckle up for our rivalry showdown between TSM and CLG. After that, Team 8 will battle it out with Cloud9, followed by Impulse versus Winterfox. And we'll conclude our Week 8 action with Coast versus Team Liquid. Then head over to Twitter and show us how you're supporting your favorite LCS team. Share with us your photos of those vanity plates, tattoos, or handcrafted life-size figurines of the entire Team Liquid roster carved out of imported Italian marble, or at LOL Esports, and use the hashtag LCS. We can highlight a few of those throughout the show, and we're looking forward to it. Now we're going to hand it off to our guys at the caster desk for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bislin III, and with me is Joshua Jat Leesman. We're warming up for our first match of the day, Team Dignitas versus Gravity. While the bye week may have made a few teams a little rusty, Team Dignitas look to have benefited from the time off.
Team Dignitas was definitely playing at a higher level against CLG yesterday. In the early and mid-game, they were very well following Azingi's initiations that helped them grab a mid-game lead there. They weren't able to hold on to it, as we all know. They did end up losing that game. But it is feeling like Dignitas has a core of talent that they may be able to pull wins from. And with more time with their coach Rico and not much time left in the LCS, we'll see if they can reach some of that potential in the last 3 games.
Only sooner, hopefully within these last 3 games for sure. And while Team Dignitas are sharing 8th place, this is an important game as they look to climb out of the red zone and avoid a trip to the summer promotion tournament. But Gravity aren't in the business of giving away games, as we saw yesterday. They pulled off a big upset against your defending champions, Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, and picking the Urgot kind of shows that Gravity does have a positive team environment that allows them to continue this type of experimentation. If you look back a few weeks to week 6, the last time we actually criticized Gravity for an unconventional champ select, we look at that, it was Victor mid, Nidalee jungle, Hecarim top. Those all proved time and time again to be very strong champions, but Gravity actually didn't have much time on those champions. They weren't dissuaded in playing new stuff. Keen ended up pulling out Urgot to be the first one really to do it. but he mains Urgot in solo queue, so he was at least very comfortable on the champion. There was a key difference there, and I think it showed in their success.
That's true. And Team Dignitas have been trying to pull out a few surprises as well for their opponents. And Saint says that has made preparing for this match difficult.
Be honest, when I watch Dignitas play, it's like somebody's pulling out like a trick bag or something. It's like one of those clowns that like pulls out a bag and starts pulling out all sorts of crazy junk or whatever, and you're like, there's like a snake flying, and like he pulls a car out of there or something. So like I feel like playing against Dignitas is just like learning how to play against all their different cheeses, because I don't think that their macro game's very good, and I don't think their early game's very good outside of like little cheesy strategies. So I feel like if we don't succumb to that, then we'll be really good.
So really, he's not afraid, but he is afraid. I'm not sure where he stands on that one still.
He's afraid of the element of surprise, but generally St. Vicious is an always very confident person. And it sounded pretty confident right there. Maybe we'll see Urgot 2 games in a row.
Unless smiting, right? So let's check out the starting lineups as we get into this game. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas. Oh, come on. It's Team Dignitas. Gamsu in the top lane, Azingi in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Core, JJ80 carrying Kiwi Kid at support.
On the red side, of course, it is this Team Gravity, now with the winning record of 8-7.
Yeah.
Top lane is Haunter. St. Vicious in the jungle. Come on, Baron, regen that health. Keenan mid lane, Cop on 80 carry, and Bunny Fufu on support.
Regen 2, strong right, please. So
I do kind of want to talk about that, though, just because it was an amazing feat that happened.
We'll
last
reference
game.
it since people don't know.
St. Vicious smited Baron and managed to leave it at 1 health after the smite. It was like the most unlucky thing, because Baron's health regen ticks every half second while in combat. It regened, which put it over Saint's smite threshold, and he smited it and had 1 health. But then they still got the Baron, so it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, they still got it anyways. It was like Cop, right? Cop Scorky. Maybe put it right up. It's all right.
Will we see an Urgot ban is my big question.
Don't you feel defeated when you have to do that, though?
When you ban Urgot, you've already lost.
Nidalee and Maokai, some things we've been expecting to see. There's, as Saint was talking about.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised by the Nidalee ban. Maybe Saint's been putting a lot more time into the champion, because St. Vicious pretty much always finds success on tanks, and Nidalee is anything but a tank. Of course, that Nunu game yesterday, very, very tanky man. But yeah, they end up banning it away.
Big beast indeed. We'll see what he decides to fly with this time. Azingi went with Zach as well, so we got tanks out of both of these guys. We still have some junglers in NA that still go straight for damage. We saw Medios doing that as well. Ari LeBlanc will get hit out. Some focus there for Shifter to take him off the assassins and really hit Dignitas where it hurts.
Really targeted bans there by Gravity, and similarly targeted bans over from Team Dignitas. 2 thrown at Saint, 1 at Haunter. And it really, even though Urgot is the standout from the composition Gravity ran against TSM yesterday, it was the Maokai Nunu that gave them the huge amount of tankiness. But we always talk about St. Vicious' ability to play champions early when the patch changes. And Sejuani is probably the strongest jungler on this patch, in my opinion.
Huge beast at the moment. Always putting out his jungleology videos, making sure he knows what's going on in that meta. Sivir picked up as well for comp. Actually hasn't gone to that too many times, but will try his hand at it today with this composition that looks like it will be stampeding through what Dignitas tries to put on the table. A little disengage maybe after what they see from Gravity.
Azingi did find some success on that Zac yesterday. He likes those slightly different junglers.
You could say that.
His Amumu and Fiddlesticks and Karthus in solo queue.
Yep.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we ended up seeing Urgot again.
It's not bad against this team already.
I think they probably want to wait until they see what the mid lane matchup is. But since it is Keen, and he got over 1,000 retweets for saying Urgot afterwards of the game, I feel like he wants to play off of that for a little longer.
Just saying Urgot. Morgana be a great pickup here. I was going to say Hecarim is still open.
Yeah.
Easily picked up if necessary here.
Stampede team composition a little bit here. Sivir making everyone run fast. The horse and the pig.
Only 1 game to Haunter's Hecarim. I think he would have played more. We always thought we would see it on Keen in the first place, and then when they did play it, it went into the top lane. So this...
That's the great thing about this, is it could very well just be a mid lane.
That's right. That's right.
Keen. Gravity's one of the teams that can actually use that Hecarim successfully as a flex pick if they want to. And now this makes it so Gravity can somewhat counterpick both of their last lanes, and it makes it kind of difficult for Dignitas to plan this one.
Looking for an 80 carry that can chew through these tanks at least. Core JJ is going to go with this Tristana. He's got to stay safe. There's going to be a lot of things that can catch him out, so this may be the pick he wants. Definitely discussing it with the team there.
Yeah, Janitrist worked pretty well for them yesterday, actually. Their ability to just eat through turrets. I wonder here. This would be a little bit different there with the Xerath. Long range.
Especially with a team that just wants to jump on you.
Yeah, Xerath is one of the few champions that can still work with that, only because he can apply his damage from so far back that you can still run a team that dives in as well as having Xerath, and Xerath will reach him anyway.
A lot of discussion between Rico and Shifter there before the pick was locked in. They felt that it was comfortable enough to round out the composition. And we'll see that Dignitas has that Tristana. The late game power is going to come from that. We'll see how they make it through the mid part of the game. With Gravity being strong lately, they have not been afraid to make moves.
No, they definitely have not.
Oh.
If they lock this in here, they'd have a lot of physical damage. I'm hoping to be surprised by this last pick, whether they end up throwing the Morgana top, a Fizz top.
I think it still might be, yeah.
I think it's a Fizz top. There we go. Keen mid Hecro.
So he gets it.
Something cool.
Locks it in. I mean,
or not. They get to play this game now.
What is it, 20 seconds?
20 seconds is the last moment you're able to swap away.
That's right.
Fizz has made a bit of a comeback since the nerfs to his AP ratios is becoming a bruiser or an attack speed man in the jungle. A lot of times you'll see Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, Frozen Hearts part of that core build, but you rarely see the Fizz in the mid lane since the changes.
Yeah. Still puts a bit of AD on the team depending on what he goes. This is going to be very interesting. He's going to be staying in the mid lane with 20 seconds already on that champ select clock. That means they cannot switch, allowing players to adjust and get ready to head into the game with the right runes and masteries according to their lane. What a matchup again. So Gravity, I feel like they've kind of been holding these cards up their sleeve. While we know it was there to be played, we haven't, maybe they saw it in scrims, but we haven't seen it on the stage, and it's going to be different for Dignitas to have to battle against.
Yeah, whose bag of tricks are they reaching into now?
Right.
It really feels like Keen in a lot of ways. They bait the Urgot, they even bait the Hecra mid lane pick, which Xerath would be really good against, range-wise, as far as his advantage. But now, I want to see what he builds on that Fizz.
It's going to be interesting to see for this matchup. As always, share your predictions. Tweet hashtag DIGWin or hashtag GVWin to @LOL Esports. And we'll see how you're voting in just a bit as the picks and bans are on your screen. Maybe it swayed your vote a little bit. We'll have to see. People didn't really believe in the Urgot yesterday. They didn't have too many votes, but then again, they were against Team Solomit.
Yeah, they're all believers now, but they decide not to pick it 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
They need to wait for the right matchup against it.
I do like that Dig didn't go ahead and ban it. It feels defeating. You're wasting such a ban there, and he has such a big champion pool to work with. So coming out of picks and bans, I'm excited to see how the lanes match up as well.
So there's a couple things I want to focus on in this game from Gravity's side. I'll get to that in a bit because we actually have some ships passing in the night here as both teams run into each other's jungle.
Whew. Very quiet. Oh.
Man.
Oh.
How'd they get there?
He saw him.
They missed him. He would have seen him.
Yep, pings. Too many pings. That was close. So Shifter may have had to blow a flash there if the instance came in. Kiwi Kid.
Game.
Very good choice.
So they know that Xerath wouldn't be with the team. If Gravity could collapse in with the right amount of people, they'd be able to make something happen. But even Keen, this is tricksy. Why is Dignitas still there? I feel like Gravity is... All right, and they're gone. Whew. That was really peculiar. They both ended up getting deep wards, but as far as which lane they decided to scout for lane swap situation, they both chose the top lane, which is somewhat rare. At that point, they just, since they took different paths and since there was some weird timing with Shifter getting seen, we end up getting this zero-sum early game.
see who reacts better to this one. Right now, we still have Kiwi Kid roaming, and it looks like the same. Not even the same. It's going to be Bunny Fufu helping out a little bit more to get
Gamsu decides to do
around.
the execute game, even though we saw yesterday from Zion Spartan, you can clear without executing if you start Q. He decides to start W. There's no real cost to doing the execute game outside of it's a little bit more risky, and if someone runs in to auto-attack you once, they'd actually get a kill.
Fantasy points.
Haven't seen that happen. Yeah, also half a fantasy point. Oh, that roam! Woo!
That's a flash.
Buddy walked up, ignited, and then threw the binding. But they end up getting Shifter's flash for it. That'll allow Keen to aggress a little bit, and St. Vicious just doing the vertical jungling on the side of his AD carry and support. Expect the same from Dignitas here. So we are absolutely in a lane swap scenario.
Yeah.
Which typically favors the Scion.
We saw it favor the Scion for sure yesterday. The Janna Tristana was not able to do too much. Zion Spartan saying it was just too strong. So we'll see if Gamsu has the same go about it. Bunny Fufu is going to be able to put a bit more damage down than that Janna would, so he may have some trouble.
If we think back to the Gravity versus COG game, Haunter had a really, really bad time in 1v2 lane swaps. Zion Spartan was actually on Hecarim and was able to get a 200 CS to 100 CS advantage at a certain point in the game. And that was because COG was good at manipulating waves, leaving large amounts of CS for Hecarim to go and get.
Yep.
But it's something that Gravity hasn't really shown a huge strength for, and when you lane swap a Hecarim, theoretically, the Hecarim should lose, unless you're really, really good at playing the map.
And he's getting
As of
super
right now,
denied.
he's getting super denied, whereas Gamsu Scion is level 4 and able to farm.
We're looking for some home guard Haunter horsing just a little bit later in the game. It can still make an impact if he gets in and out fast enough for the team to create even more chaos. But right now, Dignitas, more early game moves from them, trying to dictate something at their own pace. And it's been working for the past few days. Hopefully they can keep it going this time.
They're going to take this turret right down. The Tristana explosives on the turret push it early game faster than any other champion.
Smart move. Besides Sivir, not a super amount of wave clear coming from this team, so we'll see what Dignitas can do if they push up to Gravity right quick here and get some nice wards down. Still trying to push out Gamsu. 18-4 in CS between those opposing lanes at the tops.
And look at him just... Whoop. Always in experience range. St. Vicious trying to help out Haunter, but Haunter's still getting denied, and all of those minions just dying to the turret. If the turret had a CS counter right now, it would be quadrupling Haunter at least.
Gotta get all them taxes in.
That's honestly at least the fourth wave that's died straight to the turret.
So what do you do as Haunter here? Can you go and steal somebody else's CS, or do you just kind of defend for now, by yourself?
It's all in the way that it was presented early on in the game. If they knew that they were going to get 3 or 4 man camped like that, St. Vicious and Haunter needed to be double jungling.
So just not even go.
Not even go to the lane. Unless they're willing to send Bunny Fufu and St. Vicious to hold 3v4 and get minion experience, he's just going to straight up get denied. What Haunter was doing there was completely useless. Like, he was not offering anything to the map pressure-wise, and he was not getting experience himself. The only thing it could potentially unlock is if St. Vicious was just ignoring him and taking the jungle for himself, but that didn't even happen. St. Vicious came over to help around the backside. What I was going to say before we had the level 1 is I wanted to see St. Vicious's performance on Sejuani this game, because yesterday we saw a pretty poor performance on Sejuani from Helios because the farm was way too low. Sejuani's a champion who actually needs to farm a little bit in the early game, get Cinder Hulk early, then become really, really powerful. And we just haven't seen that from other junglers.
Another roam from Bunny. Is it enough to take him down? The Ignite is tick. No, it's Grievous. It's going to be the hit from right of the Arcane. Takes down Keen, all of his summoners as well. Getting out of the 2v1 situation. Great job by Shifter.
Keen has not had good luck with turret dives this week. His Urgot game, people are so easy to forget. He flashed into the turret and died against Yerksen.
That was painful.
Here, again, overcommitting and then not being able to dodge any of the Shifter ultimates. Props to Kiwi Kid, though, for that roaming presence. In the lane swap, swapping back since they killed the turret, Gravity definitely lost track of him, and Kiwi Kid was able to find a spot where he could make an impact.
See as well now to the top lane as we get our lanes matched back up. How fast Dignitas decide to push this, because this could be Haunter's chance to get himself a little bit back in the game now that he's matched up against Gamsu in the bottom.
Yeah, you'll be able to at least farm a little bit. Especially since Sion is a champion that pushes the lane pretty aggressively. And with no turret to stop the minions, there's a chance Gamsu could overpush that, and Haunter would actually want to set up a freeze. That is what he needs to do right now. Since Cop and Bunny can hold against CoreJJ and Kiwi Kid. Up until this point, Dignitas has been destroying this lane swap.
Yep. Doing pretty good in the CS as well. St. Vicious hasn't had too much of a hand in other than helping Haunter for a second. He's 28-19 in CS, so he is doing that farming on the Sej you were just talking about. Hopefully can be an impact here quite soon. Maybe now that the 2v2 lanes are matched up, there's some kill pressure from that top side here.
So once again, Team Dignitas putting themselves in the lead.
Yep.
And now a lot of the pressure is on Gamsu to perform. He's pushing the lane against Haunter. Expect a bit of a freeze by the Hecarim. Where will Sion go to create pressure?
More on to Shifter in the mid lane, knowing that flash is down. From red to top, St. Vicious goes and does actually get that gank off. So the matchup meant that Gravity just wanted to get something out of it as well.
It looks like he caught Kiwi Kid trying to get some blind deep wards in, which could have been a pretty big mistake. St. Fish is getting his level 6 gank off, and now just trying to body CoreJJ.
And it looks like he's doing a great job of it here as well. Just about to get some help from Bunny Fufu, but CoreJJ plays that one safe because he has a ward just on the other side of the wall. Losing some minions at the turret, however, for his little adventure into the jungle.
And Sejuani is pretty ridiculous on this patch. I just need to take a moment to talk about how ridiculous she is. She was already coming in before Cinderhawk. This one, yeah, Kiwi Kid had just placed the deep ward. They Siverall from one side. St. Vicious comes in from the jungle. It was basically a very risky ward by Kiwi Kid to place without jungle backup, but more so Gravity taking advantage of their move speed in order to close it up Kiwi Kid for the kill. To get back to Sejuani, we were seeing Sejuani before Cinderhawk created the buff to tank junglers that gave them so much more damage, and Sejuani was already a very high damage tank jungler. When he has the Cinderhawk aura as well as that W, which can do percent max health as well as persistent damage, based off the max health of the jungler, it's so many levels of absurd if Sejuani gets some gold in her inventory to get these things going. And St. Vicious has been farming, unlike what Helios was doing yesterday.
Maximum damage. Yeah, it's really deceiving. Percent is always pretty deceiving, especially. Don't expect it from
Great Dragon by
Woman on the Boar. He's been trying to get that quite a few times now that he's playing Zac. The early dragons for Dig. Actually, it's something they've historically done as well.
And it's something Azingi specializes in solo queue. I feel like that's one of his greatest strengths when he's not even on a team environment, is his judgment of when he can go in and take a dragon without team help. He pretty much plays junglers that are very good at taking dragon, whether it be Fiddlesticks. He had a Vi phase where Vi, because of her shield and percent health damage on W, was great at soloing dragon. In every game, he just give his team that huge dragon advantage. Again, you see it here on the LCS stage.
Definitely helping out Dignitas in the early stages of the game. Shifter's going to need it. Keen is just playing back and forth mind games with him in the mid lane. He's staying back, but that aggressiveness of the possible kill, especially here in the bottom lane as well, as they go tit for tat. Woo! The tank's going back and forth, punch for punch. Haunter came out a little bit stronger on that, but I don't know what Gamsu could have come up with there in the last second of his ult.
Yeah, Haunter fighting back.
His passive.
Getting that lane swap to end really benefits Gravity. Hecarim, of course, running that Ignite Teleport Combat Summoner advantage gave him the edge here. He trying to stop his jungle from getting stolen.
Just walking in calmly, cool and collected.
You gonna go?
I don't know if he wants to bounce just yet.
Yeah.
Keen coming up from the top side. Good call. Gamsu, however, the ult is down from him, but they do get the roar down. Flash from Bunny Fufu. That's going to hurt somewhat of initiation if they want to go back in from him.
Interesting how if Gamsu was going to burn the teleport to come in, that Azingi wasn't willing to pull the trigger on his bounce right away. I feel like Dignitas could have gotten a kill there if they had been completely on the same page. Gravity ends up getting the blue steel and escaping with just a flash from Bunny Fufu.
Do you find it interesting that Zac went Chilling Smite, Cinderhawk, instead of Trailblazer? Since there is so much slow to offer from him?
So, I feel like I'll get to that in a minute because he's about to jump over a giant wall. All right, he decided not to. I feel like Rangers Trailblazer, if the jungler doesn't need sustain and has AoE abilities to kill camps like the Raptors, is unnecessary. Zach has good sustain in the jungle once he gets his item, and he has large amounts of AoE, so he's a natural fit for a non-Rangers Trailblazer jungle item on a tank.
Get a little bit more effectiveness out of the next ability of Smite, but looks like Dignitas will require him at this turret. Too little, too late. Gravity coming up with a bit more on the map. That's one turret for them in the top lane. We'll see where they decide to spread it. Dig took that turret down in the bottom lane quite early, and as soon as they transferred Triss to the top lane with Kiwi Kid, they pinged Gravity's top turret, and they still haven't been able to get to it. So it didn't work out instantly for them.
Team Dignitas had the early advantage with that lane swap, but were unable to capitalize on said advantage. As we're moving towards the mid game, Gravity has definitely equaled this game in terms of strength. You can see the top laner CS has equalized.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mid lane
fight too.
gold is close because Keen ended up giving that death over to Shifter. And turrets, the most important thing, are equal at the moment. The Dragon is the only thing giving Dignitas that slight edge, but it hasn't even kicked in really yet since it is percentage of your attack damage and ability power. And there strictly isn't that much of that in the game yet.
See how long Haunter can hold this. Doesn't look like too long, but Cop is picking up a good amount of CS in the bottom lane. Once again, Shifter gets hit up by Keen. It hasn't always been the ability to kill him, but Shifter has a hard time staying in lane after the fact every time.
Yeah, Shifter has to cleanse the Ignite there, and again, Summoner Spell burned. He got out of the Dark Binding, though, but now he has no ultimate, and this turret's getting pressured down. It looks like this is a turret trade. Tristan in the top, Sivir in the bottom.
Good move by Gravity, as well as Team Dignitas to keep things rolling here. Keeping the turrets even as well, so that gold stays true. Zingy towards the mid lane. Oh, just misses Keen. Got out alive. Uses Kiwi Kid, and he flashes safely. I don't think they're going to be able to put enough damage on him here. Good ultimate coming out. A Zingy throws out right to the Arcane. Is he right on top of it? And he is. A Zingy's able to get the last squick for the kill.
Keen not able to be trickstery enough. Two close deaths getting killed pretty much by that Shifter ultimate. St. Vicious, though, knowing they've burned a lot of spells, does he decide to fight? He gets the slow. Where's the ult? There it is!
Oh, Glacial Prison locking up Kiwi Kid. It's enough of the cuffs to take him down. Zingy almost going down himself. I believe his passive is up, though, so he would be okay.
I gotta say, St. Vicious knows how to play Sejuani right there. You see so many Sejuanis throw out their bola before it's necessary. The ultimate of Sejuani is a very skinny skill shot, but people feel like it's thick since when you see it hit, it explodes in this big radius. What St. Vicious did there, since he didn't need to throw it out immediately and had the angle, he ran up to them, got the permafrost slow on them first, and then point blanked his bola to guarantee the stun. That is an optimization that better Sejuani players end up using, and St. Vicious did it right there in order to secure a kill for Cop.
It's one of the hardest ultimates to really assess and kind of turn on. Once you get hit with Glacial Prison, you're pretty much trying to get out of the fight as fast as possible. Saint making that even harder. You see the damage from Gamsu here in the top lane. He's going for a Warden's Mail next, but he's already got pieces of a Frozen Heart here to just be such a beast against Haunter. He has not too many items to his name just yet. I think he has to go back and buy.
The new trend of maxing Q on lane Sion instead of maxing the E first is proving very effective in the North American LCS. Zion Spartan did it yesterday, Gamsu doing it today, and you can see why. With no attack damage items, but with AD runes, that Q spell can do 500 damage from Sion at a full charge. It's a bit too much. It's actually 519 from Gamsu right now with his current setup.
Clearing waves and your lane opponent.
Yep.
That's how it works. Haunter's been able to keep himself alive in that lane, even though he's taken quite a beating since they've matched up. Get back to Shifter in the mid lane, who has been getting hit hard by Keen himself. But I'm sure Keen is feeling the pressure since all of those attacks have usually come up with him dying on the other end, unfortunately.
He really has his CS advantage. It'll be interesting to see how he progresses his build. You can see a bit of a bruiser build coming out.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Glacial Shroud, wow.
Yeah, Gravity does not have this speed shrine. This is kind of building up to a fight.
TP from both sides. Haunter from the base. Gamsu in right above them. Haunter on home guards. Will he be able to do anything big for the team? It's Dragon going over to St. Vicious, and not a whole lot of damage to zero anybody out, so this one's going to drag on a little bit, but they are able to start finding the kills. One on Shifter, one on Core JJ, and Team Dignitas is forced to run for the hills.
Yeah, and St. Vicious gets the smite. Very critical there. Azingi could not outsmite him. Very important there. And
Bada bing.
we saw there Keen coming in from the flank on a pretty hard to kill Fizz with an Abyssal Scepter and a Glacial Shroud.
Yeah.
Gravity takes a big advantage off that Dragon fight, equalizing the bonuses from one Dragon buff and getting a lead on turrets.
I mentioned though, even if Haunter was down, the teleport flying horse makes things hard to adjust to in the fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Gamsu tries to create a front line, but because he dove so hard for the support, there is no front line anymore, and the rest of Dignitas gets flanked on. Keen and Haunter able to take down Shifter. Again, St. Vicious waits until a latter part of the fight in order to throw his ultimate, making it easier to land. Sejuani is definitely better used as a secondary initiation when people are distracted. And that's what's happening here with this Gravity composition. Haunter and Keen are the ones going in first, and St. Vicious is just being a reliable CC cleanup machine. He's got to run from this guy, though.
Ward for a roar. Gets it out. This Sivir ultimate is having huge effects as Dignitas has been trying to disengage these fights. They cannot get away from Gravity. And after that, St. Vicious and Bunny Fufu just keep the stick on from the rest of the team. Haunter towards the top lane here to clear some waves. We'll see what Dignitas can get out of this, but they're also getting split in the bottom by Keen here. So
Yeah.
see if they have to act on that.
This guy, Keen, he just likes playing mid laners who build Frozen Heart or something.
I was going to say, I love his build. He just finished that recently as well. He's going to come up for the backside here, chat. He could make a big impact. Not a lot of wards.
Yeah, no
That
turret
pink one,
from
though,
Team
is where it needs to
Dignitas
be.
either. I feel like they spotted him with the pink when he was looking for the flank. Gravity may be developing a bit of their own unique team identity, especially with Keen. I mean, they have found success when he is on bruisery mid laners. Mid lane Hecarim, mid lane Urgot, and now mid lane Abyssal Frozen Heart Fizz. It's a very, very dive-heavy style, and they're almost over-tanking their team, but it allows them to just get this Zerg mentality in a team fight and go for someone. It really works to their benefit, especially against teams like Team Dignitas who aren't quite there communication-wise and can't quite disengage at the level that they would like to. We'll see if Gravity can find some decisive fights here in the mid-game now that they've pulled an advantage of their own.
Just 20 minutes into this one, the 3K gold lead to Gravity, allowing them to do pretty much whatever they want. For what Fizz, or rather, Keen will be able to pull out in the upcoming games here for Gravity in the end of this split. Really going to throw teams for a loop. Dignitas seems to not know what to do against it, so you know, you're going to have to now look at Urgot, look at Fizz for him. That Hecarim's still going to be something they can use. They're kind of opening up windows for themselves here as the split goes to the end, comes to the end.
Gravity is just building yet another tank team. A tank team sped up by Sivir. And for Team Dignitas, in order to take down a tank team, a lot of times you would need percentage health damage, a lot of area of effect damage. Zac does do, as well as Sion, some percentage health damage within their kit. But those are guys that typically want to be on the squishy targets. And Cop is just so hard to get to because the front line of Gravity is so immense. Since Gravity has been able to pull a lead here, it gives them a lot of safety because when you have so many tank lines, it kind of becomes balls of stats fighting against each other.
Yeah.
And right now, because Gravity has an item lead, they just have more stats.
Looks like they're trying to get a few more deep wards in here as well. Power in numbers. St. Vicious and Bunny Fufu hip to hip here as they try to tread through the jungle. Maybe something towards top onto Haunter, but it looks like Gamsu is going to back and they won't get anything out of it. So Team Dignitas just grabbing up some resources, hopefully that lead to an advantage in an upcoming fight. Unfortunately, everything they're doing right now is on the top side, and Gravity's heading for the bottom. Looks like they're going to be able to use Haunter's teleport here. It's just coming back up, so he will stay there and continue to push the lane.
Yeah, Haunter's completely caught up with Gamsu. Actually surpassed him in CS. Team Dignitas needs Shifter to complete a death cap so he can provide threat onto Sivir from far range, and they need CoreJJ to have 2, maybe even 3 more items. A late game Trist with the Janet would be enough to cut through some of these tanks, but he is not quite there yet.
Yeah.
On Gravity's side, they need to abuse this mid-game power spike. Fizz, with that build, does not have good late-game scaling, but it's very strong now in that level 13 2-item phase.
He's the guy diving to the back line, slowing down Trist, crushing Shifter when he can to make sure he can't slow or put place for right of the Arcane. As Zingy just plops over the wall and grabs that. Nicely done. But the wards from Gravity here, soon to pay off, most likely. They are encroaching farther and farther up into Team Dignitas' jungle. They've got Baron covered, but nobody's really around that right. Another dragon over to Gravity.
Yep.
Easily controlling this game. We'll see if they get themselves into any mistakes here.
I always say when both teams have one dragon, the second dragon is quite inconsequential and pretty much just goes to whoever has the bigger mid-game power spike. It's not worth fighting at this point for Team Dignitas. Dragon 3, they'll have to reevaluate, see if they've reached the right types of power spikes, whether or not Shifter has a death cap, whether or not CoreJJ has a last whisper at that point, and then decide that. At this point, Team Dignitas could end up just conceding every dragon in the rest of the game until that Dragon 5 because they need to wait to hit some big item thresholds.
That'd be good for CoreJJ. Get Trist big, get Gamsu big. We saw what Zion Spartan could do yesterday on that. Pretty much become unkillable. So Dignitas is just going to bide their time now. Might want to sweep a little bit. They're actually on double Scrying Orb right now due to trying to stay safe and secure in their own jungle.
Yeah, you don't see many teams go double Scrying Orb, but it's something Team Dignitas has done looking all the way back to last year's Summer Split playoffs. In their first best of 5 against Team Seoul Mid, they did double Scrying Orb pretty much every single game when they're doing some of those late game strategies. It definitely helps them proceed with more safety when they're having issues getting ward coverage on the map. Because at this point, it's not so much about clearing out vision of their own jungle. It's just about avoiding Gravity at all costs.
Right. That's going to help as well once Shifter can start getting some right of the Arcane out on low members, as well as getting some of these wards out into safe spots. We saw Kiwi Kid die early in the game in the top lane from trying to go for a deep ward. St. Fish has caught him out to start things off. And so far, it's been a little back and forth. The lane swap from Dignitas really put him ahead in the early game, but it seems like it fizzled out as soon as they took the first turret down. Couldn't really
It absolutely did.
work.
It's very similar to Team Dignitas' game yesterday against CLG. They were able to get a lead, which is a great... It's great for Team Dignitas' progress, but they're not very experienced once they get to that point. It's kind of like, all right,
we did it.
What do we do now?
Yeah, we're here.
And they don't have that part of their strategy down yet. At this point, it is just Gravity probably waiting on some of these Dragon timers, waiting a little bit until they can kill Baron faster as well.
Be a good chance for Dignitas to try and put their foot down once they start to get maybe one more. Static Shift Infinity Edge is finished over onto CoreJJ. Maybe one more item onto Shifter. He's looking at about 1,600 gold right now.
Yep,
so
very, very close to that.
Close
death cap. That will be huge for Team Dignitas. Although Locket is completed by St. Bitches, so some Team Magic Resist, something you need to do against Xerath. And do they find the fight? They gotta go!
That's going to be onto Gamsu. Nice spell shield by Cop. Allows him to keep hitting a Zingy. Almost take him down immediately. A little bit too much tank for him to get off what he needs, though. And Gamsu, the rest of the team knows they now have to get over here to this bottom tier turret. Right of the Arcane will not be used to take somebody out, but push them off the turret. So Gravity may be getting a little bit more of what they want. Keen's going to fly to the bottom lane. See how long Gravity can keep them here and roll Dignitas around.
Split focus there by Gravity. They needed to choose Sion or Zac, and I would have expected everybody to go on to Zac. That's what Cop was thinking. But St. Fitch's just chased down Gamsu's Sion for a little bit, and they had enough damage to kill one, but because they split it, they didn't kill either, and then they didn't even get the turret. So they spent all that time finding a way into Dignitas' jungle that wasn't spotted by a ward or caught by a Scrying Orb, and then they just hit different targets.
Yeah, had Dignitas actually been there fully as a team, I mean, it's a what if, but that could have been Gravity's mistake. They did not have too many deep wards past where St. Vicious was hiding. We'll see how they approach it next time. Got a few ultimates out, knowing that Shifters is down. Probably be back up before the next fight, so they'll be ready for it.
It's kind of surprising that Shifter ended up burning Flash in that tussle since he was sitting so far back. He had actually been flanked by Keen's Fizz way on the mid lane. So still Keen providing a little bit of pressure in that way. So now they almost want to look at the guy that doesn't have Flash as well as being the squishiest target on the map in Xerath to try and close down. I'm wondering where Keen's going with his item build as well. Abyssal Scepter, and now he's sitting on the needlessly large rod. These hybrid builds are very difficult to scale into the late game.
Well, he's got the armor, he's got the magic resist. He could just go more armor, he could go the AP. Go Rabadons, why not? Be interesting. Another thing to mention that they are so far ahead, they're putting extra money already into upgrading trinkets, which is going to start hurting Dignitas even more in Vision. Here's the Stampede going down. A Zingy gets the thingy, and it looks like they're going to try to take him down. St. Vicious locks him with the Glacial Prison. That's going to be a quick pickup on the blobs. Who's going to get it?
JJ's not even close. He's trying to split push right now. I wonder if Gravity continues to just pressure around this Baron. They have a teleport to stop the Tristan, maintain threat on this Baron.
Oh dear.
Really interesting here, guys.
Hunter dives in. Oh, Kiwi Kid gets crit twice in a row from the hands of Cop. They're going to be able to push these guys out immediately, and this is what Gravity was looking for. The entire Death Squad was in the jungle for Team Dignitas this time, and they push them right out with 2 kills in their name.
And add insult to injury, the Hecarim solo Trist on the other side of the map, so this will be a Baron for Gravity, I'd have to think. Shifter burns right to the Arcane, difficulty to poke him off that Baron. Looks like Gravity just took complete control of this game.
Indeed they did. 20 minutes on the clock, and it was even pretty much across the board for 1,000 gold or 2 in favor of Gravity. 9 minutes later, now they're 7-2. Baron just picked up by them, 3-2 in turrets. Big moves. They're going to be on the front doorstep of Team Dignitas quite soon. Dig, however, trying to make some moves. They go for Dragon, start to get themselves a little bit closer.
Try and make the best of the bad situation.
Right.
The biggest thing that this does is it delays Gravity's ability to get 2-5 Dragons by quite some time. The earliest they could do that now is 35 minutes and 40 seconds if they instantly kill Dragon every time it spawned. Or 45 minutes, that is. Let's take a look at this solo. I mean,
so he actually missed 2 of his main abilities.
Yeah, but he still got him.
That's Spirit of Dread.
Yeah, that's Hecarim for you. He did get the damage from his Rampage before he was knocked back, which definitely helped him.
Good eye.
Beat Core JJ there. But then, yeah, Core JJ, I feel like the only thing Core JJ misplayed there is he rocket jumped onto the Hecarim because he was trying to burst him. If he rocket jumps away, I think he ends up winning that duel. Haunter just beat him to death, unfortunately.
It'll happen.
Yeah.
That will happen. Let's see what they come out with. Looks like it will be Azanya's over on the side of Keen. And I think we're getting another Frozen Heart as well from Haunter. Why not? Gravity had 3 yesterday, almost 4.
Frozen Heart's a great Hecarim item as well. Cooldown reduction is very key.
Yep. Spin like a helicopter.
Yep.
So now the slow push with Baron across the map. You see how much trouble these guys are having just taking down the minions in general. That last Whisper is finished up for Core JJ, though. Hopefully they can protect him long enough and out of range of some of these Frozen Hearts or the entire dive team of Gravity to make it work.
And, I mean, looking at Kopp as well, having those items completed, he's a large damage threat to the backline. And even the tanks of Team Dignitas have to run away in fear. This is really hard for Dignitas to hold. Oh, dear.
I feel like I just saw Gamsu like waving to his team. See you later, guys. See you later. They take down Kiwi Kid. He has no chance to disengage. Even with the Monsoon, he is still just trampled on by this team of Gravity that they put together.
I don't see how Team Dignitas fights this yet. Gravity's still in the midst of their power spikes, plus they have a 10,000 gold lead. Binding lands, Gamsu, no ult this time.
He is right in the frying pan, and he gets cooked up. That's going to be the first inhibitor of the game. Maybe Jab. They get pushed off here. Gamsu's dead body is still pretty scary. Core JJ uses that Buster shot. They're using their ultimates just to defend everything, which means they're not going to be able to defend the next.
The wall of pain Gravity has created here. Nice flank ability from Keen. Huge amounts of damage coming out from Cop's Sivir, who has sneakily become the most threatening member on this team. And then that weird Fizz build to top it all off. Just picked up a giant spell off to his Zanya's.
And look at,
Why not?
obviously they're winning, but smiles on their faces. Gravity is always a very laid-back team this season. The environment that they have to work with, they've said, has just been one of the best. Cop explicitly has said that himself.
Yeah, and this is an incredibly important game for Gravity as far as the playoffs are concerned. 8-7, the unexpected win against TSM yesterday, but now they can move to 9-7. When you look at their competition that they have to clinch over, you know, you have Team 8 at 8-7 who plays Cloud9 today.
Yep.
And they basically only have to beat Team Liquid there, who's sitting at 7-8. I mean, a win here puts Gravity in tremendous position as far as the playoffs are concerned.
Maybe above that 4th at some point.
You never know.
To achieve it is the goal, every team's goal. One of the teams that hasn't really had to see any switches this year. The roster has worked from the get-go. Dignitas has been switching a few things around here and there. Now finding some success with the Zingy in the jungle, but it's not working towards the mid to late game. It seems like the early part of the game is something they've been able to round out, since it's the one you do the most.
I guess so. Something they've been able to do well, but the plans afterwards just are not working out for them. They had a tank line, they had some ways of initiating, but ultimately the flank and the Sejuani. 007 there you see on St. Vicious. Just team fight mobility by Gravity, but catching Team Dignitas unawares. And now at this point the goal lead is so large. As he goes, desperation, he gets a lot of damage on a Cobb!
That was huge. Right of the Arcane is on the backside. Core JJ not able to get too many shots off. He's just like simply denting Haunter. It's not really doing too much. Even he got the turret on him. They finally take down Haunter as Gravity goes a little too deep, but a little baffled there by the fact that they couldn't take him down.
A beautiful initiation by Zingy there, and he barely gets touched on the way out of that one. That's what Team Dignitas needed to be doing much sooner, is just let a Zingy go into him. That Zac ultimate did some huge work, nearly killing Cop. If they could have done that, then maybe they could have pushed out of their base, but because it was just the 1-for-0 on the man with the teleport who can rejoin the team shortly, it's going to be some Baron and Dragon contests, which aren't very contestable because Team Dignitas does not have wards.
I was wondering when these scrying orbs were going to come into play, when they could figure out
Triple
who's
scrying
picked
orb.
off. Yeah, now a triple scrying orb. Who's picked off, who's just slightly away from the team, and with Haunter kind of pushing that mid wave, I guess it was just a chance for a Zingy to dive in. So good use. Good to know that Dignitas still ready to look for these fights and get Gravity off their front doorstep. Gamsu doing what he can to quickly push these waves to relieve a little bit of pressure, give Team Dignitas some breathing room as they've been kind of backs against the wall here for the past 10 minutes.
They really have. At this point, with Dragon and Baron coming up somewhat closely to each other, I feel like Team Dignitas, especially by the position of Tristana, Core JJ wants to try and sneak the Dragon by himself. Cop also has the same idea. And because of the ward inside, Core JJ sees the horsey, he's not going to go for that. Or will he? At this point in the game, Trist was hoping to be able to shoot it over the wall with some extended range. Just
the draw bead range.
Not to be.
That would have been nice. LCS big plays. The spawn of Baron. And whoop. It's ready to go down. So no contest here coming in from Team Dignitas. They know they're going to have to fight against this. Fight against all the minions? Maybe. Zingy finally crawling in here from the top side.
There's no Xerath, no Scion.
Nope, this happened yesterday, and Zingy went down very fast. He wasn't even really able to get in range, and looks like that's going to be the case once again. Baron goes down as Keen peels off first to make sure they are safe and secure. Matter of time now. Haunter doesn't even have to leave his lane for that to happen. You can see how much pressure is just coming down on Team Dignitas now.
Some nice item completions there by Gravity as well. Cop finishing Bloodthirster, building an Elixir of Wrath just for an extra spike of power. Team Dignitas needs to hope that Shifter can wave clear through the Baron buff, which is near impossible, unfortunately. The other thing that they can hope for is another initiation like the one Azingi had, but this time, since Cop still hasn't built magic resistance, to be able to actually finish him off with the Zac damage plus the Xerath barrage. I think that's the only way Team Dignitas holds them off here.
Yep. So Cop has the Elixir of Wrath, as does Core JJ. He's already drank his, and Shifter is trying to work with that Elixir of Sorcery, a bit more damage out. So everybody is putting some gold into those items right now, hoping that their cores are finished. Gravity now to split the entire base right around the horn. 1, 2, 3. It's going to be Keen in the mid lane here as the top inhibitor.
That was
down.
the easy one. So Gravity takes it.
That was the appetizer. Second course. It's like Concert and Gamsu are fighting over whether it's going to be red or white wine.
This is the one that needs to be defended, but Team Dignitas is not in position. They're just one step slow, it seems like, ever since that early game where they had a great start.
Yeah. Oh. Great bindings on Azingi. That's the second one Bunny Fufu's hit every time he goes for the elastic.
Can't jump in.
Can't jump in. Because that creates a lot of pressure in itself, just to see him standing there. Cop knows it's a little dangerous. There's another inhibitor going down. These are pretty uncontested. It's got to be a go for broke here if Dignitas wants to save their base.
Yeah, well, you got to be able to stop Bunny Fufu's binding. Binding is down. That means Azingi, you got to start charging.
He's now on the bottom side, trying to give himself an entry into the fight. Binding actually almost hits either Gamsu or Azingi there.
Gravity being so patient.
Way more careful this time.
Yeah, they're coming together as a team, that's for sure. The game that Gravity won against TSM yesterday showing some strength. These bruiser mid lanes that they're able to pick for Keen.
Yep.
Cop being as reliable as ever. They bind Azingi once again. That might give them this turret.
It's going to be enough. That is the Sivir ultimate going down. There's Haunter to the backside of the fight. Kiwi Kid, oh, the Glacial Prison hits Core JJ and extends all the way to Kiwi. Saints on point with Sej this game. 13-3. That's going to be the final inhibitor. Gamsu is running out of the base, and it's going to be the Nexus turrets going down in favor of Gravity.
39 minutes, but they were in control for the last 3/4 of that game. After a slight slip up early, Gravity moves their record to 9-7. Saint had to die to ruin his score.
Very nicely done. A win on the board for them. Gravity take down Dignitas.
Good old St. Vicious. Land Smite, he had the perfect game going for him. No objective stolen. 0-0-10. Then he goes and dies to the Nexus.
Then he goes and dies. Sorry, fantasy owners.
Half point. See you later. More importantly, though, it's a big-time win for Gravity. In the standings, moving themselves to 9-7. Team Dignitas as well was hoping to pick up a few wins this week to try and join the edge of that playoff race. But those hopes are beginning to dwindle a little bit. They're now 5-11. They're just hoping for 7th place at this point. If they can somehow catch Team Liquid, who is currently sitting at 7-8. But that's still 2 wins behind. And with the win the Liquid has today, they could actually eliminate Dignitas from a chance of that 7th place.
Yep.
I believe.
That was tough. Seemed like there was a bit of, back and forth in Champion Select for Team Dignitas. Obviously getting things that they wanted. Xerath is something that Shifter plays, but there was a bit of hesitation on that last pick.
Yeah.
Not knowing, am I going against Hecker? Am I going against Fizz? Gravity has had these little aces up their sleeves lately. They're really throwing teams for a loop.
Definitely feels like it. The variety in Champion Select is starting to find a pattern for Gravity. This was definitely I feel like their best possible week for that.
Right.
Teams will be able to adjust next week a little bit to their composition style. Triple front line does have counters, but Gravity has been able to complete these team compositions with the last pick being the 3rd frontliner, and then they're facing oppositions that aren't ready for that play style very well.
Well, you know what they're going to do against the next team? Just build 5 Frozen Hearts. And even more. Look, there's one in his summoner slot. But no, that guy right there standing behind Cop. Always keeping him safe in lane. getting a good early game roam on to blow shifter's flash, and then the end game bindings to lock down a Zingy. The one thing we saw there, that glimmer of hope that almost took down Cop on the bottom initiation, was shut down one time after the other.
The zoom on Cop right at the end. And a really tough series of games for Zingy since he's joined in this Team Dignitas team. Things just not quite going their way. You can see shreds of improvement on the Team Dignitas side, but they have not been able to pull it together. 4 victories outside of that one win they had against Coast in Week 7.
It's been a difficult task. Even the community, we knew coming in with the Zingy, it was still going to be a team effort coming in. It wasn't a carry from him. Team Dignitas was struggling a bit, so it's always going to take time to work and try to get out of that slump. Right now, however, we are going to send it over to our guys on the analyst desk to get their thoughts on Gravity's 2-0 finish this week.
Thank you, Riv. And kind of the big story for this game was the lane swap. And Dignitas actually playing it out pretty well with the Tristana Janna in denying that CS and experience to Hecarim. But Gravity managed to get back into the game.
They had such a good start, using the really quick shove of Tristana and Janna to get on the other side of the turret before Keen could get in experience range. But then there was that mishap after the lanes, got back to normal, and Sion tried to fight Hecarim in the minion wave. And Hecarim was able to shove Sion all the way back to base and get the wave all the way into the turret. After that, they lost their huge advantage that they had, discrepancy with experience and gold of the top laners. And the rest of the game was honestly a pretty mixed bag.
Yeah, and also the fact that Sion, is very powerful and had to level up over Hecarim, but the ignite that he brings to the lane gives him that type of pressure to get in there and make that kind of comeback. So we saw him slowly but surely. I thought it was going to be another game where I'm like, Hanser loses a lane swap. He's not able to get any CS, but Gamsu kind of threw him a bone there and shoved the wave up and allowed him to freeze it again.
Yeah, Gravity have had problems using the Hecarim and trying to get through the early game, and it almost happened again.
Yeah.
But they did get...
It's like they don't know what to do when somebody shows up and Hecarim's like, okay, I can't get to the turret, and I just sit here for 3 minutes, 2 minutes, doing nothing and letting them clear wave after wave after wave, and he gets absolutely nothing for it.
Yeah, there was a substantial amount of time that he was there without anything to do. They even rotated Saint over, only then to make the realization that that wasn't going to help either.
Yeah, and then Saint just doesn't get any experience at that point. But then later on, Saint did a really good job of kind of pairing up with Bunny and Cop, making this 3-man roam squad that was just knocking down turrets. So they went top, they went bottom, they kept getting objectives, and that's kind of what got them into a good position in this game, was Saint being that 3-man squad with them, because that's a lot of CC on the Sejuani that supplements the Morgana lockup, that supplements the damage that Cop is bringing. So that's a very scary roam squad that nobody wants to mess with.
Yeah, one quick thing I want to hit on is, and Jat touched on it a little bit, is the idea that Gravity seems to be catching their opponents off guard a little bit with the fact that they have yesterday the Urgot mid.
The tower dives mid?
Exactly.
That was catching everybody
off. Right, yeah, exactly. Like, whoa. No, but that's part of my point, actually, is that they brought out the Fizz. They flex the Hecarim, right? They bring out the Fizz, but they put it mid lane, and they build it kind of bruisery AP. And although he wasn't having a ton of success in actually securing kills in the mid lane, right? They had the few attempted ganks in the mid lane. It seems like people aren't quite sure how to deal with these things, and that's an advantage in and of itself without having to actually get the kills off of it.
Yeah, so the individual play there, of course, it was another failed mid-tower dive. Not the cleanest, but I do like the new Fizz builds where since the AP ratios were taken down, he's not this bursty AP assassin that's going to 100% somebody like him once again. So you concentrate on building more utility. He built 2 auras, and the cooldown reduction from your Frozen Heart allows you to get so many more playful tricksters off that you're going to survive in the team fights for a long time and apply both of those auras for the entire duration. Plus, as we saw, he didn't have a problem dealing damage either. And once he got the Zanyas as well, it's so ridiculously hard to kill a Fizz with that much cooldown reduction and a Zanyas.
And the resistances, so that even when you are hitting him, you're not doing that much damage.
And then the Giant's Belt for health, he's just going tanky.
I think overall, though, the picture is really good for Gravity moving into playoffs. This is another. This is their 2-0 week. This is another win for them. They're feeling really, really confident moving into the playoffs and very secure in their spot.
Yeah, they move to 9-7. Of the 2 games they have left to play, they're playing Cloud9 and Team 8, who is the other team that they were tied with. So as long as they play that game out well, really, they're in a fantastic spot moving into the playoffs with some momentum. So overall, a solid win for them there. A win they definitely needed to pick up against Team Dignitas, but solid all around by them. Now we have to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we return, we'll jump straight into the long-awaited rivalry rematch between Team Solo Mid and Counter Logic Gaming. You're not going to want to miss it.
Bunny, do you have the sheet?
No, do you?
No.
What?
Bunny was even like sitting next to me.
Pick up the sheet and come back here.
Yeah. Go now. You go now. You have to leave now.
Hurry.
You have to go now.
Every second counts.
Just go. Wait, David is not supposed to leave.
Wait, he actually left?
Yeah. TP from both sides. Hanser from the base. Gamsu in right above them. Hanser on home guards.
Binding lands. Gamsu no ult this time.
He is right in the frying pan and he gets cooked up. There's Hanser to the backside of the fight. Kiwi Kid. Oh, the Glacial Prison hits core JJ and extends all the way to Kiwi. Very nicely done. Gravity takes down Dignitas.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Week 8 coverage of the North American LCS Spring Split. It's a lively day here at the studio. The crowd pumped up, especially for our next match
We've got the crowd tailgating outside too, man. It's a beautiful day out for a tailgate. Burgers looking good. Now we're gearing up for our marquee match, and the last time TSM and CLG faced off, they gave us a game for the ages. The team's coaches, Skara and Loco Doco, shared their inside perspective on how the first round played out and what they've done to prepare for round 2.
There's something like intangible when you win against your rivals. In terms of how we prepped, we didn't treat them any differently, but we did put in a lot more work.
We prepared throughout the week, and then we finalized it like the days before. We spent more time for TSM.
A lot of fans are hyped up for this one, and with good cause.
One of the reasons why the community has hyped it up so much is because these are the top 2 teams right now.
There was a lot more pressure, definitely, for people, and it was visibly felt. And that's kind of the job of the coach, right? To maintain the emotional or the mental state of the players. And at that time, I'm pretty sure I didn't do a great job of doing it.
Some people were a bit nervous. The mood was a bit more serious than most of the time.
We're playing something that we were pretty comfortable on, with the X factor being that Dyrus was on Sion, and we went and we did a 1v2. So it was really weird because Sion's really, really good at 1v2.
Jad, it's going to be a Sion on Lissandra.
We were going to be in trouble if we didn't play the 1v2 well.
Oh, it could be first blood for Double Lift. A few more shots. They're under the turret, and he does get the kill.
Fortunately, we got a solo kill on Sion, which shouldn't happen, in my opinion.
We're not too fazed by it, because to be honest, Dyrus dies a lot, especially in 2v1 scenario. So we're just like, you know what, it's just part of the game.
We were able to go out of the gate strong with like a pretty good / even mid early game. Like Smithy got caught initiating a T-fight, and we barely came out ahead.
Don't know if they fully wanted that one. Smithy got blown up immediately, and Double Lift is kind of hanging on the backside, missing a rocket there. Link almost getting out of this with a boomerang just on the edge. He does. Double Lift way too close to the fight.
Zion's able to jump in, get a really good ult, and after that we lost the fight and we have to just run. CLG is able to gain map pressure, and they're going to be able to control the map until we res.
We really took off toward the mid game to really back TSM into a wall.
It is so difficult for TSM now.
They look to take Baron completely uncontested.
So I was watching with Hotshot and Reggie. At first we were making fun of Hotshot, how great he's going to look with FLICKR, and then we were like, oh shit, we might actually lose this.
Signs up, signs up, signs up. I'm going on this? Yeah, go. Get
done.
What the hell? I can't move. Keep going. Turtle.
We were really, really far ahead. I think we had a 4 or 5k lead. It's pretty significant. So we're sitting on 4 dragons. We have complete vision control. We have the perfect dragon timer. As they're forced to walk into us, we decide to meet them halfway.
Me and Reggie were really nervous. We thought we lost the game at that point.
It was just a breakdown in communication, which caused a very rushed initiations.
Kill Lissandra. Kill Lissandra.
Liz.
Nice.
And Torrent's able to get the perfect EQ knock-up on Lissandra, and he's not able to Zanya right after his ult. I was like, oh shit, we might still win. The dream lives on.
There were a lot of different parts of that game where we messed up, and that was just one of them.
For CLG, it can be the 5th dragon, so they really want it, and we really want to deny it, because once you get 5 dragons, it's really hard to win the game. I knew the moment Pearson got the charm on Smithy that we won that fight.
The ultimate to go in, Smithy flashes out.
Zion comes in as Mega Gnar, but there's such a big distance between him and his team. And after that, we just collapsed on the rest of their team.
Where's the DPS coming from? Link now enters the fight. There's the Zanyas. Do they have the focus now to take him out? He goes down. Double Lift somehow in the middle of the fight again, and he goes down. Team Solo mid persevere, and they take the Gaming.
I think that's the happiest we've been this year. I think everyone was really happy, except for Hotshot.
Even though TSM is a great team, I think they out-teamfight us a lot. I felt like that was more our game to lose when it happened. This week, we'll be coming in as the underdogs, TSM just won IEM Katowice, and unofficially, they are the world champions right now.
The difference between the top competitors are paper thin. That slight edge you have on people on stage, it can be gigantic.
Now, both of those coaches, they're demonstrating some well thought out reasons as to why they should have won or how they played. Do you guys believe that either team has the advantage when it comes to their coaching staff?
So we also had the interview earlier today with Loco on the desk where he said their answer to CLG's dominating early game is to play the early game better. I do think that's a good plan.
It's not
However,
wrong.
I don't think it's going to be that easy.
No.
And I am going to have to give the edge to CLG in this one. I think that they already have the edge. They have the ability to pull off a win in pick bans, or an advantage in pick bans. Plus, their early game, it goes without saying, is the best in North American LCS right now. And perhaps my boldest prediction, I think that Doublelift is not going to get caught out of position in the late game and throw the game for the team.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to have to go with the old team, COG, in this one, even though I love the guys on both squads.
All right, well, I didn't even have to put him on the spot to get all the information out of him, so I'm going to put you on the spot, though, now, Zyrene, both your opinion on the coaching staff, but as well as your predictions for this game.
I don't think there's too much of a difference in terms of coaching staff and what they're bringing to the squads. I think they're both the top coaches in the LCS here. And there really isn't much difference between them in terms of what they bring to the team. They bring little different things, but in terms of skill level, I think they're the same. In terms of team, I give it to CLG today for multiple reasons. One, every time TSM has lost this season, Dyrus has the worst scoreline on his team. 0-6-0, 2-7-7, while everybody else is running double-digit kills or assists. His Rumble game was 1-6-5. These are just really big pain points for TSM up against Zion Spartan, who's just showing crazy skill on CLG, even in their game against TSM. 5-man Gnar ultis. The follow-up just needs to be there, and I think CLG have kind of honed that over time in the break. Another thing, too, is even if you lane swap it, Doublelift and Afromu are a crazy bottom lane that gives you a ton of aggression in lane. That's why I give them the edge here today.
Oh, and they're out for revenge, so they've definitely got some blood boiling in their veins.
I just want to throw this in, too. I kind of live in a fantasy world where CLG wins this, and they're 1-1, and then we get to have a tiebreaker and see this matchup a third time this season.
There it is. That's the dream, right? Well, right now on lolesports.com, 65% of our fans are calling this one for TSM, so there you go. There's the counterpoint to our two analysts here on the desk. I'll be excited now. I'll be very much excited to see how this game turns out at the end of it. Now, we know you guys are fired up for this match, so we're going to send it over to the caster desk to get the game underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. And for this game, it is huge. So we have called in some backup. Joining us on the desk is David, none other than the Freak, Turley.
The Freak. I added an extra name. I like it.
Yeah, well, you just got a conjunction.
Okay. Is that a conjunction?
It might be.
Sure.
I'll do. What's your function?
Guys,
motion.
TSM.
All right, enough chit chat.
That's our function.
Let's get to the action. It's time for a rivalry. There you go. That's older than LCS itself. Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, and honestly, this split is the closest these two teams have been to the top two teams pretty much in 4 years. So it's a matchup that fans get really excited for, and it's so far lived up to their hype. We got that whole video in their last meeting. CLG were nearly perfect for the first 30 minutes of the game. But then a few key team fights allowed TSM to retake the lead, and TSM have shown that they know how to close out the big games.
That's right, and both of these teams are tenacious, and in such a heated rivalry, players always find a little more in the tank. But beyond the two teams' history, this is an important game for shaping the NALCS leaderboards.
That's exactly right, Riv. Right now, these teams are tied for first place in the standings, but keep in mind, C9 is one game behind them to take away that playoff bye. So these guys are very, very close to staying in the top, moving down a little bit here. TSM are also 1-0 against CLG in this split, as Zyrene was talking about, so holding a tiebreaker if TSM wins 2-0 against CLG on the split almost guarantees them that bye.
And right now, both teams control their own destinies. Win your remaining games, and you secure a top seed heading into the playoffs. Sounds easy, right, guys?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Win 3 games in a row on the LCS, no big deal.
All right, so let's get into the match with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. That's Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Lustboy at support.
And on the red side, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Zion Spartan, the Juggernaut in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD carry, and Afromu on support.
Well, if they don't have enough in the tank already, they're going to feel the floor shaking from the crowd being so hyped up for this game. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I feel like this game also snuck up on a lot of people because we had IM Katowice that off week, but this one's arguably more important than their first matchup, Riv.
All right, so we are into picks and bans. You can see Dyrus and Afromu staring face-to-face there on the split. Let's get this one underway. Hecarim is going to be our first ban out. What are you guys actually expecting to see on this list?
I wonder because it's weird because there's some things that are contested and some things not. FLICKR makes a lot of sense where it's more of a Zion Spartan that carry sort. Annie and Sivir is the big bot lane that's so good for Team Solo Mid. They either play split push style where they have like Lulu Lucian, or they play hardcore team fight with Annie Sivir. And it looks like CLG is denying that team fight style from Solo Mid.
Yeah, I think the Sivir is one of Wild Turtle's best champions, and it's honestly what was the true carry in the initial victory Team Solomon had over Counterlogic Gaming.
That's right.
As well as one of TSM's most effective picks at IEM Katowice. One of the best bans I actually can think of against TSM is Sivir.
Oh, that's going to go away. Sion, that's interesting. That's actually a very good Dyrus champion. It even does things when you die with it, considering how much Loco Doco was talking about Dyrus here. But still, unstoppable Juggernaut Sion. He's pulled 2 bans here so far, and the Lulu right off the bat. I think it has most likely Lust Boy, which now gives TSM a good laning phase if they 2-on-2 CLG.
I mean, I feel like that's also just a massive flex pick. We did see Dyrus playing that in the top lane on multiple occasions, and it opens up some protect carry strategies. In my opinion, Lulu's one of the most versatile and effective picks, 2 first pick in League of Legends right now.
Yep, absolutely. And it would work on CLG in the same vein. You give Link that in the mid lane, he can support Zion Spartan or Double Lift to go crazy. So now you got to go for the next couple of rounds. You got to ask, with Maokai off the table then, is Rek'Sai the big pick you go for here, the big all-important jungler?
Yeah.
And it is, plus a disengaging support for Aphromoo.
Seeing that first Rek'Sai come in today. Smithy is going to be locking that one in. And Aphromoo onto Janna. Interesting they don't show too much, but Smithy gets completely what he wants there.
We've seen a lot of discussion amongst Team Solomon as well about whether or not they want to play mid-game team compositions or late-game team compositions. And typically when everything has been on the line in the past, they'll default more to the late-game comps. Yesterday they had a mid-game comp they threw in the Mundo, which really just eviscerated whatever late-game chance they would have.
That's true.
And I want to see what direction they take here against CLG, who's picked already some really strong mid-game champions in Janna and Rek'Sai.
Well, we did say a little bit that Dyrus tends to go down in the top lane. Even Loco mentioned that. So Lulu's still one of those champions you can offer the ult and offer a lot more, even if you go down a bunch of times. Seeing what else they'll round out the comp with, we saw a great Sejuani from St. Vicious last game. Santorin may actually try his hand at this.
This is now very interesting from Team Solo Mid. The lane gank power now with the Thresh. I like the fact they showed the Lulu, but then picked up Thresh. Janna's such a passive laner. It allows Thresh to fish for hooks, fish for flays, fish for offensive plays. Again, I keep thinking of the 2-on-2 down here for Wild Turtle and Lust Boy. This support sets them up for a lot of ways to try to bully around Aphromoo and Double Lift. I have high hopes for the TSM duo lane down here, but CLG, of course, to make their own picks. Their duo lane is lauded as one of the best in the region for a reason. I want to see if maybe we see the Kalista coming in here just for more hard carry power.
Only 1 tank pick so far on Santorin. He's an option open for Double if what he wants to kind of go here and stay safe, as well as Wild Turtle. Only Sivir was banned out. So with this, we'll probably see that 80 carry coming in. The round out for Link to be in the mid lane, as CLG likes to go on the purple side picks.
This is where CLG picks the direction of their team comp.
Yeah.
Honestly. Getting away Jinx is really interesting because it takes away some of the synergy they could have with a top lane or a mid lane Lulu, but it also makes them a little bit more vulnerable to Sejuani Thresh. It's not the greatest skill shot reliant champion. That's like a denial pick that doesn't quite yet fit in with CLG's overall team comp.
Well, the question is, can CLG disengage properly? If Double Lift doesn't die, you win the team fight almost outright with Ken and Jinx just belting out damage in a 5-on-5. Again, we talked about TSM as one of their biggest strengths being these late-game team-fighting sort of teams, and CLG happy to play that style themselves. Double Lift getting farm and blowing people up.
I say the Blanc is pretty good against Kennen as well, if that's going to be what it is. Zed's still on the board for for Bjergsen and the Lust Boy lock-in. And that Corki for Wild Turtle can still put out some numbers on that one for himself.
TSM wants to make sure they keep their damage diversified here.
Yeah.
If they're going to do the mid lane Zed, I feel like Lucian would have been a better synergistic pick with
Been seeing that a bit
Lulu.
more.
But as far as the overall team comp goes, this really pigeonholes TSM into that mid game. They need Bjergsen to get going on Zed, get split push, edge, but because they don't have Lulu with a very heavy attack base 80 carry, it does have, about a 40-minute window where they have to be able to win the game.
It does, but as you mentioned, them diversifying their damage output, all of these champions spike so incredibly hard. CLG, it'll almost be a reverse of the last time these guys fought, where CLG owned the map for 35 minutes, and then TSM finally found the team and turned it around. Well, TSM probably owns this game for the first long while here, and CLG has to find their ways in. Just because of Bjergsen's typical power in the mid lane, the fact that I really, really like TSM's dual lane in a heads-up 2-on-2.
5 seconds for this pick. It'll see if we have a flex or not. I mean, there are definitely elements in each of these team compositions that speak to that, but like a Rek'Sai versus Sejuani, xMithi will be able to put his imprint on the game as well. Like, both of these guys are going for fairly similar power spike games. Like, they will be hitting their power levels in somewhat similar ways. Different lanes will have different power, but it's going to be a game of give and take. There's no clear this team totally dominates in the late game, in my opinion.
That's what I'd like to see. Also, we see Bjergsen usually getting solo kills in the mid lane. I think Link will be able to stave those off and secure himself from that early aggression. We'll see if Santorin or xMithi have to say anything about it. The teams, they have locked the comps in here. Do we see a lane swap quickly favoring anybody? Usually we'll see the Corki kind of put into that lane swap initially.
I mean, as far as lane swapping and getting your support out of the lane, in terms of AD carry solo freezes, Thresh makes so many more plays than Ajana does, and I really want to see if Lustboy can make these kinds of aggressive hook plays and upset the various lanes.
Loco waiting for Skara.
All right.
There we go. Coaches of the top 2 teams in the North American LCS right there.
That's right. Previously players of the LCS right there.
True.
So.
Loco was never
didn't play in the LCS. He did.
It,
They both played
in pro leagues.
Yes,
for sure.
Absolutely. So right now on LOLesports.com, the fans are leaning towards Team Solo Mid, but keep updating your vote throughout the match. Tweet at LOLesports using either the hashtag TSMWin or hashtag CLGWin. And we'll be tallying those votes up through the game. Both have played, though. We'll just go with that.
Yep.
Which one's louder? Pretty resounding TSM.
I think we're just used to hearing it, so we pick it out of the crowd easier.
That could be the case. We could see that.
Well, we are afoot, ladies and gentlemen. Team Solo Mid on the blue side, Counter Logic Gaming in red. Winner is first place in the North American LCS at the end of Week 8 here. Has a chance to prove that they are the most fearsome entity in North America.
And Ribbon Freak, you guys were talking a bit about lane swaps earlier. CLG has been the lane swap masters of the NALCS. Level 1s as well have been somewhat contentious for TSM. You've heard them say, why do we do the same level 1 every game? Well, it's because they save different level 1s for some of their more difficult opposition. And Dyrus went on a bit of a rogue mission to get that board. Oh, is Link going to scout that with the Q? Oh my goodness. Whew. Oh, that would have been a dead Dyrus.
That is some good prep work by CLG to kind of see the counter invade rules that TSM goes for. But all in all, TSM with a good defensive ward as well knows about the CLG invade path, plus the wards themselves going down. Really, everyone kind of understands what vision was given to the other team.
Yep.
Well, TSM has done something that you rarely see done. As far as looking at CLG's jungle, they have wards on both of the standard starting camps, Gromp and Krugs. They should know exactly where where xMithi starts right here. Since they have wards on both those things, since they're on their own red side jungle, they should know that this blue is getting stolen away.
What's interesting here is the fact that TSM, though, have sort of preempted the entire lane swap game. They expect the swap to happen and not get seen. They have sent Wild Turtle up there solo, but he can't freeze this because Zion Spartan's going to be right there in front of him.
Yeah,
it does actually allow a greedy start, though, for CLG. They get a camp with the their top laner is.
There's going to be some good damage onto Link. He'll have to chug pretty much everything he has in the tank. Get himself back up to healthy. Level 1, it won't take too long. He's got to be careful. Aphromoo with the pressure towards the mid lane here. Double Lift has just approached the bottom lane to start farming as well. So now that we get things going, we know it's already going to be an action-packed game.
Very curious how the lanes actually were set up, since the supports, both teams expecting the lane swap, the supports were roaming at basically the start of the game. You got to see that, hey, guess what? Thresh does that better than Janna. And Lustboy now saying, okay, well, let's bully Zion Spartan back out of this lane. 2-on-1 the Kennen. Yeah, being a very gold farming champion, that's going to be important for them.
But what's interesting about this is neither of the 2v1 quote lanes are actually freezing, and because both the supports roam mid lane at the start of the match, there's not very heavy denial going down to either of these top laners. I'd say it's a bit of a respect move here by both teams, knowing that they know how to react to the lane swaps and really just playing into that mid lane matchup more than anything.
Well, it's going to make an even bigger impact when either team does something wrong, if they're pretty much trying to mirror each other here. Right now, Santorin already to the top side,
it's
but
a level 3 cannon.
Rex
Hard
side
to
of the
dive
bottom.
if he uses his E properly.
Yes.
Especially Sejuani, not the most fantastic early game turret dive, but they're going to be going for this Zion. Let's see if they can get him down.
The top pulls aggro. Zion Spartan going to be taking a whole bunch of damage. Lost Boy's sitting there to hold all the damage, and first blood goes to Wild Turtle.
They did it just right as far as the aggro swapping. You want your support to get the first tag and sit back because he does the lowest amount of damage. He takes the turret shots, they get the kill down, and Dyrus backs away. It's a bit of a roll swap. TSM says Dyrus usually dies in 1v2s. Dyrus is the one who plays this one safe. Zion Spartan plays it aggressively, is unable to outplay, and it gives TSM first blood.
Yeah, really nice play by TSM. Zion Spartan saw it coming, chose to leech the experience and teleport back in. Okay, he gets 2 more waves of XP, but he teleports back in, now summonerless. And you gotta wonder if that's gonna be worth it after all. With Dyrus zoning himself out, he's in level 2. CLG will get this bottom turret at 4.5 minutes once they bounce the wave.
And that's actually the big trade. It's not always, it's a really counterintuitive thing, but it's not always the best decision to not die in a turret dive situation. Because even though Zion Spartan gave up first blood, gave money to Wild Turtle, he got substantially more CS, substantially more experience, and he also saved turret damage. All the time TSM spent killing Zion Spartan was not time spent killing the turret. Therefore, CLG vastly beats out TSM in turret pushing. Zion's turret took almost no damage, and it's not like it's going to be taking much damage anytime soon either.
He knows how to play that situation. We've heard him before. It is a privilege to be able to get CS up there. So when he can, he tries to get it in his pocket. Bjergsen here with nice charm from Link with the trade. The trade back is not the advantage for him. Bjergsen knows that it's going to be a very, very big skill matchup here in the mid lane.
And the mid-lane matchup definitely going to be an interesting one to watch. A small minion lead for Bjergsen so far. You saw that Link went in with a flask just at the very start, expecting to take all this damage. He's gotten a Doran's Blade or Doran's Ring for himself now, but it's just kind of a push back and forth, pretty much equal here. What I actually want to talk about is the fact that CLG put their duo lane back to the bot lane. That turret's already gone. This could only speak to them wanting an early dragon. Otherwise, you'd go back, equalize the turrets, get Zion back on the 1v1 with the level lead that he had against Dyrus. But that's not the choice.
I mean, there's also a chance they just want Doublelift to have as easy time as possible farming. Corki could absolutely beat Jinx in a standard 2v2 if you look at that support matchups. But as you said, the Dragon as well. If they can get turret and Dragon control early without giving up a gold lead, that'll be a pretty big win by COG overall.
You guys are both right. Doublelift in his prime farm environment. Dragon going over as well. And Link doesn't even have to leave mid lane. He's able to stay and farm. Great moves here by Counterlogic Gaming. The early rotatos pay off for them quite nicely. Taking a little bit longer, but it's going to. Smiting that one down. They have timer. They also, I thought that was their ward, but they don't have vision of Lustboy and Santorin.
Now it's TSM kind of choosing a cross-map objective. They know CLG has allocated 4/5 of their team to that bottom right corner. So great, let's control the top jungle. Maybe we can get red when it respawns at some point later on. An aggressive pink ward that'll at some point just be cleared, guaranteed in this game, but they'll see Smithy when it does happen. They can track further movements. They can pinch off Zion Spartan, who is flashless right now.
This is going to be very scary for him. Just use that E, so he's got to be careful.
There has been a lot of focus on Zion Spartan in this game from TSM, trying to keep Kennen down early. And it actually doesn't seem to be denying him too heavily. He's about to hit level 6. They only just got that 1 kill, but it was at a pretty great cost. Turret and Dragon eventually is what fell to them. And Zion doing his best job of surviving all this pressure.
Completely reading the play on Lustboy here. Comes down to the mid lane. Very heady by Zion Spartan to be in position for this. Both teams here with a number of members.
Each team owns their own side of the map. Right side to CLG, left side to TSM. It's typically where the lane swaps and supports and junglers have been roaming up and down. If anything, though, Santorin might be farming a little bit more. Dyrus, if Smithy flashes, he'll trade it.
Yeah. Would have had to be the trade.
I believe actually saw Sejuani moving around and said Santorin can help him out. Let's not go for the flash knockup. I don't think he really had the damage. Link now going to get jumped on. Jumps back, dodges the charm is Bjergsen. Smithy and Aframu are around, but I think the Zed is safe.
Woo! And he burned a ton of stuff from CLG right there. Burned Arialt and Aframu Exhaust for his own summoner spells. I still say that's a worthy trade because it might help them get some pressure back on their own side of the map where they can maybe equalize that turret.
And so TSM slow playing it. CLG, okay, they got the Dragon. They got uncontested farm on Doublelift. He can back, I assume, for a BF sword in the very near future. Team Solomid taking their time with this one. They let Lustboy roam around the map. They try to upset the mid lane. They try to push down Link. Now the turret will go down. CS is equal on these 80 carries. Triforce is going to be half done for Wild Turtle here. No real big probs. And unless there's a severe mistake here, TSM will get this turret at their leisure.
Not too bad. Wild Turtle sitting on 1,500. Looking to be able to finish up maybe that Sheen with his Phage when he goes back. Zion Spartan still there to save the turret. He hasn't accrued too much of a lead now over Dyrus. He's been able to keep himself in this, even though finding pressure along with Zion too.
And when TSM drops this turret, they're going to be in a pretty heavy gold advantage. A lot of this just has to do with who else but Bjergsen getting that advantage in the mid lane. Both teams have actually done a substantial amount of roaming mid lane. Little, not real ganks, but mainly just walk pressure. I wonder if Zion's going to try and stop that turret from going down. It goes down. Does he get anything back?
Smithy's here. Teleport comes in for Dyrus, but there's a Janna not far behind. So will TSM overextend? No ult on Lulu. Lands literally Zion has flash, but is it going to be enough? Trying to run away. 200 health left on him. Smithy forced to run. The rocket's not going to be enough. Lustboy's not enough either. Aframu slows him down.
Woo! By the skin of his chinny chin there. Dyrus with a great help picks on the minion to facilitate that, but Zion Spartan just one step ahead with his life.
Yeah, no kill. Could end up being pretty critical. That could have absolutely just slingshotted TSM ahead in this match. Not getting that kill down and also having no way of releasing the pressure on mid lane either.
No.
Might mean TSM starts to close in around CLG in this mid game as they approach their big power spike.
And you can see Bjergsen's tendencies here. Whenever he starts to hover that close, he's going for the kills over and over again, and he wants Link dead immediately. See if he gets it anytime soon here. Link is paying all the respects to the damage that Bjergsen's putting out right now. He's going to go grab blue.
Something else I have to mention, though, is Santorin actually keeping up pretty well in CS on Sejuani early on in the game. We just talked about in our last game how well will St. Vicious farm on Sejuani up to his Cinder Hulk as his ultimate, because that's really when Sejuani turns on. And Smithy actually got beat to jungle upgrade items. He hasn't finished his warrior yet. Sejuani is an absolute monster compared to Rek'Sai, almost from here on out.
Absolutely, and I've got to really then watch even more onto Doublelift and the AD carry versus tanks arms race. Not to mention you've got a shield from Thresh, you've got an exhaust. No, sorry, no exhaust, but Dyrus also adding a shield and an ulti as well. The giant front line, the single point of contact here for Santorin. And of course, there are so many ways to disrupt Doublelift as well. If Bjergsen can do something funny, if Lustboy can zone him out, so potentially worrying mid game here.
And one of my favorite evolutions of TSM playstyle throughout this year is the freedom they're giving Santorin to play other stuff. Initially, it was just, okay, you can only play supportive tanks that help Bjergsen. We've seen him games on Nidalee. They're letting him be an early adopter of the tank meta. They're letting him take a little bit more farm. And every time they allow Santorin more freedom, it seems like it improves the team.
And when we interviewed him as well, he was kind of toying around with Nidalee in the jungle before a lot of people were. Dyrus, he doesn't want to be toying around with this right now. Smithy finding himself a solo kill. Nicely done.
Exactly. Jungle item or not, the lanes got swapped back for TSM. The top left side, the wards all fell down, and Dyrus was left alone. Good job. That flash was burned by Smithy himself not that long ago. Kept track of it. Nice kill.
Very true.
I mean, this is Dyrus's conservative play, not necessarily working out in that context. Trying to hide behind his turret again, but COG actually just went one step more aggressive. All the while, Zion Spartan's been dying or near dying. He's been getting experience in CS, whereas Dyrus has not been getting those things. And if we look at the gold just at the top laners, it's actually a pretty big edge for Zion Spartan there in the top lane. It's the other lanes that are the advantage for TSM, definitely not the Dyrus.
And just a fresh level 6 on them. So 8-6 massive as well. TSM, though, again, they allocated bot lane. Zion Spartan has teleport, but there's no backup to make the play down here anyway. TSM just feeling comfortable enough to take this Dragon. All said and done, we're at 2 turrets to 2, 1 kills to 1, 1 Dragon to 1, basically an equal game if you don't count level.
Oh, man.
Okay, you got the flash
back up.
flash that time.
That's right away. That was like on cooldown.
Yep.
Yeah.
On cooldown of death and flash. Almost put him back on the CD.
I mean, like is to be expected from a TSM versus COG game, we got a really close game on our hands 13 minutes in. They've been able to trade dragons, trade objectives. We've seen some difference in approach between Dyrus and Zion Spartan.
Yep.
Bjergsen is handling Link a little bit well in that mid lane. I'd say that's the main advantage TSM would have right now. But boy, is this game close.
That's the thing. It starts to become apparent who is really the stronger lane out of this one. And we look at Zion Spartan, one of the top laners, if you will, in North America right now. Then carried on the other side for TSM, it's the mid laner of Bjergsen. The strengths are definitely showing through.
Absolutely. The teams are playing really the ways you expect. Doublelift is back on a light game hyper carry. He may not like Vayne very much, but Jinx seems to be right in that wheelhouse for him. And great, CLG can go play a carry in the bottom lane. Who's surprised in this one at all? And I think there's a lot of chances for CLG to still keep the plays going well. I want to see if we can get those like charm outplays on Zed ults, things like that. You know, maybe they can stop that single point of crushing Bjergsen from winning the game for TSM.
Yeah, and because of the way the lane swaps worked, the point of power that Bjergsen normally hits once he finishes Blade of the Ruin King can't give the team many advantages. Think to when Bjergsen normally plays Zed. He gets his Blade of the Ruin King, and he split pushes and takes the outer turrets in both lanes.
Immediately.
Those turrets are already gone. If he wants to group up and create turret pressure, he'd have to be in the mid lane, which is now a team fight scenario against a Kennen and a mid-game Rek'Sai. It's not as big an advantage as he would normally be getting at this point in the game. Maybe Bjergsen goes for fights in the jungle, but that would require some really impressive vision control by TSM.
It would, and we'll see if that happens. Of course, with all these outer turrets gone except for the mid lane, so much of the map is available for play. And the question then is, who can make these things happen? Link first want to make a move, hits up Santorin a little bit. Lustboy has a large number of wards peppering that north jungle. Sightstone for Santorin as well. Looks like that red buff that TSM have actually been controlling for most of this game is where they want that pressure to be.
Well, pressure on Dyrus for sure.
Whoa!
Flash,
right over the wall.
In.
It's going to be a tough one. Wild Growth, a little too much for him just yet with the damage they're able to put out. Zanya's not finished there. Oh, Link, he's still in another charge. Can he pull it back around? He gets the boomerang, but he also goes down himself as Santorin throws down the permafrost. A little bit of bite for Link.
Dyrus doing everything he can to stay in this game early. Triple Doran's ring, going cooldown reduction, stacking as well, because he is a slightly more farm support, hoping to one day be a solo lane Lulu, and the farm is going on to other people on TSM right now. Santorin picking up that kill can create a very scary Sejuani that might be nearly impossible for COG to cut through later.
And she took that minor detour for a Sightstone, spends 400 gold that aren't on tank stats, but a kill and assist makes up for that pretty easily. All the farm is getting 75 minions here. Not bad at all for a jungler. So Team Solo Mid, they have that front line. Dyrus, you don't need much more than the Morellonomicon and maybe a death cap for Lulu to reach 80% of her effectiveness anyway. Bjergsen finds the jungle fight.
So you're talking about a little bit before, Bjergsen finally getting his roam on. He's almost able to take down Smithy by himself and now create pressure.
And that's exactly what happened. They took out Rek'Sai. They knew he couldn't be an initiation threat, and TSM was able to get damage on that mid lane turret. Very interesting match breaking out right now. But TSM taking that slight edge here.
Different game from the first time we saw these two teams played. CLG was on a better run by now. Putting TSM a little bit on the ropes. Doesn't seem like TSM has put themselves into any dangerous positions here and have been able to accrue now just about 1,000 gold lead. And with the denial of buffs starting to come in, it's going to start hurting Link pretty good. Also looking at Zion Spartan. A little scary that he didn't go straight for that Zanya. He's piecing together quite a bit, and with Zed on the other team, hopefully he's not picked right there.
It's very strange. It's half a Ryle's and half of a Zhonya's Hourglass. I don't know which one he really wants to complete first. It just depends if, is Bjergsen going to one-shot you or not, or are you going to team fight or not and need the Zhonyas to kind of sit inside that battle without getting popped by everyone else. Wild Turtle and Bjergsen both have so much burst damage threat. Zion might not get a full ultimate off in a team fight if he doesn't finish some of these items for the tank stats. So that question remaining to be answered. Smithy has actually done a very good job of scuttler control. He had taken the one by Dragon not long ago. That'll respawn in time for Dragon. He just got the Baron one as well. So he's got his double sight still on top of this one, so you're seeing the wards kind of go back and forth. Both these guys really heavily prioritizing getting vision on the map to keep track of all these aggressive plays.
Very vision-centric game, which is why it's only 2 kills to 2, 18 minutes in. And Xmithy really trying to use the mid-game power of Rek'Sai before, in all honesty, the Sejuani may end up taking over if they can get some controlled frontline type fights. And I hate to keep harping back to it, but the gold is very strangely distributed in this game, especially for TSM. Darius is at 4,000 gold. The jungler and both solos on his team are more than 2,000 gold ahead of him. It's 4,000 on Darius and over 6,000 on the other 3 people. Santorin, Bjergsen, and Wild Turtle are all close in farm and gold and will be the 3 threats on this team, not Darius.
Yeah, it's impressive to point how much gold he really is earning. Bjergsen's at 190 CS and is 200 above Santorin. That jungle item, the farm he's getting as well, just doing a whole bunch of work. So a very big tank, to be real. And without Infinity Edge still done for Doublelift, whereas this Trinity Force long done for Wild Turtle. There it is, okay, so I just hear that. Zergreaves there as well. TSM, though, first to Dragon. CLG, again, not willing to fight this.
I'm really interested in if Dyrus can still pose that utility that comes from Lulu. If he's in the right spots, even being so far behind, he can provide a lot for TSM to get to these fights in the OK. Dragon going over, nicely done.
As far as top laners being behind, you'd much rather have your Lulu behind when he can support carries than a Kennen behind who needs to be in the middle of the fray to be effective.
Well, the choice and pick for Dyrus on that Lulu from Champion Select had more than one reason, for sure. We even heard Loco Doco talking about how he goes down a few times in lane. Doesn't phase him, he knows that dance. As Wild Turtle now starting to roam around, outer turrets are down. He cleans up the CS in the mid lane, which is quite even between the AD carries. Looks like he's going to start spiking towards a Bloodthirster after this Triforce.
So a very safe build for Wild Turtle. Wants to make sure he can withstand damage from Kennen. And you do expect with Flash, Zion Spartan will reach the back line, and Wild Turtle will have to recoup after taking 600 or so magic damage and getting stunned. So a bit of a more defensive play style from TSM. I mean, you can see that with the tank jungler and the supportive top laner here, really just biding time for Bjergsen to keep wreaking havoc around the map. All 3 outer turrets have been gone for a while, but TSM with 2 dragons in a row means, yeah, you know, they are the team that seems to be owning all the movements around the map. CLG playing second fiddle to them, playing reactor to them almost entirely. And you have an unsafe AD carry in Jinx where trying to push can just leave you hooked.
It's true. It is difficult, though, for TSM to get the pressure up in this game. Smithy has that huge network of tunnels that TSM is trying to demolish. If TSM wants to commit to a push, they leave themselves open to that sneak from Rek'Sai. Killing those 3 tunnels on that side of the map could be very critical. While Rek'Sai was shown down here. And now it might become a bit of a split pushing battle. CLG wants to force TSM into rotations here to maybe find a charm and maybe get Doublelift going on some of those resets. Very tactical game we have, TSM for CLG here.
Rotations come back and forth. Bot lane, tier 2 goes down to half thanks to all that. Santorin at least saw it coming. He was already on his way before Link was attacking.
They gotta run.
TPs are up. There's the Void Rush. Oh, is he gonna try? He's gonna run. I was gonna say, they're gonna try to pinch and hit back, but they are just out of there.
Yeah, not much reason to chase Link. All you're going to do is burn his ulti cooldown and give up pressure on top lane and mid lane here. So TSM identifying not worth all those costs, not certainly worth the benefit as well. And so TSM back to square one here. The aggressive moves by CLG, it does make some progress. The fact that bot tier 2 is down to half is pretty darn good by Counterlogic Gaming and Link making that pressure. And he's even looking for a trap here on the Dyrus. He's in the fog of war. I wonder if Dyrus will see this coming.
Yeah, I also wonder if Link would be able to zero him out with Lulu ult and Flash still up.
With Zhonya's first and no Magic Hunt, probably not actually. Link can't even one-shot caster minions right now. At 22 minutes, that's a rare sight.
That's true.
It's carryover from the difficulty he had against Bjergsen in lane.
Didn't get the better of him. 224 to 172 in that lane. We didn't see, other than just in the beginning, the pressure from the junglers and the supports. So they pretty much had their own 1v1 time. Again, stealing the blue away. Not the first time we saw that. That was soloed by Bjergsen last time. And TSM getting more of what they want. Slowly, though. CLG is not allowing them to make a huge impact with these moves. They're staying safe as well.
Yeah, he's putting damage down into Santorin, but I really want to see at the end of this game, like the enemy jungle monsters killed stat here for TSM. It seems like they've gotten like 8 buffs to 3 overall in this game, like the general count here. red buff, blue buff over and over again seem to be taken away here. Counterlogic Gaming have just routinely seeded the map. It only looks like 1,000 gold difference this entire time, but there's a lot of just vision and pressure differences here. There's like 2 aggressive wards from CLG and like 7 from TSM.
It's true. You can definitely see TSM creeping their vision deeper and deeper into CLG's jungle, which makes it more and more difficult for CLG to give some of this pressure back. But CLG is holding on that second ring of turrets. That's the important one that I feel like if TSM cracks, they may end up winning this game. Or if Jinx gets too far ahead in gold, if he's able to pick up a few kills.
Oh, Valkyrie gets stopped. Not much else happens though. I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
It's all about split push. TSM very much playing 1-3-1 right here. Dyrus on one side, Zed on the other, but that's opening up the gut because they only have 3 people there.
There we go. Finally seeing Doublelift get to the turrets. Jinx is going to start tearing those things apart. Tearing apart Lustboy as well. Popped up, knocked down. They pick up Xmithy as well, and CLG starts to grab their way back.
The kill went on to Xmithy, and that's actually not ideal for CLG. They need those kills onto Ahri or Jinx. We've seen what a fed Rek'Sai can do in the late game. It's not much, and they really need the late game to be coming in big here because they're going to have to cut through a shielded tank or a shielded assassin.
So then how does CLG cut through these champions? Well, Jinx still only halfway down to the Phantom Dancer, of course. Doublelift's inventory very full because of the early Vamp Scepter he picked up, I think due to his fear of Zed's damage output, but that delays all these item spikes. He thankfully managed to push a turret down. That was cool, but about 600 gold, 300 gold away from Phantom Dancer, still has to wait on that combined, but Dragon's up, I think before he hits that mark, would have been nice to have 55 crit chance right here.
Could very well be Dragon 3 for TSM. I feel like they still have that pressure advantage. Doublelift not hitting the item thresholds quite yet, but Bjergsen, he has. And honestly, with the Morellan, Omicron, and Dyrus, as far as the support of top lane Lulu goes, he's there.
Yep.
Easily a banana of tunnels down there for Xmithy in the bottom lane to do whatever he wants. If he has to get there, he can pretty much get anywhere if he needed to. They're in the right spot, though. No Void Rush necessary, as it is down as well.
Such a close game. If anyone can get a pick pre-Dragon here, it could very well turn it. There's teleports up on both sides. The gold is close. There is a Zhonya's Hourglass, at least onto Ahri. So much of this could be whether or not CLG gets a pick or tracking how well Bjergsen can flank. Those are the 2 biggest things I'm going to be watching for if they fight over this Dragon.
Yep, definitely keeping an eye on Santorin's Glacial Prison as well. If he can lock down a good one, they can kill Aphromoo. There's really no disengage for these guys on CLG. Get the wards they need.
Actually starting it with Zion on the flank. They're hoping that TSM comes in so Zion can flank them from the backside, and that's what TSM's doing. They're in the trap.
There they go, big lightning storm comes in, and now it's Xmithy off on the side, gets the death mark on him, flashes the wall. Bjergsen chases, looks like he might get the kill, and he will. Out he goes. 1-for-0 chase on Bjergsen, though. Link likely to get this kill. The rocket misses, the charm misses. Bjergsen gets out. Wild Turtle, the center of attention. Monsoon down to the wall, trades back onto Aphromoo, but it's still a team fight. That's more kills for TSM, but it's a red buff Doublelift. Flashes the zap, Santorin gets out here. CLG forcing TSM away, but actually loses gold on this one.
How does Bjergsen dodge so many skill shots? Barely escaping that one. The only thing that kept TSM positive in that fight, but they actually fell for CLG's bait right there. Look at us, we're starting the Dragon, but you're stronger than us. Well, that's because Zion Spartan was waiting for your backline in the brush. Now they come back with Rek'Sai. They even these Dragons as long as there's no steal.
Does not look like there will be one. They exit stage right real fast, and CLG mounting their own comeback. I wouldn't even really say a comeback. The back and forth is slightly being won by them, we'll say.
Super close. We knew both these teams had pretty heavy mid-game compositions. And we look at the start of this game. Great flash by Xmithy. Bjergsen has to burn all his stuff on the utility tank right there. But remember, Wild Turtle had to go all the way around the side of this fight, which is one of the reasons CLG was able to chase through so well. But Bjergsen, left, right, back. He dodges every single one. And they end up equalizing the game, 4 kills to 4, 3 turrets to 3, 2 dragons to 2. What else would we expect?
Well, maybe at the end of this one for CLG fans, the scoreline between them will be 1-1 in the regular season. I mean, what a way to set up a potential playoff fight at the very end of it all. But TSM also, I saw some miscommunication at the very end of that fight where Wild Turtle went sort of on the top side of that cliff, and like Dyrus like way back there, so was Lustboy, and like didn't seem like they knew if they wanted to fight or not. And Wild Turtle was a casualty of that, gave CLG that kill, gave them that dragon. So now the question is, we're back to a 1,000 gold game.
Yeah.
Basically just having Zion Spartan sit top lane and freeze like forever. The lane is finally pushing out now, but he's been under that tier 2 turret most of this game, acquiring items.
Ready with that teleport to come down and give help if necessary. Really getting the Zanyas is something he needs to do, and he's kind of been focusing on that with this wave clear on the top. All around the map, it is looking good for both teams. This is exactly what we were expecting coming out of this one. It was TSM's game last time, which put the overall to 9-8. It looks pretty even on the boards, 4-4, 2-2. If CLG wins this, they're 9-9 overall all-time record. So they want to get that. They want to even it up just as much as the score is right now. TSM looks to pressure now the top turret here, and they're not uncontested.
Yeah,
Where's
it's time to
CLG?
do Zed split push. They know Doublelift wants to continue to farm a little bit more. Doublelift really wants that Phantom Dancer to go along with his Bloodthirster that he built early to prevent some assassinations. But they might just be trading outer turrets once again. Everything in this game has its equal.
It really does, and actually, even with Zion Spartan trying to freeze the top lane up there, that was the payment for, well, guess what, there's War Control top lane, and TSM shows up unannounced very easily, but CLG already a step ahead themselves. They get their own cross-map objective, just incredibly fun to watch, high-caliber play, 700 gold difference.
TSM one step ahead right here. They cut off CLG during this collapse, but do they have time to actually pressure this mid-turret?
Farm Alarm comes in, maybe a flank alarm this time around, though. TSM have to respect Rek'Sai. Wild Turtle does have flash up, but everyone else is missing it here, so TSM afraid to get caught out by a pretty high mobility team of CLG. They can't make a mistake here or they die.
Well, TSM also has to choose his targets accordingly now with 2 Zanyas that he has to keep track of. He can keep track of all the skill shots, so I'm sure it's not going to be too hard for him to keep track of just a few Zanyas being used. This one could get tight real quick. We're starting to approach towards the Baron. This is going to get cleared out, but it'll also draw some attention from Team Solo Mid.
Smithy pulling some attention right there, loses a third of his health, even though he's got a good amount of armor items, to be completely fair. He knows Bjergsen targeted him last fight. Dyrus not exactly a huge threat, nor is necessarily Santorin.
At this point, Bjergsen really needs to find damage on a Doublelift.
Yeah, that's pretty much his only target. Hopefully Doublelift doesn't have that shield built up.
This has been such a well-played game, honestly, for the first 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We know both teams have been trying to hit these power spikes. Bjergsen with the Blade of the Ruin King trying to get in the split push, but there was nowhere for him to go. Smithy kind of kept in track with the tunnels. In the Dragon teamfights, CLG gets the flank at just the right moment. It's such a hard game to really pin down who has the advantage and when will they be getting the advantage, because there's individual champions and players that understand when they're weak, but within these team compositions, there are other champions that are getting them through to that point. Rek'Sai, you know, he's the one who's getting jinxed through to that point against Corki. Sejuani, he's the one that maybe will save Zed and Corki later in team fights. It just has to do with how well these teams play the game, outguess each other, and if they can seek some objectives. That's going down.
And it's going to go to the blue team.
There's the ultimate coming from Link, but he doesn't want to go over the wall. They give that over to TSM. I thought Smithy might have tunneled, but the rest of the team was not ready for an engage. So,
wow.
If the push from Bjergsen wasn't tough enough just a second ago, give Baron up to everybody now.
Sneaking that Baron could be the turning point in this game. A slight lapse in vision by CLG. They had so many Rek'Sai tunnels and wards in their jungle throughout the entirety of this game. They just let it lapse there. The big thing that I think led to that is when CLG traded the bottom turret for the top lane turret, because that meant they didn't have time to move their vision while TSM was responding. And in retrospect, that Baron was the result of 4 or 5 minutes of rotations of TSM. They realized CLG never had time to ward the Baron area.
What they wanted.
And they just went for it.
Yeah, you mentioned 4 or 5 minutes ago. I mean, Zion Spartan, again, freezing top lane all day long, finally punished for that when damage comes in enough that allows TSM to make these aggressive plays. Now it's the East jungle taking control of course, Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so TSM, being in the driver's seat, gets to move their vision in advance. Watch CLG. Can they ward Dragon back? Answer's likely no. TSM looking to easily pick up Dragon 3 in the next 20 seconds.
And they're starting to get one of the bigger gold leads we've seen this game at, funnily, only 2K. And it's even smaller than that, if you really calculate it. 10 seconds on Dragon. Smithy getting pushed out here as Team Solo Mid again takes control of this bottom jungle. They'd lost it a little bit, but that's because, as we saw, the focus was towards top and towards Baron. See what they can do here as they push the bottom wave.
Now the split push can really come in huge. Bjergsen can empower an entire wave of minions just by himself. COG kind of wants to find a team fight, but they would need to get a great initiation by the Kennen to try and get this Baron buff off of TSM. This could be a real turning point in this match.
It's almost too late. Bot lane tier 2, TSM's going to get there first. CLG can't go through this choke down here. Bjergsen's going to get some damage down. Thresh is already in the way. Does CLG really want to force through?
I don't think so.
It's really risky if you do. There's no flank for Kennen. He's with the rest of the team. Turret goes down.
Honestly, it may seem like a lapse by COG to give up that Baron, but it was just so well prepped by TSM when we think about the way they were rotating and the safety they had and knowing that vision control.
Ooh, Link.
Now it's about COG trying to hold off that Baron and get turret trades.
Well, TSM got tier 2 turret number 2 off that Baron. The Dragon pretty much always going to be theirs. I don't even know why CLG contested in the first place by doing so.
But now is TSM cut off.
Oh, true.
CLG is going to come down here on
Zion
the
wants
mid.
to get them in the choke. He's hoping to flash in. He goes.
That hook being missed. Slicing Maelstrom goes in. It's going to Lustboy locked up as well as Santorin in the middle. But the back line of damage dealers is still able to do what they need to do. Wiping out Counter Logic Gaming now. Aframu is going to be the next. The rocket misses. Double Lift does have the quick silver sass, but it's already been used, and he can't cleanse the death. Double Lift, come on. He gets out alive. That was Aframu going down in the fray of the fight. Get a little excited, and TSM may actually give chase here. They're definitely going to go for the lanes. Wild Turtle will chase down to make sure it's death all around the map. He does eventually die. TSM, they're going for the base.
The power of the choke point. Zion Spartan thought he was catching TSM, but he ended up catching CLG themselves. The Sejuani ultimate with the Corki AoE was devastating, and CLG gets completely destroyed. 5-0 ace.
The question is now, what does TSM get out of this one? 2 turrets in the mid lane, and they don't want to risk the fight, even though Double Lift is still dead. No comebacks allowed, TSM. They saw what happened last time around these guys fought, and one misstep cost the game. So this is the engage. Zion Spartan thinks he can go for this one, but TSM's battle lines are so well built.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai's behind kind of cut off. Link there took a huge amount of damage before he was ready, so he could not play his Ahri. That the flank kill by Bjergsen, but then mainly the Sejuani ultimate into the Corki damage destroyed them. There's that mid-game power spike that Corki is still in. Double Lift, because he's built so many defensive items, wasn't quite at that point yet where he can free hit for success. And now, maybe it's too late. 3 dragons and 6,000 gold.
Man, that looked like a really good ultimate from Zion Spartan. You almost can't ask for more as Kennen flashing in.
But that's the problem, is you have a defensive team. You have, you're not getting caught in it. Santorin's a tank, Lustboy's a tank. Dyrus is ults Wild Turtle, who built Bloodthirster second. Nothing's dying there by the basically no Magic Pen Cannon. And Double, I think, didn't even have Phantom Dancer there. Jat, you were talking about the defensive build. Bloodthirster's second item, weirdly, Quicksilver
and
Sash.
QSS before his Phantom Dancer.
Exactly. So just there isn't damage on that build. CLG not realizing who does more in a fight in that game. Double Lift only now is actually as powerful as Wild Turtle. Only now.
Yeah. Going for that Bloodthirster quite fast as they approach the turrets. Able to take a few more shots when
they
you're doing it.
They have a nice rotation here. They waited long enough. Very risky to wait in the enemy jungle while you have an exposed inhibitor.
Dyrus snuck by, though. He doesn't want to look for the slow just yet. Looks like TSM
now COG's in a little bit of trouble of getting collapsed on. TSM just wants to stop recalls while Wild Turtle pushes this mid lane.
Well, here's the thing.
They might just let him go. They're going to let him go.
Despite the 7,000 gold deficit, though, I really think the Phantom Dancer being done shapes the game a little bit here. You've got the Magic Pen finally done for Link, the Phantom Dancer here for Double Lift. He actually deals meaningful damage now, and Santorin, the only guy with a ton of armor. Double Lift commands respect now in teamfights, and with that QSS, can't be a Bjergsen target. How do you reach Double Lift? If CLG actually holds a front line for him, Double can carry this game, but the rest of the team being far ahead with the global gold lead, maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Sejuani's a really big guy. I know we can say the only guy with armor, but how does Double Lift hit anyone but Santorin in these fights, especially with Lulu shields? That inhibitor was not long for this world.
But even still, Wild Turtle playing very safe. He knows Charm could ruin his life here, and that will be the inhibitor going down.
I was going to say, if CLG did have a chance to jump in with Ken and get a few picks, it would be at the inhibitor turrets, but unfortunately that fell when none of them were up, so things are only getting harder. They have to watch that one go down as TSM takes a Polaroid, smiling on the way out. And now they're just going to continue to push the lanes. Baron, 20 seconds, and that's just going to be Bjergsen going back to his push.
Exactly. TSM can easily play this game very controlled right now. They actually manage to, on the way out, put wards down in that north jungle. Okay, they can recall, replenish their sight stones, replenish their inventories, come back. If CLG does sweep wards, or even if CLG puts wards down, TSM will know where those got placed. They can sweep them back out in preparation for Baron. There's a very low chance CLG can contest that.
This is their only window to get a little bit of vision down, and to maybe even clear out pinks as far as COG is concerned, but even that window is closing rapidly.
It's hard to do because you have to do it as a team, so you're not even covering that much ground when you're sweeping and placing. It's all just the one area, and hopefully that's where you're going to be fighting.
Yeah, and they're sweeping into Fog of War. They have no idea if TSM's death rushing any of these spots, especially if only Bjergsen shows where's the hook, where's the glacial prison from Sejuani. TSM can't always know where that's coming from.
Wow.
They did get some wards down, but as I said, TSM knows where they're coming in from.
Bjergsen also just finished an Infinity Edge. So if we're talking about being able to QSS, at that point it doesn't matter. Because if he hits you a few times on a no armor target, or even a high armor target, Xmithy or Double, if two targets that Bjergsen can easily kill, that matchup in the mid lane completely swayed this game in the side of Bjergsen. It started 20 or 30 CS, but as the game has progressed, no one has been able to touch Bjergsen or stop him from farming, and it's really making Link look incredibly far behind.
Yeah, Bjergsen's got more auto attack DPS than Doublelift does right now. If they just sat there right-clicking, Bjergsen will win that, so good luck, Double. But they are now being started out. Great vision control still here. CLG has some defensive wards, but none aggressively enough to stop Baron. Quick, clean kill, no way to stop this. CLG, 15 seconds to Dragon, but I think they just lose their base if they try.
They need to be very fast if they're going to grab that one. CLG getting everything they need on the bottom, but they got to make sure they can still get the base as well.
You're not going to be able to take that by
They're
yourself.
3 away from even 5 dragons here, and losing him would be just too detrimental.
So vision's there, but TSM playing this very smart. Thankful for them that dragon wasn't at the same time as Baron, because that could have been easily snuck, but 15-second advantage. Q's for the steal, not going to get it. Dragon number 4 now. TSM clears minion waves even faster, plus the Baron buff push, and they have all the tools they need to win this game.
Doublelift does have his build finally, but I just don't think the rest of COG is at the point where that matters. They need Kananari to be able to provide more threat. Baron buff up. They got to go in almost right now.
This is going to be a tough one. Bjergsen on the front line means he can also zero somebody out and mess with the shadows.
Being down is just devastating. That creates almost no threat on the backline of TSM. Maybe even expect a dive here. They won't have to. They're just going to kill the turret.
Seems easy so far. QSS and Wild Turtle. Yeah,
Block
nice.
the
He
minion.
hits the zap. Double of QSS is down. Link's ulti is down. No QSS on him. So many easy stun targets. Wild Turtle with shields takes that one down. In comes the engage. Smithy forced to run. Santorin just wants the inhibitor first. Lands an AoE slow. And actually Santorin forced out, but it's already Rek'Sai being dead. Junglers 1 for 0. And look at this damage coming out. Wild Turtle exploding some people. And hip goes down. Turtle happy to still stay alive. But the rocket doesn't quite get him. Summoner heal means that. Link no ulti can't chase. But there's Doublet. He finally gets one. Can he get any more? Maybe not. Wild Turtle fires in. There's the flay. Doublet, can he do the damage? The answer is no. The hex from Dyrus makes Wild Turtle win the fight. 13-5. Down goes the Nexus turrets.
It's almost not even fair because Wild Turtle's got 2 supports helping him out. Double it, flash the flame, but you can't flash a polymorph, and he loses that duel to Wild Turtle, ending the game.
Almost the same thing from last game. Wild Turtle coming up big around the last fight, and Team Solo Mid will take down Counter Logic Gaming.
Huge comeback from TSM from yesterday, dropping that game to gravity, but then moving to 2-0 on the season against Counter Logic Gaming in a very well-played game.
A very convincing game as well. Bjergsen let himself get counterpicked. I don't remember any meaningful mid lane bans in there. Said, yep, here we go. I'm going to play Zed. Link, bring it, essentially. Crushes the guy in the lane. Bit of help from Lust Boy, sure. Standard TSM flair there, but Bjergsen creating all the pressure. Oddly enough, only 2, 1, and 3. Just found individual targets to kill, and it then fell down to Wild Turtle, who dominated all game long. Only 1 death, 9 kills. Great Corki performance. And TSM played a very smart rotational game, a vision game, when they controlled that top jungle and snuck that Baron. All calculated.
I mean, it seems to be this recurring theme when teams play against TSM. They focus Dyrus because they're thinking, all right, we can kill him. Let's move everything towards that. Yet the rest of TSM always just pulls so far ahead. When we were even in that game, the 3 richest players on the map were on TSM. all the focus was put into shutting down Dyrus. It allowed Wild Turtle, Bjergsen, and Santorin to thrive. And then you look at the end of the game, Dyrus was 0-11 with 40% CDR and a death cap on Lulu.
Yeah.
The perfect support Lulu items for supplementing a team in team fights. And again, one team runs Operation Kill Dyrus, TSM runs Operation Win the Game.
A lot of times, Dyrus has been in this situation, and he keeps himself safe. They still focused him when he went down to the bottom lane, and multiple times missed the kill onto that. It's something they're okay with. They play for that moment that's happening, and they're not worried if something goes wrong because they know their plan can still unfold towards the late game.
Yeah, TSM's plan was so smart. I mean, even thinking back to the beginning of Champion Select, where they're like, all right, yeah, first pick Lulu. You camp Dyrus, and they kind of expect it to happen. They fight C9ers all the time. They fight CLG, who seems to do it very well as well. Sure, Dyrus, have 166 CS. You're still Lulu.
Yep.
You got level 11 by the end of the game. Who cares? You're fine. You're going to do your job kind of no matter what, and did so.
How about 430 onto Bjergsen?
Yeah.
CS
Sure.
distribution is something that so often gets lost because there is only so much CS on the map. So unless that CS is literally dying to turrets, someone on TSM is there to clean it up. And just as far as farm distribution, TSM does it a little bit differently. AD carry-wise, I mean, that CS was going to double lift, but the rest of the team just wasn't there to support him. Like, this isn't to take away anything from CLG. Like, that was an incredibly close and well-played game. But the vision control, the rotations, and the Baron that TSM was able to take is what decided the game. But it's not like that was CLG making a terrible call.
Right.
TSM just got that slight edge, ran him around for 5 minutes, and realized where the ward hole was.
I think also what was a big thorn in the side of Chronologic Gaming was, as he was saying, not mistakes, but when they lost that fight in mid lane, that they thought they had the flank on. They thought they got faster. They're faster than Team Solo mid. That'll make you second guess yourself going into the next fight.
That's something I actually really dislike about Doublelift as a player. I'm a person who really likes looking at item builds and the mathematics behind builds, and he builds so overly defensive. He just doesn't have contribution to the team. And CLG are a team that's used to getting ahead early game. They're used to every 20-minute game they ever play, like, oh, we're up 4,000 gold. And so Doublelift buys a QSS to being like, oh, well, I'm not going to get picked off.
Yeah.
So I'm at parity with the enemy AD carry, and I'm not going to die for free to Zed. Well, guess what? Turtle's got more gold than you. If you stop and buy a QSS, he's at way more gold than you. Wild Turtle's going to destroy you in a team
That's like
fight.
one of the things we used to talk back in the day. If he builds an Infinity Edge, you might want to match the damage kind of thing.
Yeah.
Simple.
And that was, I think, a big weakness where CLG took a team fight that they literally could not win. Whether Baron buff timed out or not, they weren't powerful enough yet to take that fight, and you saw what happened.
Nope. So now it's 10-8 in overall matchups between these teams, with TSM pulling away 2-game lead.
2-0 here.
See what CLG can do in the upcoming splits or even towards the playoffs. Let's right now toss it over to Kobe and Zyrene at the Telestrator to help us break down that win.
Thank you, Riv. We are going to break down that game. Congratulations again to TSM, by the way. Really impressive win. So that's going to be 2-0 for them this split against CLG. And, you know, great pick bans, first picking the Lulu away. Great individual play, especially Bjergsen in the mid lane on that Zed, really bullying Link. But we really should break down one of the team fights. And, of course, the team fight they were just talking about when there was a transition from Dragon over towards the mid lane. Let's pull that one up on the screen here. And we'll walk through this one. Now, everybody remember how we started this? TSM did have the lead and gold. They had just gotten Dragon, and they were trying to make their way to defend the secondary turret. And CLG were deciding if they wanted to try and burn down the turret or actually go for this team fight. And it looks like they got caught in between.
Yeah, they do still have Baron buff up at this time that they got off of a bad back from Doublelift, and so they get the Dragon, and then they start barreling towards this. They don't really have the inside track here, but you start rolling the clip out here, and you're going to see as they come up, Xmithie's behind them. They're going for a flank here, and Zion Spartan is off on the side. He thinks this is a good time to go in, and he does. Now, pause it here. Right now, Wild Turtle took no damage from that. He is sitting at full HP because Bloodthirster shield, and he immediately got the Lulu shield on top of it. Also, Doublelift is still putting his damage towards the turret. He is not a part of this fight. This is essentially a 3-on-4, and Aphromoo wasn't a part of it until just now where he walks up for a Howling Gale. Before that, this was all TSM, and Bjergsen is actually soloing Xmithie off on the side on that Rek'Sai. So this is not a good fight. Also, Link, he got chunked by eating a big one and A'd into a phosphorus bomb instead of away from it. So he gets chunked out. He walks straight into the big fray here. And the follow-up from this is actually quite beautiful because as soon as they reconvene and Doublelift is like, the turret's done, he gets hit by an amazing Sejuani ultimate from Santorin.
Yeah, the two main things you want to keep track of in this team fight are the two big AoE CCs from both teams. Zion Spartans, which has already been used, and Centaurans, which he holds on to until they regroup up, and then he gets that great AoE. The thing is, CLG weren't able to use Zion's ultimate effectively at all. Neither damage dealer, gets to add much to this team fight. As you said, Doublelift is on the turret, and so that's why everyone's thinking, oh, there's no damage being dealt to TSM during this Kennen ultimate. Because there's a Sejuani sitting in front, and nobody's actually attacking.
Yep. So we can continue to roll the clip out here, and you're going to see Santorin waits for it, and then he's like, oh, perfect. 3 people group up for that ultimate. Link still has Zhonya's Hourglass at this point, but he was chunked below half HP just from the get-go from Wild Turtle landing 2 skill shots back-to-back. Oh, man. Flash just sells your support out there. So Doublelift actually just gets chased down after that, and it's the ace. But that was really the game-turning point. And what allowed that to happen was the Baron taken off of that one ward placed in the middle. Like, replacing your turret with a ward when you push up is so crucial, and a lot of people overlook that, but it's something that paid off immensely there.
Great call by TSM and great execution by TSM. Now, we do have 2 members of TSM ready for an interview, and we're going to hand it over to Dash.
Thank you, gentlemen. Both of you made liars, by the way, in the result of that game. The fans getting it correct in their fan vote, calling you guys to be the victors. So congratulations on that. 2-0 now against CLG. So looking pretty good when it comes to securing that first place slot by the end of the split. There's a couple scenarios that still play out with ties and things like that. I do want to approach something that Zyrene pointed out there first, which was the Baron that you guys secured, which really opened the game up, and that ward placement. So part being fortuitous, but of just the fact that you guys were around the Baron, but you guys showed no hesitation in that call, Bjergsen.
It was actually not me, it was Turtle who was calling out that Jinx had a lot of gold on her. He kept track of how much gold he had, and he said that he's going to go back and he's going to probably buy Phantom Dancer or QSS here. He said she's going to back and we should do something off of this. So Turtle had been preparing that for about 30 seconds to a minute, and he was like, as soon as she does something, either we go for a turret, we go for a Baron, and then the opportunity just arose, and we went for the Baron. It was just a really good call.
So a lot of foresight there for sure. Now let's go back to the beginning of the game. I want to open it up with an interesting level 1 ward placement, and I don't know if you were aware of this, Darius. You got away right before Link checked that bush with a Q. What was the plan there going in? Because the rest of the team was kind of setting up a line of scrimmage, and you went in for that one deep ward at the Krugs.
Well, just like in that moment in the game, I don't even know why I'm here at this desk or there because I just got shafted all game. But anyways, I was just there because they walked in, I put a ward. If he caught me, worst case scenario, I die, but I would have just TP'd out. It would have been fine, but we would have TP disadvantage, but I think having the ward there is really important.
Yeah, it's just since they invaded on our top side and we counter-invaded on bot side, Darius, he went for a really greedy board, but once you get that ward, you can pretty much spot where the jungler is going to start, because we have a ward on their side of the jungle and we have a ward on their top side of the jungle. So pretty much anywhere they started, we'd be able to know. So it is a bit greedy and he could have gotten killed, but it also paid off.
Exactly. You guys, your early game there, as you said, you definitely were focused, right? And that was one of the things that was mentioned throughout the cast, was the fact that CLG was looking to focus you, Darius. But you, in turn, the rest of the team reacted by Santorin going top. You secured that early first blood on Zion Spartan, which we felt was pretty crucial, at least in terms of getting Wild Turtle a bit ahead. Was that the game plan from the beginning, basically sacrificing top laner and focusing on the other top laner?
It's pretty known that TSM likes to have Darius in his own little world and on his own little island, and I think that just this game we had the opportunity to go for the trades. We had to go. We were able to go for the turret or go for a kill on Zion. And when a Corki gets ahead against Jinx, Jinx is a much later power spike. She really needs 2 randoms to really get going. But when Corki hits the Trinity Force, we hit the Trinity Force before Jinx even hit Infinity Edge, so that was such a big power spike on Corki. So we just took that trade-off where Lulu was going to be weaker, but our Corki was going to be so much stronger at one point in the game.
Another thing is that with Lulu and Kennen, both low econ, they're both pretty similar, but Lulu is a lot more lower econ than Kennen. So I was kind of okay with it, although I did want to, catch the big waves, and we decided not to. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to make do with what I have, 20 CS to 80. No problem, guys, I got this. But it wouldn't be made possible with any other top laner, so it probably would have played out differently. The way Zion likes to play the 2v1 is he wants to get as far ahead as possible, and I guess that's one of the reasons why there was the Zion ban.
Right, so to that effect, though, the Lulu was utilized very well. It was demonstrated in that replay of Wild Turtle with the Bloodthirster, the Lulu Shield, and the Lulu Ultimate. I mean, it almost just in terms of fanciful thought, like I can't imagine the Corki going down at that point, right? So that gave you the security, I imagine, to take a lot of fights that maybe you wouldn't have been able to take with any other top laner, let alone one that then required some kind of an economy.
I don't like that plan, but that's what happened, yeah.
You want the opportunity to do a little bit more damage?
I'd like the opportunity to play League of Legends.
That's fair enough. That's fair. I can't argue with that. So then this begs the question: where do you have to look, like within the meta or in team play and team styles, to be able to support a top laner that will play more aggressively and has the opportunity to maybe play from the get-go, as opposed to scraping together, money for the first 15 minutes?
It's a combination of me calling for the team and being forceful, and depending on what I pick. But it's also a combination of CLG spending a lot of resources to keep me down. They did really, really well in the 2v1 to get double lift on his own island where he can just get fed, and then they tried their best to put Kennen on his own island to get fed, and they set up those 2 waves while we got a little bit more advantages wherever our AD was, and when it shifted over, it just played out that way.
Bjergsen, thoughts?
It's really just that CLG, in the past, they were a very bottom lane focused team. Everyone says that double lift is the carry. He's always the carry of the team. But the new CLG, I really feel like Zion Spartan is the main focus of the team. They just like getting him ahead. In the 2v1, they really play for him to get ahead. And there's really no reason for us to pick another top lane carry and play into their style. It's much better if we just play our own style instead of playing into theirs. That is their real strength. And it really showed that they did play to the top side of this game, and we still managed to win against it.
Yeah, picking up the Zed there, Bjergsen, just kind of the final thing I want to touch on. We saw an astronomical CS lead there for you in the mid lane. It's been mentioned before, Zed is one of the few mid laners that you can comfortably pick blindly and knowing that you'll still be able to be aggressive in the matchup. How do you feel you're evolving as a mid laner, approaching the end of the split here, and your ability to really open up the map for your team with individual plays in the mid lane?
I definitely think I can play other champions than Zed and blind other champions than Zed, but when they're giving us these kind of picks, like Lulu goes very well with Zed, it gives you the magic damage. Same with Corki, it just really opens up the Zed pick overall. Sejuani also great at setting up kills with Zed, so that game, Zed just is a really good pick, and since I'm very comfortable on it, we're very comfortable at playing that comp and playing that comp as a team, I don't see a reason not to pick it. And our pick ban, the champions we play, it does often come up that we play Zed, and it might get a bit predictable, but I think that you can reach the kind of level of play with Zed that as long as your comp is good, even though their comp may be a counter comp, there's always a way to win.
I actually do want to touch on one more thing, and it just came to me because earlier when we spoke to Loco Doco, we asked him, what are the improvements that you guys are going to make to not forfeit such an early lead to CLG? And his response was, well, we just have to play the early game better, right? Obviously, not looking to give away a whole lot of info, before the game, prior to the game. So we touched a little bit on the early game, and the top lane trade-off strategy, but what other factors did you guys consider in looking to come out with a stronger early game this time around?
Don't look at me. I didn't have a strong early game. I didn't play. Ask him.
All right, Bjergsen.
Like this game, we obviously had a really strong mid lane matchup. Even though they could have gone for the counter pick, Sejuani and Zed always have that kill potential. If Sejuani lands the ult, Zed can pretty much pop really any champion I can think of in the mid lane. So we did have a lot of lanes to play off the thresh lane bottom as well. So even though they had the stronger 1 to 6 jungler with Rek'Sai, obviously really strong duelists early on, as soon as we got to level 6 with Sejuani, that's where we really could make the plays. And the game is very different in 2v1, and I think CLG is a very 2v1 focused team right now, and they're very good at it. So maybe if we had the 2v2, it could have been even cleaner.
All right, I like it. But yeah, as you said, you performed well in this 2v1 scenario, which may be more their ballpark. So again, congratulations on that victory, bringing that series between the two of you to 2-0. Best of luck in the coming week as we approach the playoffs. Now, don't touch that dial, because when we come back, we're going to dive into our third game of the day, Team 8 versus Cloud9. Stay with us.
All right, guys, let's get our game face on.
Game pace.
I'm smiling.
big lightning storm comes in, and now it's Xmithie off on the side, gets the death mark on him, flashes the wall. Bjergsen chases, looks like he might get the kill, and he will. Out he goes.
That hook being missed. Slicing Maelstrom goes in. It's going to Lustboy locked up as well as Santorin in the middle. But the back line of damage dealers is still able to do what they need to do.
Can he get any more? Maybe not. Wild Turtle fires in. There's the play. Tablet, can he do the damage? The answer is no.
Solo mid will take down Counter Logic Gaming.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Now we want to give a quick shout out to a couple league viewing parties that have been taking place today. First up in New York, fans have gathered at Playwright Irish Pub to watch the TSM CLG game. And they've saddled up to the counter here in Los Angeles at the Outpost to watch Kobe in Hexavision. Nice, getting a lot of screen time today, Kobe, there. But now let's turn our attention to our next match, Team 8 versus Cloud9. For Team 8, they have continued to rack up wins, only losing one game in their last 5, and that was to TSM. Now, so if the season were to end right now, Team 8 would be sitting pretty with a playoff spot.
Yeah, it's not really pretty if you're the last playoff spot, though. They want to get a little higher up there in the standing. Seeding is very important.
Hey, they're a fresh LCS team.
Fresh LCS team.
So they're proud
Fifth,
of that.
Sixth doesn't really matter.
For sure. And they thought they were around like middle of the pack for the most part. And It's a lot about this guy, Cali Trolls. He's been performing well on Champions, and the team is set up around him again, especially with tanky junglers being a thing again, and Porpoise Pops having a really supportive style now. He's really a facilitator of both Slushie and Cali Trolls, and it's how the team operates best.
Yeah, Cali did come up big in their game yesterday, but man, we have to give credit over to Slushie. This guy, time and again, he has been carrying Team 8 many games, whether it's Orianna or LeBlanc. His Orianna play is really interesting too, because not only has most of the other mid laners stopped playing this champion, but he almost always sets up his own shockwaves by leaving the ball on the ground for a while and waiting for people to sort of forget about it. He leaves it there for so long and then makes a minor adjustment right into a shockwave that catches multiple people and sets up his team for a big team fight win.
And looking at the other side of this matchup is Cloud9. The team had a disappointing performance at IEM Katowice, but if there is a cure for team morale, a win is just what the doctor ordered, and yesterday it was against Team Liquid with a 32-minute game in which they only gave up 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, while all the talk with the new 5.5 patch has been about tanky junglers, Cloud9 opted for the tanky support with Lemonation Nautilus. And it wasn't like they tried to hide it either. These are just things that he tries in solo queue. He plays a lot of them, puts in the work, and nobody banned it out. And that freed up Cloud9 to go with Meteos on a carry-style jungler. This guy loves playing full damage carry-style junglers. We saw it one time before with the Nocturne in the LCS. He does it all the time in solo queue. But it's really Cloud9 where they adapt really well to new patches, but they adapt really well by seeing what everyone else is doing and working against it and bringing some sort of counter to what the general meta is at the time.
Yeah, and Cloud9, they definitely look best when they're innovating and they're trying something new, and it throws their opponents off. It throws them for a loop and gives them that edge. And a teammate on the flip side, they talk about how they want to be that type of innovator, or they want to throw their opponents off. But I think right now they're a little scared of if they whip something out, it's going to throw themselves off. Right? They're still just trying to get into their groove, but I think it's time with the last 3 games of the regular season on the line, it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Show us some crazy picks. Come on, you guys.
I don't know. I might be on the other side of that argument, saying if things are working right now, you're picking up your wins. Let's make sure we get into playoffs. Then maybe you try something crazy to move.
Sitting cozy in the playoff spot, man.
Well, it depends on what you deem crazy, right? Yeah. I really actually am a fan of the Gragas right now, just because the percentage health damage and the disengage ultimate is so important when almost all the teams are trending towards team fight squads. Another disengage like Gragas that can split up the enemy team and interrupt the combo, like the Cloud9 combo where they're trying to chain CCs. If you can interrupt that combo, then you can easily pick apart a team fight.
Exactly, I agree. I like the pick. They've played it a few times, so I don't necessarily consider it abnormal for Team 8. Maybe for the rest of the teams in the LCS, that would be a somewhat crazy pick. We are going to send it over to the guys at the caster desk for the play-by-play. But on the way, Sneaky says there is definitely a learning curve when his support Lemonation picks up a new champion. But making the jump and putting it in practice can give Cloud9 an edge.
Lemon bringing out random picks definitely does affect my playstyle some, because I don't really know what they do at first. I would say Nautilus was relatively easy because that's pretty similar to Thresh, except he's super tanky and really easy to hit, so they're going to try and target their CC on him, which actually helps us out a lot. So it's not the hardest thing to adjust to. It probably just takes like a few games at most, but once you do get adjusted, it's definitely worth the pick.
Well, he seems to work with it very well. Lemonation has said Sneaky is the favorite of AD carries that he's trained, and he can usually compose himself with whatever Lemon picks.
And those guys have been playing together for a long time.
Real long time. We'll see him play for just a little bit longer here today as we get into the match with a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Team 8. Cali Trolls in the top lane, Porpoise reigning from the jungle, Slushie in mid, Maple Street at AD carry, and Dodo behind him on support.
And on the red side, of course, we have a team trying to move into a tie for second place, Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemonation on Nautilus, on Veigar.
On Nautilus.
Nobody knows.
But on support.
Most
less. I'm really hoping that the analyst desk was right. I want to see Zyrene's put your money where your mouth is come to fruition, and I want to see these guys get some zany picks in here. I like it.
Some zany picks. I mean, Team 8 has been flirting with the idea of these strange picks. Cloud9, in my opinion, is at their best when they are the first early adapters of a patch because they adapt so quickly to these sorts of things. Cloud9 is typically never a team to play what everyone else is playing and succeed. They look at what people are playing, and they think of the counters to that thing.
Right. It's kind of like playing inside the minds of your opponent, not to what they want. Always the mind games with Cloud9, and out of Champion Select, it's that guy on your screen, Charlie, making the final decisions for them as they go through picks and bans here, taking a bit of the pressure off of the team, as we've heard before. As
taking the blame onto himself.
Taking the blame, more or less, onto himself. Lysandra, Nidalee, Zed, and the Morgana gets hit. Cloud9 here for their last ban.
Yeah.
What do they
Heavy bans
decide?
onto high, for sure.
Porpoise, that's a good ban there. He's been having a good string of games.
Yeah, Porpoise doesn't seem to be the same jungler when he's not on Rek'Sai, but his other fallback is Vi. A lot of success on that in the past few games. It's what he was able to defeat Winter Fox with. But whether or not that's worthy of a first pick, this now becomes a very interesting thing because there's so many good junglers up. Sejuani is something that Meteos has actually playing before the patch 5.5. Even though Meteos also played Vi yesterday, full damage, much success.
Punch first, ask questions later.
Or while punching.
Or while punching, that's true. You don't really get an answer out of that one. Cali Trolls, will he give himself a top lane pick here in Gragas or whatever he feels like doing? But it actually is going to be that Sejuani.
They're almost forced to first pick the Sejuani. Not a bad thing. I mean, that's what we were expecting from Team 8 coming into this week, was a tank jungler with Cali Trolls on a damage dealer in the top lane. Last 2 games, we have seen that victorious Sejuani. Maybe we'll see 3 games in a row of it to open up the day. Team 8 would definitely like it that way, currently sitting at 8 and 7 in the standings.
The Freljord is getting a lot of love in this patch and in items. Get a lot of frozen hearts too. See what other picks can come in here for Cloud9. Not really seeing much, knowing that Sejuani is going to be effective all game long, rather. Cloud9 has to round out a composition. Get to safety, as well as fight around the boar.
Sounds like most people are just delaying here. Cloud9, one of the few teams that actually doesn't tend to hover picks. They will basically instant lock in as soon as they have their minds made up. Give the enemy team as little time as possible to react to their picks. It's what every team should do, but do not for some reason, a small optimization. But Maokai being in Balls' hands is really important, actually. It's a champion they're always willing to pick in the first rotation.
Yeah.
And they do it here.
1-0-12 against Liquid yesterday. He had quite a good game. Even if he gets put in the 2v1 situation, he can stay quite safe. Graves may be going over to Maple Street. He hasn't been really the one to be getting the kills, but he has been the benefactor of quite a few good plays from the solo lanes of Team 8. And if that's what's working for him, that should be what they stick with.
Generally solid play from Maple Street all year long.
Yeah.
Not flashy, but he's managed to hold his own in pretty much every lane that he is up against.
Shoes or not.
Gets a comfortable pick. Sometimes you just don't slide as much if you're in bare feet.
That's true.
Depending on the surface. I like the Lulu pick as well. This is very similar to the team composition TSM just put together. Just no Zed is possible.
So that could be a 3-spot Lulu. Probably not Cali Trolls, could be Slooshies. Probably Dodos, though, looking at what these guys like to do. High, he actually has quite a few options here. Still has the cannon up, provides good lockdown to the team.
I mean, that may be his only option.
Yeah.
Unless he's been adding
that's
something,
true.
Unless he's been adding something to his pool recently. Kassadin has been rebuffed up a little bit more on this. It's another champion he's found success with. But honestly, if you look at the last 4 weeks, over a month of play from High,
yeah,
those are the picks he has left, and they're going to wait to the last pick to try and give him maybe a counter pick opportunity.
Well, with the LeBlanc being banned, that's one of Kennan's worst matchups. The new Nautilus being locked in. We're going to see that on support again. Maybe the support Vel'Koz. Bring it on. We'll see what they have for each other. One last lock in here. A mid laner. What will Slooshy take this game? His Orianna has been great. The LeBlanc is banned out, so there's not much there.
Yeah. I want to see what Cali Trolls has for us. Does he go for convention, or does he go for that AP Gragas again? Thing is, with Team 8, they need to find a way of getting physical damage onto their team. Right now, just having the Graves, if they do magic damage out of the jungle, Lulu, and a magic damage mid laner. What are they going to do with these picks? Vlad is actually a pick Cali Trolls used to play a lot of, and it's good against Maokai. That could be a very real thing.
Reminds me of the old comps Coast used to put together. Old Coast.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like a damage amplification comp.
Yeah.
But we are going to get the Vlad Thresh lock-in.
Heavy magic damage makes stacking MR
Heavy.
fairly easy against these guys, especially against a tank team. Could be really interesting. For Cloud9, though, they're another team that I wonder what type of damage they're going to build in this mid lane, because they have a lot of crowd control right here. Really heavy emphasis for the enemy team to build Mercury treads. So do they build physical damage to try and punish that?
And then get...
Or do we see the return of Talon from high?
Oh.
You never know. Talon, Yasuo, mid lane Ezreal, because they have a good tank line. Or do they just go with Kennen for huge amounts of lockdown?
Hit the Fizz again. And if Fizz doesn't necessarily take this team out. Kennen's pretty good pick against this. Corki can still go in the mid lane. I was looking at Team 8's past picks, and they also did that with a Corki in the mid lane. But this time it's Cloud9. They're going to lock that in for high. It's something, it's been his in the past. He's no stranger to this pick.
Yeah. So all kinds of damage in the mid lane. I have a theory that I want to check his runes first to make sure it doesn't happen. All right. He's not going for the AP Corki. I was thinking maybe you would do AP Corki, rush a Luden's Echo, and spam your missiles. I think that's actually a good build. But he decides against it from the looks of it. And they go with double AD.
So Meteos bringing out the Nunu. Really the first time besides that Sejuani he's been on one of these tank junglers. Didn't have too much trouble on the Sej. 0-0-14 came out quite big for the team. Now we'll see what they can do against Team 8. 8-7 in the standings, looking to move themselves up. They've done some impressive things as a new team in the LCS.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game. And
yeah.
there are a few fireworks coming out of these picks and ban phase. You know, the mid lane Lulu, the Sejuani on the side that's not Cloud9, the Corki from mid lane high, Meteos on a big tank jungler that doesn't do that much damage in Nunu. A lot to play out here.
A lot to play out, and the game's about to get live. So start tweeting hashtag T8 win or hashtag C9 win to @LOL Esports so we can see everybody how the vote is changing and playing out. Vote from home, vote from your phones here. Get your votes in. The teams want your support. And we're about to get ready to get into game number 3 on the day. It is Team 8 versus Cloud9. Let's get on the Rift.
All right, Doran's Blade early for high, solidifying the fact that he is a normal build Corki. Much to my dismay. It's kind of crazy with what's happening right now. This champ select a couple weeks ago would be absolutely crazy. But now we're just thinking, okay, Vlad top, that makes sense based on teammates' style.
Yep.
All right, Corki mid, sure. It's just so much experimentation is being embraced by these guys. Love it.
I think everything works with teammates' style once they show it to us. It's like, as I was talking to Slushy yesterday, yeah, Cali Trolls does have a big champion pool, but they are all put through a test. There needs to be a test mode, and then we can play it. Even like Sneaky was saying, not sure about what my support is going to do. If he picks Nautilus, what does he do here or there? And in that sense, he's considering what kind of damage is being dealt, you know, through all the abilities, especially at level 3. Is that an all-in? What can you do?
And how much crowd control they're going to have overall.
Right.
Just in a team composition perspective. I'm seeing this as a heavily supportive double AD compositions. They come in all shapes and sizes, for sure. This one has pretty differentiated damage. Sneaky amounts of magic damage shut in, pushed into this one, so stacking armor won't give them absolute immunity against them. However, this Cloud9 team has very poor backline threat. If they end up falling behind, a strong front line of Vladimir, Sejuani backed up by Lulu could just steamroll the Cloud9 team right here. Or is it just going to be level 1? Is this a bait from Lemon? He's just one man. They just let him. They assume he has backup.
He throws out the Riptide and we'll be safe. No problems there for Lemon, but they know the invasion is down towards the red. They're going to start it still. With the ward there. We'll see if they dip up. You can see they can't afford to lose the CS, knowing this is happening.
Yeah, so they stop
blue or red.
They stop teammate from taking any camps early.
Yeah.
Now the real question will be, how does Meteos do the rest of his jungle pathing? Red buffs to Raptors is not something you normally see. Also, Balls didn't start a camp on Maokai. Something you would normally see because Vladimir can push the wave so quickly. I feel like if he just starts E, that Maokai could end up being at a disadvantage for that.
Yeah, he definitely started Tides of Blood, trying to get a big push on the lane. Auto attack has caused him a bit of minion damage. That's what you're seeing. But now with level 2 and the transfusion coming out, it's going to be tough for Balls in the lane. He's matched up against 2v1s, but I'm sure Cali Trolls is not going to give him any lax time in that lane.
I really want to see if Cali Trolls can take advantage of Maokai in that lane. The amount of damage that Vladimir can put out in a sustained fashion, as well as a sustain in the lane he has against people that don't have a lot of damage threat like a Maokai, can just completely take over. And Cali Trolls knows that exactly what he was against, and this is kind of the first time we get to see him unleash one of his old classic picks.
It's great to see players on their comforts when you get those style plays. Maybe we'll get that out of Cali Trolls. Porpoise low in the jungle. He will be fine, but we won't see him coming to lane anytime soon. You can see Meteos very, very healthy as he makes his way through, going for Raptor Clear now.
Meteos did manage to do red to red, so a successful 3 buff there by Meteos. But because he did that, he spent a lot of time just covering ground. Because if we look at the actual gold disparity on the junglers right now, Porpoise just back, Meteos still jungling. Porpoise isn't actually behind, he just doesn't have a red buff. So all he's done with that 3 buff start, in essence, since the small camps will respawn for Porpoise, is diminished any early ganking that Porpoise would do and completely pushing him into a farm.
And Sejuani is not a gigantic early ganker anyways. Can get it off.
Yeah.
So he's just kind of...
It's a nice move, but it's not one of those, oh man, they totally took Sejuani out of the game because she didn't get red.
GG AFK.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
That's how it works. Slight gold lead just in the CS. 16 to the jungle, 31 to 23 in the mid. But where's the real difference going to start coming from? Lemonation with a forward ward here is sitting in the dark. Maybe a hook. You see Sneaky start to hover that side as well, but they back off. Just trying to add a little bit of pressure in the mind game. 29 to 29 in this lane, but Maple Street has had to chug his potion already, so a bit of aggression by Cloud9 could happen again.
Yep. Got to keep track of Meteos' counter jungling, whether or not he can stop Porpoise from becoming that team fight beast, or whether or not Cloud9 can stack enough magic resistance against a heavily magic damage team. This could be one of those double or triple Aegis games.
You mean no Frozen Hearts?
No Banner of Command Scion this time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That actually did happen in the LCK. The GE Tigers played mid lane Scion against a triple, basically 4 AP comp. It was 3 APs and a Corki, I believe. So everyone just stacked magic resistance.
What would be the most annoying thing?
Yeah.
A Banner of Command minion. 5.5 into this one. Both teams good respect around the map. Meteos has not tried to activate anything off those ganks. He just knows he's kind of hit Porpoise where the red counts. And this ward is actually going to give all the knowledge they need in the bottom lane to stay safe as well. So it gives Cloud9 a little bit of time to keep playing safe and calculate something else. Low man onto balls here, but he decides to go in for the fight. Cali Trolls, without being level 9 yet for Vlad, still has very high cooldowns. And he cannot get back the health that he needs.
Critical thing for Maokai's in lane, make sure that you are using your auto attack. The passives generate so quickly off of spellcast, and Vladimir pretty much never stops casting spells. So as long as Balls maintains his auto attacking here, he can at least keep up with Vladimir for now. But Cali Troll slowly getting his health back. Of course, Balls did an early recall to get that second Doran's ring, which is what's giving him that combat effectiveness against Vladimir right now. When Cali Trolls goes back to shop again, I feel like Vladimir would start to be able to bully the Maokai yet again.
Meteos using that vision in the bottom lane to keep getting at Porpoise's jungle, and he's out just by a hair on that one. Porpoise is going to find nothing here as he makes his way to the top side.
It's important that Meteos keeps up the pressure on that Sejuani. Although Porpoise, honestly, is still farming pretty efficiently. Got a Sightstone already. His lanes haven't suffered while he's been farming on Sej, but he himself is a little bit behind it.
That's another good thing as well. Everybody knows that his jungle got hit, so they are playing safe. Teammates, a team that has, obviously, Team 8, they're good teammates. They know what to do.
Sure.
There's the hit onto Dodo. Nautilus passive won't be able to proc anytime soon. They decide not to go right for it.
Cloud9 trying really heavy jungle denial on Porpoise. They know when his red is respawning, and High wrecking Slushy with that Corki.
Oh, he baited him in, though, just for the Porpoise. I don't know if there's going to be enough damage really just to get the counterattack in.
Burn everything
right
from Slushie in the mid lane. No flash, no ult. High doesn't burn a thing. Porpoise had to jump over the wall as well as forfeit his red buff there.
Where's the rotation in? High is starting to creep down. Porpoise knows he needs to leave. He had vision in the minions there of High. But great harass.
Wow.
That red was already taken. And
If Cloud9 wants to, they can go straight for the blue buff as well of Teammate. This is some really heavy counter jungling that they're going to be putting down onto Porpoise.
Then Teammate already pinged their blue. Hopefully Slushie can go over, but he's going to miss an entire wave if he
High is just sitting on a Sheen, though, and Calitrolls is sharp, so he might be a little bit stronger than Balls. This is a contentious invade. Cloud9 would love to do it. Porpoise is still low. He didn't have time to go shop here. This is Cloud9's to take. Great job.
Balls as well rotates down on a good push towards Calitroll's lane. He does clear it. This is going to be a pinch, but I don't know if Cali can actually take this.
Oh.
3v1. They turn on him. Hemo Plague already from a level 6 top lane. Glacial Prison as well from Porpoise. He's kept himself leveled. Is this all enough, though? They hardly had any damage coming out this early in the game, so it's really just each other scratching their backs, trying to get out of the fight now. Porpoise with the flash in. 0 mana to continue in Permafrost the team, but they're trying to continue the
Dodo's
fight.
there!
There's the hook from Dodo. Is it finally enough? Everybody is just clawing at each other. And the glitter is finally the thing to take down Balls.
How did Dodo make it up there through the speed shrine? The extended chase. Eventually, Teammate punishes Cloud9 for taking the buffs. Currently, the red-blue buff count is 5 for Cloud9, 1 for Teammate. And the other 2 are going to be respawning on Cloud9's side. So as far as that type of control, it's heavily in Cloud9. But small camps give a lot of gold, First Blood gives a lot of gold, and the gold lead is in the favor of Team 8.
What a skirmish that was. Team 8 throwing all of the resources towards that top lane. So that was Balls going down. He should still be fine. That teleport was used to get back to top lane. So a possible play to be made within that window. We'll see a back from Calitrolls in the top. So with Cloud9 returning to lanes now, they do know Slushie's teleport, or rather, sorry, flash is down. So they're trying to work on that just a little bit.
Yeah, Meteos really aggressive. I mean, he knows Porpoise's ultimate is down on Sejuani.
Yeah, too.
And he knows he doesn't have any buffs because he took them both. Cloud9 trying to keep the pressure up with this Nuke.
Slushie took a lot of just free damage in that situation. Not helping these guys in the mid lane. I'm sure he doesn't have any intentions of going for a gigantic fight soon, but it's not going to help them if Cloud9 decides to. Another steal. No Raptor camp for Porpoise, so it's going to get harder to even clear wards. They're starting to put the sweepers in the inventory.
Incredibly aggressive counter jungle from Meteos, and he's doing something that's actually not very common on Jungle Nunu. A lot of times you'll see people get a Sightstone pretty much after their Hunter's Machete, but Meteos has gone straight for the Cinder Hulk upgrade, so straight up tank stats and clear speed. And instead of littering the map with wards, he is just beating Porpoise to every jungle camp and being a moving, consuming ward on Nunu.
But how do we see him actually get to that point where he knew where Porpoise was, where he knew how to keep...
He's just stayed ahead of him the whole game. Taking his buffs, knowing the timers, guessing where he's going to be, and also taking both, pretty much both Raptor camps on close to cooldown. And Calitrolls might be doing a little counter juggling of his own, try and even out this buff counter.
Says, I got you, bro. If you can't get it, I will take it. I don't know if he's going to get it safely here. He's going to get the red. He's going to have a difficult time getting out. Cloud9's going to go ahead and put a stamp on the first dragon in this game. Looks like it's going to be a rotation down from Balls without that teleport. No, he's just warding.
Calitrolls has taken to jungling in the top lane.
No. Another attempt. Glacial Prison is up, but Slushie still low on HP and mana. Not able to do anything on this. So we see Teammate is still trying to get themselves these picks and do what they can, but the times are not syncing for the players involved in these situations.
Actually, for all the talk we've done about Meteos' counter jungling Nunu, Teammate has done a tremendous job sticking in this game. Calitrolls and Vladimir farming well. Bottom lane has been trading very even. You know, we talk about how Maple Street doesn't do anything tremendous, but he usually sticks around. Death here.
Oh, depth charge! Not gonna need it. Put the spotlight on him, and then he goes down, unfortunately. Again, the Raptor camp stolen away. Doesn't even look like Porpoise got the smite on that one for himself.
I'm sorry, Maple Street. If I hadn't mentioned it, you'd be alive.
Caster curse.
Finally, Sneaky and Lemon Nation get that Nautilus hook into just a full combo. The CC chain was ridiculous. Dodo could not stop the damage from Sneaky. And yeah, 2v2 lane advantage gained by Cloud9. That's pretty much the main advantage Cloud9 has in this game now.
Again, they get vision of Porpoise. That's going to make Meteos' job a little bit easier. But he is backing. We'll see what they decide. Cali Trolls on that Hex, trying to get himself built up. Get that Will the Ancients and keep his
He's really
L
bullying balls now. The turret hasn't died and the CS is still kind of close. But Cali Trolls took 2 jungle camps from Cloud9 while Balls was still in lane. He is effectively ignoring the Maokai in that lane now. And that Vladimir is just going to continue to free farm.
Yep.
The interesting thing about Vladimir is he does so much almost drain tanking in fights because he heals himself with all his spells, especially when he goes spell vamp, that in order to gank him, you would actually need a high damage jungler or a high damage laner. Cloud9 has neither of those things. So even if Meteos goes up to the top lane, it most likely won't matter.
Yep.
There's nothing to stop Cali Trolls from farming here. Cloud9 has to win the rest of the map.
There's a flash. Maple Street is not going to be in any danger in that situation. Yeah, still looking at Balls in the top lane as we were just talking about. He's quite far off a Rod of Ages that he's trying to build up here. Or rather, if that goes into maybe a Righteous Glory. But his items, he's only sitting on about 800 gold right now. So pretty stuck there. The team's trying to do work on the other side of the map. Maybe get him some global gold in this situation off some turrets. Get that spike in. Dodo, with himself being kept alive, blew his flash, and you can see they have to give respect to this power of Cloud9 at the bottom turret. It was even a roam down from high if things got messy.
Yeah, I think we're in for a really fascinating game here. I think Cali Trolls is going to be a split-pushing Vladimir.
Okay.
And I don't know if Cloud9 has the ways to deal with that outside of brute forcing down turrets while Vladimir is off split-pushing. Maybe some home guard teleports from Balls to make initiations. But it's kind of on Cloud9 to make things happen there, because they really have no one to deal with Cali Trolls conceptually.
See how this fight goes.
Yeah.
Damage trade is pretty even overall to begin this one out. Looks like Balls actually has
Did a great job.
control of this so far. The Twisted Advance, he's just looking for the Maelstrom damage that he
But
was
see,
returning.
here's the problem with that fight. He took Cali Trolls to half health.
And
it cost his entire mana pool. Cali Trolls is probably going to be full health by the time the next wave is dead.
Easy peasy. Just get that level 5 transfusion. You're hitting it very, very often, and you get right back to HP. So, and he's also pushing the lane very fast. We talked about that split push aspect that's going to come into play. It's going to be hard for anybody to stop him, and right now it's going to be hard for Balls to stay alive. He's got the ward, but he's got to back off soon.
Yeah, interesting move here. Balls getting dove.
That looks like it's going to be enough. Chemo Plague damage, giving a little bit of amplification to everybody, and that's Cali Trolls getting the kill, and that's good for him. 101.
Working around Cali Trolls, we're finally seeing some of his pocket picks create positive pressure for the team here in the LCS. Cloud9 needs to press harder on the other avenues of the map because that top lane is lost.
It took a bit. They had to round it out. Cali was also sometimes the problem these guys had going into a fight. Woo. Dodo with the save there.
You almost dashed over the lantern. Yeah, they need some help down here.
Little hook.
Running out of minions. Sneaky running out of mana.
Should be good for now. A good hold here on high in the mid lane by Slushy, keeping that lane pushed in. The solo lanes here are doing a great job at pressuring Cloud9. They could not be available for this bottom lane pressure. They don't get the turret. Not so much wasted time. They just didn't get anything out of it. And teammate with a 200, 300 gold lead. Just kind of hanging in. Nice job. I would say hanging in, actually. They're making moves.
They really are. Cali Trolls is sitting on 3,000 gold. So
man.
Half of the gold he has made in this game, he is currently sitting unspent in his inventory. I would suggest Cali Trolls shop immediately, and then he can start bullying that lane much harder.
But look at that, a little payback as well. Yeah. Porpoise says, thank you for the blue. I'll take that back. He stole enough of my buffs earlier. So teammate moving up the ward line, making good ground here 17 minutes into the game. We do see the Rod of Ages finally finished up there for Balls, so he'll start to charge up and maybe actually stay away from the fights during this period of time. 30 seconds onto Dragon. Both AD carries are in the bottom lane, so we should expect them to be there as well.
All the pressure is on High and Sneaky to get incredibly farmed this game. I'm skeptical of their ability to win these team fights if Porpoise continues to farm at a decent pace. Like, Cloud9, you could see how heavily Meteos was trying to shut down Porpoise because he knows that if Vlad and Sejuani both get farmed, Cloud9 will lose because they don't have backline threat and they need to be able to cut through the tanks like paper. Luckily, Porpoise was forced into a Sightstone, so he's a little bit weak now. I feel like Cloud9 needs to win these fights before the tanks can get Rand wins or Frozen Hearts completed.
Right.
In the hyper late game, maybe Cloud9 can cut through them again, but that's just too far away.
They're also not working.
Really tricky. And Calitrolls is in this fight right now. They do not want to deal with the Vladimir who just spent all 3,000 of his gold on completing his items.
Slushi with the shield, he stays safe. You're also looking at, they kind of, with the composition that they made, have the 80 carries that benefit the least from Nunu's Blood Boil, which is an unfortunate thing. I'm sure they weren't saying, oh man, this is bad, but we still have to pick it.
Well, they got Lucian, which, I mean, he does have the double shot, can still be a decent hyper carry. It's not as bad as having like 2 Corkis on your team. It can be beneficial from the blood boil.
Nothing at all. Corky and a Sivir.
Whoa, big time fight.
Oh, the hook again on the Lemon. Don't know if it's enough to follow. Depth charge pops 3, but Lemon Nation gets hit even harder. He is taken down. Sneaky very low. Glass Glitter Lance comes in as Meteos returns the retribution kill there. A good hook may stop the follow-up onto Sejuani. And they're able to get out alive, too. It's Sneaky and Lemon going down for Slushi and Cali.
We'll have to see that again with eyes on Calitrolls because he was off the top of the screen trying to dive so deep there, allowing Cloud9 to equalize this fight.
We just mentioned Calitrolls sometimes goes a little too deep. He had remedied that the past few weeks, but you may see a bit of the tendency there again.
Yeah, a very equal fight ends up coming out of that one when it looked like teammates should have had the edge. I mean, watch this one. They're trying to clear the way with the culling, and Calitrolls, like he's taking a turret shot when he flashes in to go onto the turret. Like there's no escape from that. And then they don't even finish the turret off because they're so distracted by the fight. Live and die by the whims of Calitrolls. He was doing so well on Vladimir earlier. Makes a misplay there under the turret to trade some kills.
Doesn't look like they want to give up pressure just yet. So that was a mistake. We'll avoid that and just go for the turret this time. Good choice. You're going to go ahead and just take this one down textbook style. Maokai pushing the top lane, so somebody's going to have to answer to that quite soon here, as Sneaky also getting a push on the bottom. Looks like we're going to get a Zhonya's next up for Calitrolls here, so he can be a bit more of a menace and go invulnerable twice in these fights. So I guess you should say untargetable and invulnerable. Still kill him in blood. In the pool. Seeing another Zhonya's that will be coming from Slushi. These guys building up. He's done pretty good in the mid lane, not on his LeBlanc or Orianna here. 2-1-1, so he's faring quite well. A little bit down in CS though.
We'll have to wait and see how that transitions into these mid-game team fights. Lulu always an interesting choice. So versatile, and it's becoming a bit of a siege fight. See, this is the game Cloud9 needs to play. There's a Vladimir off in the top lane. Cloud9 immediately needs to pressure the mid lane where Vladimir is not, because there is no one they could send for that Vlad without sending pretty much the whole team.
Well, they have fantastic wave clear here with Buckshot going into the Glitter Lance. Will it be enough, though, with the brute force of the team? Porpoise, no initiation there. Lemon standing off on the side. Remember, Calitrolls is getting good pressure right now in the top lane with his push.
Yeah.
And the mid turret is not taken down by Cloud9. Not the best turret takedown guy, but he's there doing what he can.
It's going to be a push and pull. This is a much closer game than Cloud9 would have liked. I mean, remember, with the loss COG just had at TSM, a win here for Cloud9 ties them for second place. But Team 8, if they win this game, are actually within one game of Cloud9. They're really making a late season surge here, and they need these games to clinch their playoff spot.
That is crazy to think about.
How close this league really could become with a few games falling into slightly upset focused waters. Team 8, I feel like, is putting themselves in position to win this one, despite the gold being so close right now. In fact, they have the Sejuani, the unstoppable Vladimir in that lane, and maybe a Lulu to help shield the tanks that Cloud9's double 80 carry composition might not have the damage to take down. Let's see, though, if Cloud9 can find the right fights.
Definitely interesting compositions to watch fight because both of them kind of want to ball together with those AoE ultimates down. The jungle provides their advantages to those fights for both teams as well. It's going to be great. Still watching for Cali to come up big on that damage. We're still waiting to see Cloud9 build up the inventories to break through this tank line. Sejuani's starting to get there. Porpoise with the Giant's belt now. as they lose their mid turret. Can't do much on that. They knew it was going to go down.
Yeah, this is...
Maple Street's low as well. I don't know why we're getting to teleport in on this one. It could be very scary. It's just Cali Trolls slowing down.
Teammate didn't want to lose both of their mid lane turrets, but they just got out-rotated like crazy right there. Cali Trolls was off in the top lane, not creating turret pressure. So Cloud9 never had to send a responder while Teammate was back. That was just poor communication across the board, and they were trying to get something back here. But because of the teleport in from Cali Trolls, I think that was also a teleport in straight from the lane, so he hasn't even chopped yet. Not efficient play.
He's still sitting on all that.
1,600 gold now. So he very close to completing his Zanyas.
Yep. So that teleport being down means he can't easily add pressure to the top lane. Cloud9 may be able to force something they want to do and start to dictate this game to the beat of their own drum. 2,000 gold in the lead. They have taken that away from Teammate and started to spread it out a little bit. Dragon is up at 30 seconds. They've gotten Raptor. Fortunately, it was cleared out by a close word for Meteos, so hopefully they have enough to do it as well at Dragon. Teammate is already surrounding that area. Teleports up for balls. He'll be able to get here in time. Almost the catch onto Slushy. Lemon Nation couldn't grapevine well enough, though. Too many minions.
Big time fan support coming from Cloud9 as well.
Yep.
Still very interested to see how those double AD carries work in the team fight. Vladimir can be quite weak to heavy sustained damage if they can burst it quickly with Lucian and Corki, who are very spell-based AD carries, so maybe they'd have the windows to take him down. And the rotational game by Cloud9 is wrecking Teammate right now. Teammate's the one. They're the team that have the guy that no one can deal with, yet Cloud9 is winning this around the map. Very good strategic play by them right now. Almost forcing Teammate into an initiation, but Sejuani has to lead the way.
This could be it. The Cali calls coming out, and they missed balls on the hook, unfortunately. Porpoise Pop's coming out, ready to fight now with a Warmox on the Sejuani, so he can just be a complete beast. High looks to solo out Maple Street here in the mid lane.
Trinity Force Power Spike as well as Sork Shoes and a large amount of physical damage. That is the Corki time in the game when he is at his most powerful.
Got to make an impact. Ooh, they are also getting themselves into situations that could backfire, but...
I love how Cloud9 is adapting to this. They're keeping 80 carries on 2 different spots, so one of them would be able to deal with Vladimir, and it's really splitting Teammate up. They have no split push pressure. Now they're forced to fight.
Depth charge goes out. That might have stopped Porpoise from throwing out that Glacial Prison, knowing his team could not follow. And they get a turret and disengage. Teammate is fending things off, but not efficiently.
No, this is really brilliant. We talked about the problem that Cloud9 would have dealing with Vladimir. You can't just have your jungler and top laner do that because no one's a damage dealer. So what they're doing is they're pairing up each 80 carry with a tank so that there's CC for the damage dealer, and it's shutting down the split push of Teammate.
See Teammate once again back towards the mid lane. Can they do this fast enough? It seems like Cloud9 has routed them twice here as they try to get to the mid.
It's 5 turrets to 2. That's how heavily Cloud9 has been out pushing them.
And they don't even have the wave to get there. C9 may actually be able to...
There's no teleport on Cali Trolls either.
To base
Basically,
and get back.
Teammate has to dive here.
Well, it looks like Cali Trolls tried to. That was unnecessary as they got the turret and they had the ability to do so without a fight. Looks like Meteos from the side is going to be able to slow Slushy. TP coming in. Balls is now with this one. Does he have anybody? He goes for Slushy. That's going to be the lockdown, but the Wild Growth is there to save. Cali Trolls coming in from the side, but he has to stay outside. Absolute zero. Great hit by Meteos there to keep everybody zoned, and the fight goes on and on. These guys are so tanky, but Cloud9 finally finding a way through the armor. 3 drop almost immediately. Now eyes on to Slushy. High's low on mana. The missiles. No, he had it charged in, and he hits it. Eagle eye high on the long shot. 7-4 here, 27 minutes in.
Just excellent play by Cloud9. They completely shut down what Teammate thought was their strength in this one, and they end up forcing Teammate into the fight that Cloud9 actually wanted to get in the mid game. Before Sejuani has built armor, before Vladimir is absolutely superpowered, and before Maple Street can benefit hugely from a help pick spike. Plus they get the flank. Like, everything about this fight was beautiful for Cloud9. So first off, Teammate had just dove, so they were down a lot of health. Balls comes around the backside, and Cali Trolls is already low. So as far as battle lines being concerned, Cloud9 had the freedom to be able to kind of hit whoever they wanted. There's no armor tank on the team yet. Failed flash over the wall only makes matters worse. High with that little tiny bit of mana is able to get just enough for a missile. Boop. Bullseye right at the end. Plus they get the Baron. Wow. Really turning this game on its head. This is a game Cloud9 was losing, but because of superior map play and some really smart forces, they're up 7K.
Continued to keep the pressure on. Saw that Meteos didn't really get much out of stealing all the camps of Porpoise, but what they are able to do after that and find teammate trying to get back into the game was really what gave Cloud9 their lead. Pushing all the lanes now, like you said, keeping the 80 carries on different turrets, or different positionings rather, all the time to make sure they can get the turrets they need and the positioning they need. Still looking at what items are coming out here. Porpoise has slowed down a little bit after that Warmogs. Quite a bit of money to put into an item. And I don't know if it's keeping them alive.
Here's the other problem too now. Since Cloud9 has been able to pull ahead, they've been able to actually stack magic resistance. Spirit Visage, a second Spectre's Cal, and Mercury Treads onto the Maokai. Actually able to kind of duel Cali Trolls a little bit now.
Yeah.
Cali Trolls has no magic pen as of yet. Needs that Void Staff.
Very methodical by Cloud9. Not seeing any of those things that plagued them at IEM here. Keeping composed even if things aren't working, and really just keeping their head in the game.
No desperation dives at all. Just solid play.
This wave clear, still giving them a little bit of trouble. It takes about 2 or 3 goes for Cloud9 to get through a turret, and maybe this could be that chance. A good Glacial Prison rather on top of that Hemo play, stacked with the collateral damage. A lot of what-ifs and a lot of skill shot ults you gotta hit.
A lot of what-ifs for Teammate in this game in general.
Yeah.
Like, what if they'd been able to save their teleports? What if they'd held that mid lane turret? Because once the structure started falling, you could tell Teammate kind of started to panic.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe this is the fight for them, though. It's inside their base.
Eye for an eye, a hook for a hook, and Maple Street comes up with that one. Cali Troll's very low, but he's sitting right in the middle with Wild Growth, and he gets absolutely zeroed. That's Porpoise going down as well. The tankiest guy is not good being down that early. That means everybody else has to scatter. Cloud9 feels like they got what they want. Not even that much damage on the turret, but they're able to return.
Huh.
Actually, they leave.
I'm surprised they didn't continue to push down that turret.
Yeah.
I think they would have been able to get it down. But even so, looking at that fight, one thing a Corki and Lucian team wants, especially this Cloud9 team, very little upfront burst damage, so they want extended fights. That's actually what they're getting now against Teammate. Mainly because the split pushing isn't happening. You know, they're able to hold their front line. We talked about Cloud9 not having backline threat. Well, Teammate doesn't have backline threat either because Cali Trolls can't flank from inside his own base. Let's use the base gate, which he's not doing. He ends up trying to flash just to get onto Lucian. It's a quick dash away. Some D-synergy with the Lulu ultimate happened right as he Zanya's. That allows Meteos to prep the Nunu ultimate, confirming Cali Trolls' fate. Too many flash-ins from Vladimir this game.
Thought they had to move on Righteous Glory. There was quite a bit of focus on Lemonation in that fight to take down. It's a big tank on that Nautilus support.
Yeah.
Cali Trolls on the back line, so miscommunication in a few areas for Teammate within that fight. Holden at their base now. Cloud9 just focusing on that with balls in the top lane here. They're not afraid to push out. They're trying to play some of these wards, but Cloud9 is also getting more and more chances to get an initiation if they want it. 5 seconds on a Dragon.
Yep.
It's gonna
They'll just wait on the Dragon.
Yep.
Cloud9 is actually able to get to that point now where their 80 carries will be able to cut through tanks, even if the tanks build armor. Yet, Porpoise still isn't building armor. He just has some Ninja Tabi. Yet, we got Last Whispers on Sneaky. He's probably working on a Bloodthirster soon. I feel like we have an Infinity Edge shortly onto High's Corki. Things are looking very grim for Teammate. That's what happens when you're 9,000 gold behind.
Just keeps excelling. High doing more and more damage. Bloodthirster, they do another BF for an Infinity Edge on the end of that. He is going to be in the mid lane by himself right now, and the team's split and just gathering what they can. Cloud9 always sure of what they want to do at the time. Nobody's trying to go crazy. Nobody's doing something that's going to throw the game out of whack. Teammate is not going to be able to pick up any of these solo kills. And they don't even have that much vision on the side of Cloud9. Still playing the game somehow the way they can do it. Getting every kill they need, 9-5, and now a 9,000 gold lead. Especially 30 minutes in, that's quite a gold lead to have. Biding time until that next fight, chat. 1 minute on to Baron. I'm not sure a teammate will even be able to really approach that.
I think you're absolutely right there. Even the few wards they've been able to scout into the river were just removed. Meteos has had control over that Raptor buff for so much of this game, on top of his upgraded sweeper. So very, very big time ward clearing methods. Calitrolls really wants to get that side lane rolling. I feel like he can actually get a turret off of this if he goes for it. It'll definitely mean Cloud9 gets the Baron, though. It's honestly a trade that's probably worth it, because I don't think Teammate can contest that Baron regardless. Maple Street, though, actually gets caught out a little bit. See the damage from balls.
A little bit of help from Porpoise. That's a Righteous Glory. There is the Randuin's effect after as you're chasing down your opponents, and they are going hard. Calitrolls pushing in the bottom lane here. Like we said, those turrets aren't going to go down fast from him, but he is trying to create some amount of pressure here to let the team breathe as they defend the base. His teleport comes into the turret. He may be the focus, though. Throws down the Hemo Plague immediately. Glacial Prison has already been used, and there's not going to be much follow-up damage on the Hemo Plague advance. They're going down. They're really low. I was waiting for a triple or a quadra kill to instantly come up there in that pause, but Cloud9 instantly disengages to go back in for Maple. The snowball, not enough. And they get out. Calitrolls coming back in. Will he get a nice Tides of Blood? Transfusion hits. Sanguine Pool is out. It's just everybody. Sliver of health every time. It was only Sneaky that went down, and somehow Cloud9 get out with the turret and the inhibitor.
That is the best fight Teammate is going to find for the remainder of this game. Everything fell in their favor as far as what needs to happen for them to win a fight. Cloud9 was engaged on an active turret while Calitrolls teleported in, and he got the ultimate onto the back line. They interrupted the Nunu ultimate in the midst of all that, and they still just traded the fight. They're out of options. Desperation mode for Teammate. They're going for Baron because they know Cloud9 is low in backing.
Oh, also the teleport in, actually. Home guards right into it, making sure somebody is still goal side to him with Baron, so they're taking the damage, but it was more or less him. He could go down here before the team can help. Gets one last heal off of that passive,
back
but
on a Baron.
Teammate,
Keep forcing it in again and
not
again.
want to stop. Meteos very low, and they should. They should keep forcing it. Teammate making the right call. High is going to go down. He tries to fight valiantly, doing as much damage as he can. Sneaky's going to get hit. He just spawned, and now he's back down. A double kill for Cali, and Team 8 pulled the trigger to put Cloud9 on the ropes. There's still 6,000 gold down, though.
There's a reason teams run to Baron in points of desperation, because sometimes it works. And in this case, Cloud9 was just low enough. Dodo landed enough hooks, and Cloud9 was desperate enough in their opposition of the Desperation Baron that play finally works out. Oh man, this makes this game so much more interesting. I mean, first off, Baron's at 7,000 health when Balls decides to jump in against 4 people. You can wait a little while because Cloud9 is waiting on people from the base this entire time. Imagine a world where this fight starts and Sneaky is actually there. So now High gets hooked, he goes down pretty much before anyone else is able to get there. Meteos, now Sneaky's here, that's great, but it's right when Dodo's hook is back up.
You got a pie to the face, Meteos stepped aside there.
I mean, huge credit for Dodo for making that play happen, huge credit for Teammate for focusing the right targets and not trying to finish the Baron, but man, Cloud9 panicked when Teammate started the Baron.
And that's something to mention just in a situation like that overall is panic, especially when you're down. Somewhat, maybe even second-guessing a lot of your calls is that they stayed composed in one of the most intense moments you can have in a league match. So seeing Teammate do that here with their backs against the rope so far down, definitely a little bit of hope at the end of the tunnel here for this game. Cloud9 still not going to make it easy for them and are right back on the side of Teammate's map.
Interesting that Maple Street's going for Blade of the Ruin King as his lifesteal item instead of Bloodthirster. There are a lot of really high health targets that he needs to cut through. in this game. And remember how we talked about Cloud9 not having much backline threat, meaning the AD carries aren't really hitting Maple Street, so the shield isn't as important. I actually like that choice. And teammate trying to force with this Baron buff. This will be interesting.
This is a great fight for Team A right now. Lemonation and balls can get dropped immediately. Nobody can really touch Cali Trolls on the other side. Ultimate coming in. That's the calling from Lucian. It doesn't even touch the brick wall that is Cali and Porpoise. And they get out with 2 more clean kills.
Remember when I said the inhibitor fight was the best fight? Teammate's gonna find this fight. I was very wrong because I did not expect that Baron to turn things around. In that instant, it was the proper fight. They isolate Cloud9's tanks where no one can take damage, but more importantly, Cali Trolls' Vladimir had the zoning flank. He was around the top of that corridor, keeping High and Sneaky from entering that fight, which gave time for Teammate to finish off those tanks. This could very well be going Teammate's way, if you can believe it.
They made the right moves after the fact. They got pushed in very hard in the beginning of this game. They have a giant wave in the bottom to work with here in a few minutes, as now they can actually take a breather and feel quite proud of themselves for the past few minutes of the game. They have brought it back. As that Baron fight happened, like I said, they were down 6,000 gold. It's now 64,000 to 63,000. And those items are being finished. You said that Maple Street was on the way to that Blade of the Rune King. He pretty much just bought it already.
Yeah, and there's another reason I like it
Such
too.
a surge.
If he's getting the picks from Lulu, it gives him more attack speed to try and benefit that as well.
Amplified. Well, not amplified, but more damage.
Oh yeah, much more damage. This is Teammate making that desperation Baron call. I mean, the fight that Cloud9 took on the doorstep of Teammate's base was very sloppy. They thought they got away with it. And now Cloud9 actually kind of has to get picks. That was Righteous Glory.
Yep. So
got a flash down on a Dodo, which is nice, but the counter initiation lands it. It's a little bit slow on the follow, though.
Cleanse from Sneaky on the back line. Again, the culling doesn't do much damage through it. High is now able to shred from the outside, and the Gatling's hitting quite well. Can they finish it, though? Sneaky picks up one. Eyes on to Maple Street. He gets wild, goes it out. If Maple can get back in, though, he is so slowed, and the Cloud9 team is able to back up during that period of time.
You saw there, Cloud9 tried pretty desperately to get onto Maple Street, and they didn't even come close. Both High and Sneaky came around from the flank. And, oh wow, clever play by High. He is cutting the Minton wave.
Yep.
So the minions do not arrive in that turret. I wonder if Teammate even gets this.
And he's also going to go for the inhibitor on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, so clever.
Right over the base gate, and he's going to start putting damage down. Now the follow-in from Sneaky, maybe stopping some backs, but he doesn't want to go too far. A huge wave in the bottom that Teammate's not going to be able to act on, and that's going to be cleared out, and Cloud9 made great work of this situation.
What a back-and-forth game. Definite mistakes throughout, but this is nothing if it's not entertaining, because there is so much on the line for these guys right now. Cloud9 needing to get that win to tie themselves to COG for second place in the LCS, and Teammate fighting for those last playoff spots here, not wanting to drop to 7th.
Hold it for me, bro. Yeah, oh, he shot that one. There you go. There's a little bromance between Sneaky and Lemon. Let's see this again. What an initiation, and then everything else after.
There's only a few damage dealers on Cloud9 here. It's the Lucian and the Corki. Lucian tries to flank around the box just to get to Maple Street. He's the real threat right here. Both High and Sneaky try and go for him, but honestly, they just can't get to him. He flashes away while he has a Lulu wall. If Maple Street hadn't flashed back, I actually think they clean up that fight because he didn't realize how well protected he actually was from all the chaos coming at him.
That's a little bit of that communication. We saw the Zanyas on the Lulu ult earlier. It's a flash out on the Lulu ult there. It's a very, very hectic moment, but those calls do need to be made throughout the team. 15 to 14. We got a barn burner on our hands now. 60, just creeping up on 70,000 to 68,000. Dragon is 3-2. He's gonna get it, don't worry. So some wards now to be placed. Both teams have lost a bit of vision over this time of just pretty much 5-on-5 fights. Once they get that back up, we may see a little bit more coordination out of these guys with flanks. Pretty much core items that need to be finished are finished now. They're adding in
I
just
feel
an
like
extra bag of chips.
I'm actually really curious to see if Maple Street goes for another offensive item. If he does Bloodthirster last item, just for even more damage. Only because he needs to be the one to cut through the tank line here. And he's already doing a good job of it. He can be an even better job. I think he's fairly well protected from High and Sneaky. Yeah, and he goes BF Sword. He's going Bloodthirster final item. Smart build by Maple Street throughout the game.
We mentioned it a little bit earlier too, is he's not the one kind of being a super bright spot and 1v1ing everyone, but he is positioning right in the benefactor of these fights now. 7-1 and 5, kind of out of nowhere. And he's going to be even bigger once he gets that Bloodthirster.
Teammates also had a game sneakily similar to this earlier in the year against Team Impulse. If we think back, Team Impulse was running a double AD comp, had lost early, came back heavily in the game, and there was a decisive fight at Baron where Maple Street killed both of the enemy AD carries on Team Impulse, and it was actually on Graves as well. He's very comfortable playing against 2 AD carries in these comps, knowing how safe he can be when the other team doesn't have threat on him. Oh no, Sejuani's behind them. Calitros has the flank.
What a side swipe. They were going in for Solution. They thought they had it, but it was really just the bait by him. Meteo's still tanky. Porpoise and Cali are very low to start this one off. That's Lemonation going down, however. A bit of a tank for Cloud9 now.
Close fight. Calitros still alive.
We said the jungle fights in these choke points would be big for both teams, but this one stepping up big for Cloud9. As they drop 3 members of Team 8 here. What can they get out of it, though?
Porpoise needs to find a way to heal. It's still a CC tank, 2 CC tanks, and an 80 carry. Team 8 would love to stop this Baron, but they got to be careful not to overcommit. Cloud9 pulls off it. What a close fight we had in that corridor.
Pinging on Dragon. Lane's not too much to be pushed here. High's going to gather mid lane. So we can still see Cloud9 can assess these fights well enough to take it into their favor. We'll see how this exactly happens.
So this one, it looked like Team 8 had the initiation on because Porpoise got sneaky at Meteos, but High is still at the back, and then Meteos gets off a beautiful zoning, absolute zero right there. Maple Street cuts through Lemonation really easily, but he can't actually go deeper just because of the way the map is shaped right here without revealing himself to Sneaky's damage. It ends up that everyone just uses their zoning ult, trades them in there, and once again, Calitrolls goes a little bit too deep. If Calitrolls is 5 or 10 feet farther back, then he's in range for Maple Street to do damage, but he was in that spot, and there was no follow-up. Awesome game.
Has been fantastic play from both teams coming out here. The vote in Cloud9's favor on this one, but the Team 8 fans definitely happy with the results so far.
And Cloud9 is currently sitting on 4 dragons right now. This game is
so that's the pressure.
So perfectly illustrating the strengths and weaknesses of double AD carry with a bunch of tanks on it right now. Oh, do they go for Baron again? Malachi was just shown, but he has a teleport.
Right.
They're hoping that Cloud9 funnels in and loses their battle lines. I feel like they're just trying to get a repeat of last fight here, and they don't get it.
How much do they want that, right? You grab the tank. High to solo. Calitrolls here for a second, knowing the backline's there. Maple Street, he takes a bit of damage after the depth charge. They got exactly what they wanted there, but not enough is following Maple Street as well, so now he's safe. It could be the turnaround. There it is, High and Porpoise going 1v1. That's going to be balls going down. Dodo's already fallen, but he used everything and offered all the help that he could. It was enough for the team to stay alive. It was enough for Team 8 to persevere.
Maple Street against the world here with all the protection. It looked like he was going down, but he's got so much damage right now. The elixir he has to help his life steal.
Oh dear.
He is crushing him now. Lemonation, what are you doing?
Kill him! Kill him! Go!
He's dead.
Fire the glitter!
Wah!
Yes!
Now Maple Street right now, Calitrolls trying to help him out.
Okay, so they should be able to have the damage here. They have the tank stats to get through this turret, and Team 8 turns the game on its head. 40-second timers on the clock. This could be the Nexus turret if Meteos can't do anything.
Oh my god!
Oh, he's laughing at him.
Slooshy with the manner right there. Everybody is dead. The minions are here. Team 8 just won.
You gotta be kidding me, Jat. What an amazing game coming out here from Team 8. They thwart Cloud9. They turn them on their head and steal their lunch money, as Kobe would say. Team 8 takes down Cloud9.
Maple Street, the American badass right now, raising one shoe to the sky.
One for the homies.
And they take down Cloud9.
What a story of hanging in there for Team 8 in this game. Finding that fight at the inhibitor, like I completely agreed with you. That's the best fight that they were going to find. Cloud9 made some mistakes, but it was just seemed like Team 8 wanted to find the fight again, and they did. That double back and forth on Baron was amazing against Cloud9. That's what got him in it.
Team 8 was so heavily on their back foot. Maple Street getting all the high fives.
Oh,
and
love!
Of course.
All the love.
hugs all around, and a tough loss for Cloud9, honestly.
Yeah,
They themselves, too, fought back in this game because they were down. They could not deal with Calitro's Vladimir. Cloud9 then rotated around the map beautifully.
Yep.
They went a little bit too deep on one of their dives, didn't even lose the fight, and then panicked at the desperation Baron teammate was going for. From that point, it was then still a close game.
Yeah.
It went back and forth to the point that they were equal.
It was
so rare.
Such a good move by teammate to go for that Baron as fast as they did as well. Forced Meteos to stay at half health. A few of the other guys as well. And it was that instance. You know, we see Cloud9 towards the late game start to falter. That teleport in from Balls was so far ahead of everybody else, and the Baron used to like 7,000 health.
Yeah.
They don't have to keep doing it. That was an easy peel off. So great wins there, Jet Lake. You said 9-7 now for Team 8.
I know.
Kind of crazy.
Coming into this week against Winter Fox and Cloud9, I don't think they expected to go 2-0. Next week they play CLG and Gravity. Both of those games are so incredibly critical. They're not clinched yet, but they're in position where a win will clinch the playoffs.
And Gravity's looking really good right now. A team to be reckoned with as well as CLG. You know, they lost to Team Solo Mid, but they're losing just to the top teams in the league. So you're very right about that. And it's amazing to see them doing so well. A lot of these teams would come in and say, you know, we're looking to do really well next split.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you're actually doing really well this split. So keep it going.
The teams they've taken down TSM, they've taken down Team Impulse, Liquid. Like, they've beaten everyone in the league except for CLG, I feel like. That's probably wrong. I just looked at the stats and I didn't verify it, but it's close to everyone in the game. And Gravity. The two teams they play next week are the teams they haven't beaten yet.
Looking at this as well, the team name just is resounding for them. Teammate. They are teammates. Yes, Lucio will carry a game sometimes, but in the end, it's the entire team being there for the fight, being in the right position. Whether they made the few communication mistakes or not, they seem to be able to shore them up. And for the inside story on that wild game, let's send it down to Kobe, who's with Team 8's Shoeless Wonder.
I am here with Maple after an epic win, and your teammate kind of hung you out to dry, threw your shoes into the crowd. Did you get them back?
I'm not sure. I'm just going to troll Slushie in a few games, and that's how I'll get back at him for throwing my shoes at the crowd.
All right, well, that sounds good. There are a lot of changes with the 5.5 patch, and we've seen a lot of different strategies break out. One of the most consistent things, though, is that there are a lot of tanks now. How does that change the life of an AD carry playing on the new patch when a team like Cloud9 runs 3 tanks?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but Graves actually can turn into a bit of hyper carry with Bork. He does a lot of DPS. So I wasn't too concerned. My team ran double AP, and they couldn't itemize against us really well. And Dodo landed lots of great hooks, and we just had a good game. And AD carry's still fine.
Still fine. Everything is A-okay. Does that make you guys, prioritize more picks like Lulu and things that can protect AD carries more? Or everything's just fine, and you can handle it yourself?
We have our own playstyle. Generally, we don't really protect me, and we take all the gold away from me. And Callie and Slushie carry.
Take your shoes away from you.
Yeah. I'm going to be no money, no shoes. It's a sad day for me.
But you'll be in the playoffs. You guys are looking like you're heading into the playoffs. You do have CLG and Gravity, both really hard games coming up next week. And Gravity especially is going to be a really big game for you. What are you looking forward to next week?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get my revenge on COG since they stomped us in one of the first games of the season. Gravity also beat us in a really close game, and I'm pretty sure Gravity's our last game, and that will probably decide who is 7th and who is 6th place in the league.
All right, well, congratulations and good luck next week. Now, we are going to send it over to the guys at the Telestrator.
Thank you, Kobe. And really, there are 1,000 fights in that game that we could look at. And we're only going to get to look at one. And I want to pull it up on the screen immediately. Is that Baron call by Team 8, which brought them back into the game? So set this up for me as to why this was the correct call and the follow through on the plays.
All right, so this is right after, to refresh everybody's memory, the fight that was towards the top inhibitor where Cloud9 actually claimed that inhibitor for themselves, almost got a lot of kills, almost got killed themselves, and then it was just a trail off. Callie goes back, gets home guards, and just pushes them out. They actually continue to push them all the way up to the Baron pit, and Balls is forced to TP back in after backing. But he started his back timer before, right here on the minimap. You can see Lemonation and Meteos are trying to back in the bush, and they're like, oh no, we're making a play off of this because teammate have rushed the Baron. Sneaky is dead at this point. You can see it right there. He's dead. And High is actually back right here. There are only 3 tanks present that end up at this Baron. They have none of their damage dealers because they're only running 2 AD carries as a damage source. So what ends up happening, we can start rolling the clip out now, is Balls will come in and he goes hard. He goes immediately in there. He doesn't decide to check it because they have no vision. He's like, I have to go in, and he goes immediately onto Maple Street. But this is what happens is Cali Trolls and Dodo immediately section off the remaining tanks, and they just pick off Balls, focus their DPS on him, and they're already at half HP here from C9 because of the fact that they had been fighting earlier. High goes up to the front and gets hit with a hook. His 2 tanks that are left are behind him. Nobody's there to back him up.
Yeah, Sneaky's still on the way. Those hooks, as Maple Street rightly pointed out, were pretty essential to the comeback that was made by Team 8.
This was just really poor positioning, though, and the fact that C9 had to play with lower HP bars and juggle the situation of do I go in, do I not go in? Balls ran in at 7,000 HP left on it, and another hook by Dodo. That was, I thought Sneaky was going to come in and clean that fight up with his crits. He does end up getting some kills, but the fact that that hook came out, so Dodo is really the MVP of that minor play right there. There's those minor plays of the hook, which turned out to be a huge play because they were 7K down at that point in the game. And the fact right before that, Cloud9 didn't get any kills on them and they got Sneaky off of that was what allowed them to get that Baron. So overall, really good, just split-second decision because they had pressure on them for like 10 minutes before that play happened, and teammate were eventually able to be like, okay, we got by the skin of our teeth. Very lucky that they didn't die. No crits that took them out over at the inhibitor. And then they immediately capitalize off of that and take that little opening and force C9 to kind of panic.
Well, that's the key, right? Is that they made a great in-the-moment decision based on information that they had, which was that Cloud9 is not prepared for a fight if they stay, so they have 2 choices. Either they back and regen but cede the Baron, or they fight us now and lose the fight. And as you said, Cloud9, a team that normally has so much foresight into the game and is prepared for these kinds of things, were thrown off kilter. And we saw it in their execution is that they were like, okay, let's make a play off of this, but they funneled in, and then the mechanical play by Dodo there, as you rightly pointed out, just landing those 2 crucial hooks. Sneaky actually had QSS there. That's the one mechanical thing I could have, as you said, he was maybe in the position to clean that up if he had used his QSS there. It's possible that he decided he would have rolled through the team. Still unlikely.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I really believe that, as Jap pointed out as well, this one opening, they seized it, they took it, and it brought them right back into the game. From then, it was still more back and forth. They played it out correctly, though. Fantastic win for them.
Yeah, and also just another part of that pressure that they were applying to Cloud9, it wasn't just low health bars, it was the lack of vision. Balls has to TP onto that ward. That's the only ward that he has in the vicinity because they cleared out the Baron pit. And the fact he has to face check it to even see the HP on it and how quickly it's going down, that's a very quick, split-second, shot-calling decision that is like, do we check it, do we not check it, what is Balls doing, and how do you just get the team to wrap around that situation? And Cloud9 misplayed that fight just in like 1 or 2 different ways, and it cost them the game and let teammate back in.
An exciting game, making the standings even closer than they were before. When we return, we'll see if Team Impulse can get some Week 4 revenge when they face off against Winter Fox. You're watching the NALCS.
Oh, am I now?
Knock knock. Give us a knock knock or something.
Knock knock. Come on, let's have some fun here.
Give us a knock knock or I quit LCS
Knock
right now.
knock.
Just walk off the stage. I'm going home.
That's going to be the lockdown, but the Wild Growth is there to save. Cali Trolls coming in from the side, but he has to stay outside. Absolute zero. Now eyes on to Slushy. High's low on mana. The missiles. No, he had it charged in, and he hits it. Eagle Eye High.
Vlad's real though. Vlad's all. Yo, Vlad flash it. Kill Vlad. Kill Vlad.
Yes, Sonya.
It's okay. Just careful.
I'm dead red.
Hit Vlad. Porpoise.
He's got no flash. I got slong.
Lucian. Nice.
No.
Nice.
Get the bear.
I got no ace.
Nice.
40-second timers on the clock. This could be the Nexus turret if Meteos can't do anything.
Oh my God!
Oh, he's laughing at him. You gotta be kidding me. Team 8 takes down Cloud9.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. I am David Freak Turley, and with me for our final two games is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. I've cast with everyone this week. I'm honored to be able to cast with all you fine gentlemen. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Now, the teams are nearly ready for our fourth match of the day. Team Impulse versus Winter Fox. Now, on the blue side, Impulse have been on a hot streak. Now, yesterday they got the win over Coast. It wasn't the cleanest of games. So maybe keep that in mind.
Yeah. Impulse, they were definitely playing pretty fast and loose, and Xiao even went with that style pick with Yasuo into the Cho'Gath, by the way, the counter pick. And there is an emerging pattern of North American LCS teams losing their games immediately following the games that they have against Coast. The danger is that you kind of get used to making those huge plays and getting away with it, and then for the following game, can't get away with it so much anymore. That stat is crazy, 1 in 6 for teams after they play Coast. But when we did see Impulse stumbling at the beginning of the split, it also came from their overconfidence. And a lot of that would be due to Rush, their jungler. He'd go a little bit overboard, making those godlike solo plays, and instead ended up, giving some early kills over to enemy teams. So we'll see if Rush can keep a handle on his aggression after playing Coast.
That's true, and you got to think about their mindset coming in. They're playing Winter Fox, who are coming in the tie for 8th. So you're like, oh, the easiest week ever, and hopefully they don't lose sight of their real goals here. So we'll see if they get punished. Winter Fox, of course, have shown some improvement. They're using their new/old lineup. Apparently that makes me say Nold in my head. They actually played a very close and competitive game against Team 8 yesterday, but they weren't quite able to bring home the win.
And after that game, they did look fairly demoralized as well. So once again, they're going to start the day tied with Team Dignitas, 2 games behind 7th place, and they're definitely feeling that pressure. They kept saying that they're a summer split team coming into the LCS, but once again, they find themselves having to battle just to make it into the LCS for the summer split. If you're a summer split team, you have to get there.
Yeah, and actually if they don't win right here, they cannot make playoffs. The best they can do is 7th with Gravity and Teammate both winning now. So playoffs almost out of contention now for Winter Fox. We'll see what happens. Now, relegation is on the line, and these guys didn't just bench Imagine for support and bring back Glebe. They've also found a new coach to replace Paragon. Pobelter says that new coach is filling an important role that's been missing from the team.
We recently brought in a new coach. Elder Pico is like his tag, but his name's Tristan, so we just all call him Tristan. It feels really good to have someone back in the coaching position. I don't think that Paragon filled it the same way that Tristan is, and so he's been like a really good force and like sort of making sure we play like a team and making sure we're focused in scrims because we didn't really have that before. So to me, it feels like effectively we were playing at the beginning of the split without a coach, and now we finally have one.
Well, it's good to see the guys actually have a coach.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody could fill the same coaching roles as that guy.
I don't know where you're going with that
What
one.
did he say?
What?
The hard shot from the crowd.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. You know, crowd, I'm ignoring you guys except for the cheers and cheers.
Whoa. Freak will ignore you. I want to ignore you guys.
All right. Kobe's bias here for the crowd. You know what? It's okay. Cheer for Kobe. He deserves it. He's a wonderful person overall. We're going to check out the starting lineups, though. On the blue side is Team Impulse, Impact in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Xiaowei Xiao in mid, Apollo on AD carry, and Adrian on support.
And on the red side, it's Winter Fox. Up top, Avalon. In the jungle, Helios. Mid, Pobelter. AD carry, Altec. And support is Glebe coming back to the squad.
And Elder Pico, the new guy on the coaching role as well. And I do want to see what happens to teams as they get coaching staff behind that they feel actually builds the team up. I was actually talking with some of Team Liquid staff a little bit earlier, and they were saying that actually they're still breaking in with Peter Zhang, where he's like trying to figure out what style the team should even pursue in the first place, like how they actually want to grow Team Liquid as a group of players. So I gotta imagine a similar slow road could be here for Winter Fox as well, where maybe not immediate results, but eventually
support staff has definitely shown to be a huge factor in the success of North American LCS teams, and Winter Fox, hearing that they were really lacking in that role is definitely, not something that you want to hear, but they have found an answer. And Pika stepping in.
Well, right off the bat, though, Team Impulse making some pretty standard choices there. Removed some defensive tanks from Avalon, removed tank from Helios. Maybe there's going to be no front line left after all. Glebe playing mostly squishy supports himself.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Even though, Winter Fox, they're back with the Nold or whatever lineup that you talked about. They're using the same players once again, but they did not use the same picks. And the champions are very important to how Winter Fox were finding success. So much of their success was found on, Pobelter the Assassin, and then the standard point-and-click CCs for Avalon and Helios for the team fights, and they would just hard engage on somebody. Pobelter would wreck house, and Altec, a superb AD carry. They gave him a good front line, and they gave him a front line that had hard CC to work with. That was really the key when Winter Fox were winning games. So we'll see if they go back more towards those types of picks. Already, though, Hecarim makes it fairly scary for the bottom lane. If Impact ever does get a lead and you lose track of a Hecarim, those are some of the most devastating teleport ganks in the entire game.
Absolutely the case, but looks like WinterFox to deny all this picks up Janna for Glebe, Nunu here for Helios. Now, Belter, Altec, and Glebe, among the three of them, didn't pull any bans whatsoever, so the big carry forces, I feel, for WinterFox can pick whatever they want. Counterpick potential also available for these guys.
Rush right now, wavering between Nidalee and Lee. I would definitely favor Nidalee just to diversify the damage types. A couple of teams have run into the problem of running AD heavy comps into Nunu. Nunu applies so many attack speed slows. He's such a good zoning tank that it's very hard to run heavy AD into him. And Nidalee, on the other hand, does not run into those problems. Great poke, great magic damage. Should balance out the squad.
And think about what you're looking at here with this team comp. WinterFox have purely disengaged-based champions facing the queen of poke and Nidalee. Like, you have to, at some point, actually pin that champion down if you want to win a game. So, Rush, I think, so far set up for success in this one. Impact likely able to split push with impunity over Avalon from how we've seen these guys play. Lulu comes in for Avalon after all. Pobelter does get an assassin. Zed comes in here.
So interesting here, though. Even though Pobelter's on an assassin, they have set up Altec to be the huge carry this game. Altec is poised to take over the entire event. He's got Janna, Nunu, and Lulu. This is the dream team for hyper AD carry games. So we'll see if they can pull it off. Pobelter likely to do some split pushing, but we'll see here. The 4-man squad for WinterFox. So much protection. And a lot of offensive ability can be added to Altec.
Yeah.
Now, whenever you run a type of comp like this where it's centered around an AD carry and buffing them up, my favorite AD carry to run is Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
Because he has mixed damage, percentage damage, and he comes online way earlier than the other endgame hyper carries like Jinx, because he only needs one item for you to be able to group up and start pressing and to max his W. Once he has one skill max and a Trinity Force, you can already start grouping up and taking advantage of the synergy between all those support champions.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely something to keep in mind. Now, Adrian had actually hovered Kog'Maw for like the first 30 seconds of that pick phase. He was like, yeah, I see you coming, by the way. This looks like that kind of composition. So Team Impulse not unaware of this one. Now, it interests me that Xiao is going for Yasuo once again here.
So, about that style pick, it's he just loves it. It's not just for styling on teams, I feel like, unless they're, because I don't feel like they would treat this game the same way that they treated the last game.
And the question for me is, how many split pushes are going to be there for Team Impulse? And no, WinterFox go for Twitch as their hyper carry of choice.
So it's not Altec's favorite hyper carry is Kog'Maw. His, it turns out, is Twitch, who is definitely an extremely strong late game carry.
Sure.
It has the ability to hit technically all members of one team if he gets,
except for Windwall,
a really good ultimate off. Windwall could block something, many things.
Yeah, basically everything that WinterFox ever tries to do.
So that's actually a fairly good answer to AD carry centric comps. Wow. Interesting. We'll see too, because technically Hecarim does have a knockback. His charge, he could set up Xiao. And if you ever get Hecarim and Yasuo on top of Twitch,
oh god,
even with so many shields, should be able to take him out. The problem is getting Hecarim over there though, because there's so many slows he has to get through. Very difficult, as we said, to get through not only Nunu and Lulu, but of course the Janus there.
All right, so a lot of interference here available for WinterFox, but a lot of go buttons for Team Impulse, and at least a nice fallback pattern of looking for thrash hooks, looking for javelins, so not entirely a one-way composition, but certainly you can tell the goals for both of these teams, and it mostly says, Twitch, do you kill everyone, or get killed?
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
And WinterFox have multiple options too. They've got the split push for a Pobelter there still available.
All right, we'll see what happens here in this one. Remember to share your predictions for us this game. Tweet hashtag TIPWin or hashtag WFXWin to @LOL Esports. Let us know who you think's going to win this game. Team Impulse looking to make their way up the standings. WinterFox to stay alive and hope for 7th with this one.
Yes, they definitely want to get themselves out of that relegation tournament. And this is a very important game getting them there. TIP already grouping up. Fan cheers, and it looks like they will look for some early deep wars. Defensive ward, nope. Yep. Suboptimal. Try and get it a little bit higher on that curve, and it will bounce over. But
it still will see any counter invades.
Yeah, but a late invade either way. Team Impulse wanted to go towards the blue buff. They get the ward down, so 10 gold Xiao ahead so far in this game. If he wants to break a CS record, it's an easy way to start.
He tries everything he can. All the tricks, all the tricks of the book to break CS records. He takes all the baby camps from jungle camps, kills as many wards as he can get early on. They even have a sweeper on Nidalee. Oh, is he going to give it to Xiao?
Yeah!
Oh!
You see that? He waits around.
He's at 2 already. All right. We're getting really hyped up here just because
what else is there?
It's been a while since we've cast. But honestly, yeah, just 2 ward kills. So, deep wards on there for Team Impulse. They will not see Altek and Glebe because they are already pulling off the lane swap going top. Trying to get away from the Graves, you know, notorious Twitch that is for weak laning phase. Even with Jana to back him up, really scary to go into a Thresh Graves lane. So definitely want to get to his Blade of the Ruined King, his invisibility early, and he's going to do a standard lane swap here, group up the minions, see if they can deny impact at all. Because we've seen so many many a Hecarim struggle in 2v1 situations. Very good initial lane grouping here for Winter Fox, as Altek has got the lane pushing against him. They should be able to zone Hecarim. Adrian with the classic
quick
support
play.
gank.
Decent damage down, gets another Q. Xiao getting some good damage output into this one.
And that really helps out in the Zed Yasuo matchup. You know, any sort of interference goes a very long way this early on. Rush heading over to his weak side jungle. He's going to find himself a bit late, but will he be too late to save impact? Doesn't look like the wave is going to get there quite in time. Rush hitting level 2 should be enough to dissuade them. He doesn't even have heal, but just the fact that the turrets are still extremely strong, allowing them to 2 versus 4. Running tower dive off.
So early aggression traded back and forth. Impulse was to pressure Pro Belter. That went okay. Xiao pretty much on perfect minion kills up until this point. Meanwhile, Winter Fox's pressure was top lane, but that got stymied. Avalon will teleport down to this bot lane. He's got basically nothing to show for himself except for half a jungle camp. And will be holding up against Apollo here. But it's free to get against him. It's going to be real hard for Avalon.
Even though Apollo's by himself, they see everyone except for Nunu. So if they ever get wind of Nunu's positioning, or if he gets some support warding, then he will be able to bully that Lulu. Altek under fire.
Exhaust and Ignite are on backwards play after a flash spell. Someone he'll use to move away. The Javelin hits. Glebe cannot land the CC, and that is first blood right out the bat to Impact.
What a play. Set up by Adrian and Impact. Rush comes in. Perfect timing. Lands the spear post-flash. Very hard for Altek to be able to dodge that one. And what do you want to start off the game if you're facing a 3 support comp centered around an AD? Get an early kill on the AD and slow his farm down. That's a huge wave that was built up. Altek's missing a whole bunch of early game CS right now because he was in the death chamber. Glebe doing his best to pick some up there, but that is a really good start here for Impulse.
And absolutely he has an Impact now almost halfway to his Merc Tread's home guard build just because of the first blood here. The flank play is going to be happening sooner than Winter Fox might have expected here. Avalon does seem unperturbed in his bot lane though, actually getting himself some minion farm and getting some experience. So that's good to see for Winter Fox that the other lane's not going too miserably. Helios, in fact, with all that pressure top lane, gets to counter jungle as well, get a trinket ward down. So, you know, a bit of good things happening here for the red team, but they, of course, are a bit behind.
Rush finds out his camp has been stolen, and he has a good reaction, by the way. You see his immediate activation of the sweeper, seeing that his camp was stolen. So the highest likelihood of a ward placement is in that Wraith Bush. That is one of the hottest spots for early wards. And the ward sweeping accuracy is one of the hardest things to get used to. But Rush guesses, and he's correct. Finds himself a ward up top. Altek able to give as good as he gets.
Question is now, how does this battle unfold? Apollo had pretty undisturbed minion farm until he chose to swap back up here. I imagine he's got to have, like, yeah, longsword to pickaxe, exactly. Yeah. So Altec down 15 AD before Janna Shield. Gonna have a pretty hard time fighting.
Yeah, that double wave that he lost
And
really gonna haunt him. And Adrian has already shown some good hooks. Not since matching back up, but Rush again paying a lot of attention to the Twitch lane in this comp. Lended his support up to the top side and recalled on a ward. Let's bring up Helios to make the next move as junglers are concerned. Anytime you see someone recall on a ward like that for the jungler, Helios has got to keep track of that. You add 30 seconds onto it at minimum. The time to get back out to around the secondary turrets. And since they just saw him on the top side, you can infer that he's going to go to the bottom side. So this is the way that you play jungle. You take a small amount of information and you extrapolate the next minute or so, where is the enemy jungler going to be, and you can base your route around that. So he should know that there is 90% chance, basically, that Rush is down on the bottom side right now.
Indeed he is. He spends a little bit of time putting some wards down. I believe he put his own pink ward down aggressively, and then another trinket ward, sorry, green ward in the enemy jungle.
Great play here by Helios. He knows, as we said, Rush on the bottom side, so he heads top. There's no possibility of a counter gank.
No flash for Adrian. A lot of damage comes through. Altec does get the kill. TP comes in to support Apollo. Impact really wants to make this happen. Ult, leave. Beautiful. Ignite should be enough. It goes to Apollo. Both AD carries get a kill in this fight. And Impulse will disengage after shoving the wave out.
Curious to see when the Ignite was put on Glebe, because he walked back into auto attack range of Apollo to get the bird down. He might have just thought he was going to die to Ignite anyway. Went back in for the extra slow. But regardless, kill goes over to Apollo, picking up that one.
And it's worth pointing out, after all swaps are said and done, Avalon is significantly ahead of Impact and minion kills. Granted, the TP top lane is part of that, but Avalon, we keep talking about how he has such a horrible time in lane. What a rare sight. He's up 10 CS, but top lane is still the focus. Impact's waiting around. Altec taking a whole bunch of damage, pushed around, but not dying. Helios out of mana, but has the visionary passive. Avalon does get caught out here, though, by Impact, or sorry, Rush and Adrian. Fight the top lane, too. Apollo will kill off Altec. So there's one picked up. Rush with a second one. Impulse getting kills all over the map.
Madness here. Two members of Winter Fox go down. Dragon's going to go over to Impulse. And Pobelter's roam up top is going to be successful.
Flash ult, that's a good kill. I believe even took turret aggro. What a homie. 3 assists for that one.
Now, the roam up top, though, not only is there 0% chance of contesting this Dragon, but also Xiao hard farm, shove that lane right in the turret. He's going to get an extra wave over there, and maybe some turret damage to go on top of it.
And of course, he backed for an early Avarice blade on top of that one, so he's even getting more money than he's supposed to for this.
Well, this is the way that he always plays Yasuo. It's fairly... Okay, let's take a look at the interrupts here.
Yeah.
Adrian, again, hook onto stationary target. Still got to give him props for it, for being there in time, I guess. And Rush able to follow it up. Nidalee, no way you're getting away from that one. So, like I was saying, yeah, he always goes for that Avarice Rush. And I've rarely seen him punished for it. Definitely not in this one since Zed went roaming, but quickly upgrades into Static Shiv anyway, so small amount of extra gold earned there. And Xiao up to his first big power points with the Shiv.
He's fine, don't worry. Lee puts a ward down. Hey, he's low!
Yeah.
Rush decides to hide.
He's also Nidalee with double buffs. Very scary. As a support, under-leveled in lane swap situation.
Yeah. So now the question is, where does the aggression come in? Team Impulse are, I would say, pretty far ahead for this point of the game. 10 minutes, 2,000 gold up, pretty decent. Now, bot lane is being pressured by the duo lane. They're letting Altec and Glebe do whatever and limp around in top lane with very few items. Yeah. Bot lane turret's going to be a pretty easy kill.
I feel like, yeah, most of the pressure is centered around this Graves with ginormous flat AD for this stage in the game. Apollo with the pickaxe straight into BF sword. And being a semi-AD caster, AD carry and Graves definitely can take a large chunk out of any target. Meanwhile, we did not see the home guard rush for Impact. Instead, he opted for the Sheen to get the extra auto attack damage. Now,
TP's down. Why not?
You won't have the extra speed. Yeah, TP is down, so not going to get the extra speed anyway.
Now he's just forced to last in the turret. Doing an okay job of that one, I suppose. 50 minions ain't too bad for Hecarim in a 1v2 for most of the game. Mid lane, another pressure right away as well. It's just Rush and Xiao not using the marksman for this one.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about ranged junglers, just because there are so few ranged junglers and we see it so infrequently, are the early visits to solo lanes where you can pressure the turret and deny the enemy laner CS. Even though he just shows up and gets a little bit of tower damage, do your best to deny the enemy the laner CS. I mean, the first time we kind of saw it was back when we had Ezreal jungle.
Yeah. You show up to Janna mid.
It was a very long time ago, try and shove down early turrets.
Velocity.
It's a time long gone, but Jungle Nidalee now can also do similar things. And let's see where Rush roams next. Plenty of wards up top, though, for WinterFox, as so much of Impulse's focus has been on keeping Altec down early, trying to get him some visual support. Xiao waits for the ultimate. Takes a big
jump. Ignite gets him anyway. Pobelter with a solo kill off Brutalizer. Nicely done.
Well then, best ZNA tournament winner, Pobelter, able to all in Yasuo post 6. Surprised Xiao wasn't a bit more scared of the all-in. But man, there it is.
Wow, early burst before the exhaust comes down. Altec forced to turn tail and run. The flash away from Impact as well. Yeah, no surprise here. Altec though.
Yeah, he went back towards the turret. Pink ward was dropped by, I believe Impact brought that one to the party.
What an excellent play. It's going to be in the top turret. Goes down when they want it to. Avalon still left alone bot lane. Last time he TP'd, Thresh hooked him. And he's not even going to show up to this one. Impact just simply making a nice lane gank. Apollo will knock this turret down. This makes it 2 outers dropped by the demolition crew of Graves and whoever else shows up.
And Impact is now down on the bottom side of the map after that appearance, and he hasn't even had to blow his teleport, now with home guards.
Yeah.
So that early home guard teleport that we're looking for from Hecarim players, very scary because it will not only be the extra speed converted to attack damage, but also the Sheen proc from Impact. If he gets behind Altec one more time, that will be very, very difficult.
Ooh, dodge on the tornado. Bit of damage from Pobelter. Xiao is forced to get out of this one. No summoners lost by him.
Good support there from Rush and Adrian. Still though, this story of the Graves, Apollo is set to take over this game right now. Huge flat attack damage. Also went with early Zerker Greaves. So they actually are shoving up very deep in the lane, even without vision. Just because they have such a big lead. They saw 3 members of WinterFox mid.
Who's going to kill you? As long as you see Zed, it's like, Lulu with no items.
Switch is definitely not going to open up on you.
No,
They've
he'll die.
done such a good job. They've stunted Altec's growth.
No. I mean, rats are already pretty small. Rush continue to take what control he can over important neutral objectives. Bottom Scuttler in time for Dragon. That'll be nice, just to help secure that. Gotta imagine WinterFox unlikely to contest much here.
Yeah. Those Scuttle Crabs, when you're playing Nidalee, are just walking bags of gold, scuttling through the river. Very easy for her to combo those quickly. Impact, though, he's got his sights set once again on Altec on a ward. This time he's got another pink ward as well. Oh, there it is.
All right, TP from Avalon doesn't come in time, and Impact says, that's cute, but hold on, the rest of the team is showing up. Glebe is here, Impact has no ult and no escape tools at all. Belter shows up on top of that one. Who's gonna get the kill? It will go to Avalon.
So the ping's a bit late onto that Dragon. Apollo and Adrian should be able to hold the mid lane line, though, and shove it into the turret to buy plenty of time for Rush to go handle the business down there. They saw 3 members up top, unable to get down to Dragon in time. So this should be another Impulse Dragon. because of the play from Impact. Impulse gain, pressure mid, pressure bottom, and the neutral objectives inside the jungle.
Yeah, and Avalon staying top and Impact having teleport up means Impulse can take a very slow route there, wait for the respawn, take as many objectives as possible before that happens due to the increased numbers. Very smart, controlled play by Impulse. That was really, really good.
Man, they are punishing this Twitch pick so heavily. Low mobility champion does have the escape of invisibility, but Impact comes prepared every time he looks for a kill.
And he still hasn't teleported. These are still him walking into lanes.
Yeah, still waiting for it. That's the thing about Home Guard, right? Not only does it make your teleports really powerful, but you don't have to waste your teleport to get back to lanes because you get out there in half the time.
Yeah, press E, just walk off the platform. You get to like tier 2 turret before any of those speed buffs wear off, and Impact doing a good job getting around the map here. Now the kill score, oddly enough, is very close. If you look at the scoreboard, 6-4, oh, decent game. No, it's very far apart right now. Team Impulse winning in farm, heavily in the AD carry role, winning in turrets and dragons by a lot.
Yeah, Nidalee gonna farm harder than you can possibly keep up with. So Rush also with a giant CS lead. Completed a jungle item as well as a tier, and setting his sights on the Munchkin. Oh, gotta readjust their sights.
Yeah, the Flay that was in there. Avalon will flash the wall. It's going to be enough to get away. Altec is around, by the way. Put some damage on a Rush. Rush not ready to get away from that one. The damage will be enough. Altec at 1 and 4 gets a kill, but gets hooked too. Not a good thing for the Rat. The Janus shields are almost enough, but it's not enough because here comes Impact. Ult comes in. 2 more kills picked up. Solo kill in the mid lane. Sorry, bot lane meanwhile for Pobelter. But overall, is that just a 2 for 2?
Well, if you take Pobelter's solo kill and put it into the equation, then yes. The jumble up top was the jumble up top was actually in favor there for Team Impulse, especially since they can stick around with an AD carry with an Infinity Edge taking down your turrets. But man, Pobelter is doing his best to keep the team in this game, punishing Xiao for his love of Yasuo.
True. What's crazy, you just saw the power of having teleport there. Team Impulse won the fight in the top lane and pushed top lane tier 2. Pobelter won the fight in the bottom lane, couldn't push bot lane thanks to a Hecarim TP.
Yeah, all right, so let's take a look at another 1v1 that Xiao initiates and takes with his exhaust. He exhausted early before Pobelter used his ultimate. So then Pobelter's able to use his ultimate not only to dodge some time of the exhaust, but also after it falls off, full damage, and Yasuo is no more. Play to the run team completed for Altec though, before the last skirmish up top. And now that he's got his Brutalizer, maybe looking for some more squishy targets, even though he's been heavily targeted by Team Impulse, could start to try and make some plays. Show up on the map unexpected.
Yeah.
Since nobody has played Twitch in so long, they will probably not be ready for any surprise Twitch assassinations. However, it's going to be hard to pull those off because he is so far behind.
Right, and speaking of so far behind, Twitch, of course, the stealth only lasts up to 8 seconds, and wards are so far behind the line of scrimmage, essentially, that you'll see him coming a lot of the time from Team Impulse.
That is one of the good things that we could say here for Winter Fox. They've done a very, very good job of defensive warding and trying to clean their own jungle of Impulse vision.
See then if they can get the Twitch to come in through stealth after all, then keep the wards down. Very important in this case. Looking for mostly assassinations here from Winter Fox, whereas Team Impulse a bit more brute force in their methods.
Yes, definitely the case, especially with Trinity Force completed for Hecarim. Impact looking to make some plays. No more teleport though, because as you said, he used the teleport to save the objective down bottom.
That's fine. Looks like no big rush here. 2 minutes on the Dragon. Teleport will be up in time for that, actually. It was used on a turret, so only a 4-minute cooldown. It's basically a 3-second window. TP comes up, then Dragon comes up right after, but right on time, so Team Impulse can be happy about that one. And they're sitting on a 5,000 gold lead, 20 minutes in. Pretty significant margin here. Deals makes a trip down to the south jungle, gets some really good wards to see when Impulse might want to group for Dragon. That could be very useful for getting those Twitch picks or those Zed picks. Belter left alone bot lane as well. Nunu's not far. See if Yasuo tries to do much here.
Interesting here. Xiao definitely be the target. Oh, wow, the hook. I'll take right on the front lines. But we can already see the power of the support-heavy team.
2 shields, 2
Oh,
ulti
they're
lives.
going.
Melter goes in through the death mark. Ult's on in. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but with Nunu, it just might be. Xiao had nowhere to go. He looks us an assist.
But Melter knows it's going to be enough. He leaves the party early.
Wow.
And I didn't even think the exhaust was going to be back up, but Xiao has to use it on cooldown. Still dies once again. Team Impulse, though, despite Yasuo going down again, able to take mid lane.
Well done. Bot lane outer will fall all the same. So Winterfox starting to make a bit of headway with Pobelter, who's 4-0, by the way. Let's keep that in mind. He's making everything happen for Winterfox. The rest of the team just trying to keep up. Impulse, though, about to knock down all Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets. The Dragon is up, and it looks like Impulse happy to take this one down uncontested.
The hope for Winterfox is that Pobelter can use this strength and split push long enough for Altec to build up a couple of items, and then they can start to group and make use of the support synergy. Until that point, though, because they had such a rough early game, they're really, really relying on Pobelter's individual skill to get through this early part.
Oh. We'll see what Pobelter can do. Double Armor Pen is done. Ruin King as well. He is basically immune to target selection problems. Anything he targets will die. Even the Hecarim. He'll straight kill Impact, so Hecarim has to be afraid. First armor items coming through now is going Frozen Heart, but no health items will be somewhat troubling all the same. You can still burn that champion down. Impact stays bot lane. We'll see how that duel ends up shaping up. No Ignite for Pobelter. There is one for Impact. That may make a difference as well.
Yeah, you can see how Winterfox are executing this, though. They try and feed the easy lane, mid lane, shoved up in their own territory over to Altec. Trying to funnel that money into their AD carry, while Pobelter buys some time, distracting Impulse down bottom. As he said, Dragon ready. Winterfox actually starting this. They're really relying on Helios Nunu to quickly take this objective. Can Rush jump in? No, doesn't even want to because the spear did not land on Dragon. He did have flash up, but not worth going for the Dragon deny. It basically would have just been a deny to deny the first buff 6% of Winterfox.
Hey, it would give Impact move speed, which is damage.
That's true.
Care a little bit about this one.
Also, give Yasuo some move speed, which he desperately needs to run away.
That's I don't know if he's going to get away with those. He got a flash for that one. I don't know how it's going to go for him, but we're seeing Altec still pick up farm. Impulse a little bit stagnating here, but Baron was the goal all along. They got some wards down. Gleb's pretty close by. They jump right into Helios. The Baron's a bait after all, but no kill
over the wall.
comes in.
Right
they
back
flash
in.
back in. The Lantern helps. Zed's far away. Helios does take down Impact. And they get the Baron, though. Now Team Impulse forced right away. It is a 4v5. The hook in. They want to battle anyway. Belter is on the way. You got to be careful. Agent will die for his sins. It's now a 5v3, and here comes Zed. Who's the target? Can he reach it?
Split second too late. What about Rush? Yeah, he got one.
Yep. Death Mark comes in, pops the shield. Looks like the heal make him survive. Glebe actually forced a flash away from Graves. It's a 2 for 0, but Baron goes to Team Impulse.
Yeah, Winterfox made the call to stop Pobelter's split push and come up to head off Dragon or Baron. Rush with the spear steal on his own romp. But yeah, so you know, hindsight's 20/20. Yeah. If they had kept the split push going, then they could have gotten another turret. But definitely looking to clean up those kills and take away the Baron buffs as quickly as possible. That was the goal with calling Pobelter over to cut them off. Maybe take a couple more Baron buffs off the field. Good play there from Impulse, though. Everybody except Impact could jump back into the pit, though, as they all used their dashes to get over, and Hecarim left without any sort of flash or escape or anything. Went down after the wall jump failed. So Winterfox grabbed themselves a little bit of cash with those kills. And Impulse are able to take the Baron, but we'll see if that even translates into any turrets. You know, there's one secondary turret standing up. They could funnel their efforts down bottom, Pobelter, though, is going to try and keep up the split push. And the thing about these AD carry-centric comps that have plenty of supports is they're very good at defending turrets.
They are.
It's actually the best spot for them to fight because Altec gets that extra defensive structure to hide behind.
Yeah, and if it's bot lane, Deep gets a shield for it.
Exactly.
If it's still the tier 2 anyway.
So you can see Impulse are a little bit hesitant. Impact, though, heading down to try and keep Pobelter in check.
Yeah.
As you said, even with a frozen heart, Pobelter probably could take the 1 versus 1. Good wards in the Ripper will alert him that it's not a 1 versus 1.
True.
So he needs to back
Out
off.
he runs. Impulse looking for the bot lane either way, though. Of course, they've got a few more seconds with Baron, about 30 seconds. And why not get a tier 2 turret for that one? You typically want to get 1 to 2 tier 2 turrets per Baron buff.
Altec is also trying to trade right now. So without Twitch there, it becomes a lot more difficult to defend this turret. So Altec trying to make his way over. The minion wave will get there before him, though, and see if Impulse can rush it down.
All right, this is the wave they get. This is the last Baron buffed wave I think Team Impulse gets here. A couple auto attacks come in. They got to be a bit afraid of Zed. Hook on Avalon. Not going to chase it, though.
They don't finish the turret, and Altec has arrived.
All right, so, okay, they got remnants left half away from the first one. One more attempt. Trinity Force buff is there, and they will get it as Baron times out. Winterfox will give them the space to take this. So all 6 turrets outside the base are gone. Dragon's up in 2 minutes, thanks for that nice and shiny timer. And Impulse will go into that with a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and great timing for them, too. There's a giant wave up top, so Baron buff runs out. They got the last outer turret. Somebody will be able to soak up that giant blob of money. Looks like they will elect Xiao to go grab it. Interesting. He wants to complete an Infinity Edge.
Well, 0-3-0, but almost highest minion kills in the game, so Xiao keeping his farm up, if not the team fight, but to slay minions faster. Altec, though, waiting in the wings to trap this.
Ooh, trying to use the minion wave as bait here.
Rush is nearby. Thresh near that side of the map as well, but Winterfox don't pull the trigger. Reinforcements are very far away, and Impact, I guess he doesn't have teleport. He couldn't show up, but he does not yet show on the bot side of the map. Pobelter still pushing that lane in. We might see those two face off soon. 1 level lead for Pobelter. And now 1 minute on Dragon.
1 minute on Dragon. Impact down here answering the split push. He will be able to base teleport in with Home Guard buff. Now, it's so important for Winterfox to ward their flanks because they cannot afford for the Hecarim with Home Guard to get to Twitch. Their entire comp relies on Altec in the team fight. Oh, maybe Impact just gets killed here by Pobelter. Oh no, Xiao's got his back. And the rest of the team as well.
Yeah,
he's done for.
Pobelter, Ruin King, auto attack, kill picked up. Doesn't even need the lantern, he's gonna go push another wave. Takes it after all. Okay.
See if they can get a turret for it. 3 hits.
Yes.
Should be able to grab that sucker.
Hey, with Pobelter being that strong, requiring 2 people to stop him down, mid got pressured out. Finally, Winterfox gets their final outer turret, but 5v4, of course, still does mean Dragon. So Dragon 3 for Team Impulse without a single contest here. Minute and a half on Baron. Now, with this knowledge, Helios does get to go put wards down. He gets to set up for Baron a bit himself. But again, Impulse, the stronger team in the game, just gets to bully right back through those wards as soon as they can see.
Heading straight up mid to start a siege as well. And again, they want to make use of Impact split pushing while he has teleport available. They have to be careful. Altec is looking to flank actually on the outside by himself.
The knockup lands, exhaust coming through though, and Altec stays alive, puts a lot of damage down with the rat-a-tat-tat, and Adrian forced to back out. Altec forced to flash into his base. Avalon with the shield does get out there, just trading damage back and forth, and Helios gets the first kill. Rush should be the second casualty. Winterfox wins the team fight down 8,000 gold. Impact though on the chase, can't even get him. Wow!
Wow, indeed. Pobelter with some slick moves. Altec with some very, very ballsy plays.
Yeah.
Outside of the base, using the base gate, relying on his flash. Support not even in the area. Apollo was definitely not expecting that one. Wind wall goes up though, hook hits, and it triggers the Yasuo ult. Glebe jumps into action though, able to save him with the Janna ultimate. That was huge. Spear landing just prompts the flash, but just watch Pobelter do his work in the backline here. Finishes up Rux. Impact waits around at the shadow because he figures that Pobelter will eventually come back to it, and yes, he does. Just so happens, though, that he waited long enough for the cooldown to come back up. Wow. The Pobelter and Altec show here for Winter Fox.
Just like old times, they found a combo that works. Xiao, I want to talk about it a bit.
Okay.
So we mentioned the fact that teams are 1-6 after beating Coast on Saturday. Xiao is the prime example of this tendency.
Yeah, he's like
0-3-0, now 1-4-0. By the way, he walked in just to get snowballed to Helios and die. He made it out after he engaged, walked back around the wall, took an ice blast, and was like, well, here's a kill, Helios, have fun.
And by the way, he saw the Nunu when he picked his Yasuo.
He saw everything on the game.
Yeah, this is once again, the situation where they're like, oh yeah, Yasuo worked against Coast, picked it into a counter matchup, right?
Yeah.
Should be able to pick it into anything. But Zed and Nunu, two of the most frustrating things to play against as Yasuo, as his entire kit relies on attack speed. And Nunu, actually has the most attack speed reduction abilities.
Oh, abilities, number of abilities, okay.
In the game, yeah, because his ult does as well.
Yeah. I think in terms of raw numbers, I will tell you now.
A wither is definitely something to worry about as Yasuo as well, especially since it has such a low cooldown.
And of course, Frozen Heart here and completed on Helios makes things less fun. Double Ruin King will give tank busting power to the damage core of the Winter Fox lineup. By the way, Avalon still having a good game here, still up in minions over Impact. If I told you this would happen, you wouldn't have believed.
Calm down, Freak. He's playing Lulu against Hecarim, plus there was a lane swap.
Sure.
But yes.
He's finding farm, though.
True.
And that's a bright thing here for Winter Fox.
It is. He only has one death. And he's a big part of keeping Altec up when Altec does not have Flash. Now that he does not have the Escape Summoner, Altec will have to adjust his playstyle a little bit and stay a bit closer to his supports. But we did see, the power of fully buffing up an AD carry, and here we go again. Frontline though, Adrian.
I think they saw it coming.
Yeah, Rush comes in with the Oracles. Those upgrades, not only the Oracle upgrades, but also the Pink Wards. Huge, as we've seen already from Impact buying so many Pink Wards early on. They do need to keep up that True Sight to spot Altec. And Altec actually has to be very careful with going for those, because if you walk by a brush with a Pink Ward in it, that when you're trying to get up a good position for an opening with Twitch, and Impulse are aware of your position, then your entire team will collapse if Twitch gets caught out.
Yeah, Altec has to play this one smart so far.
So far, he is doing a great job.
Yeah. All the backline killing champions for Team Impulse, Impact and Xiao specifically, they're big gap closers. Once you Janna them out, they don't have an easy way of getting back in. They're blowing all those cooldowns to reach. So if he doesn't get one shot, which Janna Lulu seems to be able to prevent, you don't reach Twitch anymore. It's just the wind wall keeping you alive at this point. So
and the thing is, Graves would be the follow-up, but Nunu is so good at body blocking. Helios, if he manages to take collateral damage, the explosion range does not extend that far back. And Altec should be able to hover far enough back to stay safe.
All right, so the question is, what can Impulse do to play the advantage? They still sit at a 7,000 gold lead. There's still 3 dragons to 1. Their wards a little deep on the dragon side. That is coming up in 30 seconds. Maybe they can play for that condition and just destroy you with burning.
I do like the setup here. Cleaning Baron and then leaving a bunch of pink wards in stray brush, just so you may get that opportunity where you're alerted to Altec's position during the stealth and can try and make a play then. Pobelter, though, not even returning to the split push because they cannot risk Baron being rushed down. Teleport does come in.
All right. Well, they forced the cooldown. 4.5 minutes for Avalon.
Quite big.
All right. Team Impulse able to walk back, just putting a cooldown there. Really not a bad thing. And they are still looking around the mid lane. Altec is stealth, pops out. Show blocks the Ice Blast. Not going to fall that into Helios.
Well, the Wind Wall is such a big thing, cooldown to keep track of as well. Because wherever Altec opens up, Xiao needs to react very quickly to Wind Wall off that section.
Oh, I thought that was going to hit. Holy. WinterFox have a bit of control over mid lane. They will clear the wave first, which forces Impulse to a defensive position. And rushes off for the far side. Belter forced to jump away. Does take a javelin to the back. Half health on Zed. And it's now Impulse who have control, but I think their mid lane wave's already dead, so not much they can actually do.
They're shoving straight up the mid lane here. Xiao.
I think they have one minion.
Making a beeline for it.
Wow, WinterFox trying to pull them back around. They can get positioning.
Oh, Altec takes a Baron hit and a spear at the same time.
Wow, that's bad for him. And Rush starting to get poked down. We talked about WinterFox not having much engage power, so Team Impulse able to walk them around the map and throw javelins. There's no healing either. WinterFox forced to take a pretty rough recall. Minion wave coming in. Impulse now with the inside track themselves. They walk by a ton of wards.
Altec is not there. Teleport not available for Avalon. Those two are running from the base. Can Pobelter do enough to delay?
WinterFox are split 3 and 2. The other two members not here yet. In goes the engage. Helios blows up right off the bat. Nothing gained by Newton.
Altec has grouped up in the pit.
It's an easy one. There's the pickup. Blue team gets Baron. 5v4. Altec goes for the damage. Alba Pobelter takes the exhaust, but is there any follow-up? Looks like Spray and Pray is gone. The javelin hits in the back. Triple kill for Rush. And the chase continues towards the mid lane.
Baron, and they've got minions already outside of the base to buff up. They should be able to take an inhibitor off of this one. 30 seconds on both Pobelter and Altec. Team Impulse look to crack inside the base. Very, very big turning point here. Wow. Those inhibitor turrets are the hardest to crack.
But they made it happen with one of the shortest range teams available. 20 seconds on respawns. They're going for the Nexus pressure here, and they've got away with Baron buff Helios to slow down Xiao, but Nexus turret number 1 going to be a casualty. They ult in on the Helios Wind Wall to help secure that one. And now for turret number 2, 8 seconds on Twitch. Can they keep going? Impact is dead, but he has teleport. Now they're going to look for this one. Xiao will get killed. And WinterFox with a bit of time to now move their way around the map. Most objectives are dead.
The Dungeon Spear.
Impact has teleport. Are there anything?
The support flows.
Knock up there. Shut down for Altec. On to Adrian. A couple more kills picked up.
Shut down, very, very key here. Altec already has all of his armor penetration. If he can get the Infinity Edge built, they can still win a team fight.
Blue team's pinging a ward. They have a ward, I want to say. They don't know. They have no way of TP.
Not inside. That's a skull and crossbones. Marking Xiao.
I saw a blue block and a ping, and I was like, oh my god, are they backdooring? No.
Xiao left his mark inside the base.
Well, he left his mark in my fantasy team as well. 1, 5, and 3. It's actually negative before CS. Well, I guess 0 before CS.
Well, the story's still here. Even though WinterFox has been behind all games since the great early targeting from Impulse, going straight at Altec from the very beginning, WinterFox have constantly been trying to fight back from the losing score, yet they're still holding on. They're still hanging in there.
They're winning kills.
They've managed to get some money onto Altec.
Yeah, Altec started this game 1 and 4. He's now 5 and 6. It's an improvement, if not an amazing score at this time right now, but
also, something that we rarely see is Zed upgrading the Brutalizer into the Cleaver for more armor shed for Altec. So the more team fighting focus for Pobelter for the next team fight, the Shadow Slash, trying to get that off on everybody. Not only will Altec be able to hit everybody, but any extra armor penetration they can get. Altec already getting close to true damage with what he's got on the no armor. Targets.
Impulse looks like, yep, Dragon was under 3 minutes. It's now 2, and they've already started to play the ward gamer on this one. Dragon 5 is happening at about 41 minutes into the game time here. Impulse, if they can secure that, will have a massive lead and can likely turn that into a game-winning push. It'll even coincide with Baron respawning for part of it, so a lot of big neutrals.
Right, so pretty much everything depending on the next team fight here.
Yeah.
So we should probably go over the big things WinterFox are looking for in that team fight. I feel like the Polymorph is best used on Hecarim rather than even Yasuo. Just try and knock Yasuo's ultimate out with the Janna ultimate. and Altec will have an easy time cleaning up that Yasuo after he gets knocked off the ultimate. Whereas Hecarim, not only does he have 3 armor items, but one of the armor items causes Altec to hurt himself, the Thornmail. So just try and keep Impact CC'd. Slow him down, polymorph him. Doesn't matter, Avalon got caught.
Avalon immediately explodes. He takes the hook, a 1 for 0. In goes Belter, but drops right away. This could be the game for Impulse. It's going to be Altec getting hit up as well. A 3-man ulti, and Xiao gonna find a lot. 3 kills onto Apollo. There's the Nexus. There's the game. Team Impulse certainly not pretty, but they take a win here in this one. Still looking good in the playoff picture.
Well, good pick to end the game there, finding Avalon and ensuring the win there for Impulse. They had the lead all game long. They had a good early start. Couple of hiccups there. Xiao knows he's having a laugh. Yes, Mo Belter got the better of him several times, but he gets the last laugh. 361 CS, the most in the game, as well as the victory screen.
And Impulse are here now in a tie with... No, they're at 10 wins right here. Yeah, they're in a tie with Cloud9 for 3rd. So they can look to make a move up the standings, maybe get an easier playoff spot. Winterfox and Dignitas are out of playoff run. I believe they're out of reach for 7th place as well.
Great news for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I have to look at Team Liquid's record to be sure on this one, but we know there is definitely no playoffs for Winterfox. I'm not certain on 7th place, but Team Liquid are actually falling behind late in the season as we see Team Impulse continue to surge. I do hope for Impulse's sake, by the way, after watching this game, that this was an overconfidence week for them. They were playing the 2 lowest teams in the standings, and you would not expect Impulse, who are, in my opinion, a top 3 team in NA based on the recent results, not counting this week. I was like, yeah, Impulse are like a favorite to like maybe even qualify for MSI here, but games like this are not games that I was used to seeing Impulse play. Xiao 1, 5, and 6. He got to choose the mid lane matchup. Both games chose a bad matchup just to style on people. It kind of backfired both times. The rest of the team did well.
Definitely did this game.
Yeah. I just hope that's them being overconfident and not really think this is the right choice.
So there's also the strategy where if you feel that you have a really easy week, then you take picks to make people think that these are high priority for you. I don't think anyone is really fooled, though, and I don't think that Yasuo will see any Yasuo bans. I don't think Xiao is going to try anything like that.
None of them have been impressive.
But that is a tactic that you can go for to try and mess with people later on during playoffs, going into pick bans.
All right, well, Impulse improving to 10 and 6. At least a win for them, a 2-0 week for these guys. But for now, going to send it over to our brain trust on the analyst desk to share their thoughts on Impulse's win.
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to talk about Pobelter Zed. Very strong in the early game, carried Winterfox through that early and mid game, and at least gave them the opportunity to scale the Twitch into the late game and have a team fight presence. Now, it didn't work out because of the picks set up by Adrian and the follow-through of the Hecarim. And Rush's Nidalee actually played very well. Still a little solo queue-esque, sometimes going a little ham. But I think the follow-up on that was really what hammered it home there for Impulse.
Yeah, he did a really good job during the laning phase. And I absolutely hate that matchup when I'm playing Yasuo against the Zed, because it feels like it is kind of a skill matchup. But Zed has 8 ways to outplay the Yasuo, and Yasuo has 1 or 2 ways to outplay the Zed. There's just more tools at his disposal. And then eventually Xiao was like, oh, I don't have to 1v1 him. Let's get Impact in here too. And then they were able to just shut that down because they put a lot of pressure on Altec, and Altec just couldn't get off the ground. And it seemed like a composition centered around the Twitch really getting off the ground and doing good things for the team and getting to eventually some crit items that he can just blast through that lineup that we had on TIP's side. But they never got to that point.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's easy to overlook Impulse for having an easy schedule this week to go 2-0. I mean, they beat Coast and Winterfox, but they are now on a 5-game winning streak and really looking strong. Like, the way they were able to kill Twitch again and again and again, yes, there were a few things Altec and Winterfox could have done to avoid that, but it showed a pretty defined focus on what they needed to do to win that game. even with all the kills they had onto Altec, he was still kind of scary in teamfights. Imagine if they had not shut him down the way they did. So I definitely do want to credit Impulse for their focus early game in this one to be able to overcome all of Xiao Xiao's 1v1 deaths and still have a pretty easy victory.
Absolutely. Looking very strong. They have Dignitas next week as well as CLG, so they kind of have both representations of the bracket left to play, or the bracket to play against, right? Bottom tier team and a top tier team to really show up. Maybe move themselves up into that top 3 scenario, right? They're sitting at 10-6. When we look at those playoff race, seeding is really going to be coming down to the wire.
Yeah, pretty much around all the way from 6th to 1st. There's just one game between every little movement up. Like 5 and 6 is right next to 3rd by 1 game. 3rd is right next to 2nd by 1 game. It's just so much movement can happen in these last 2 games that we have next week. So right now, we know that the bottom 4 teams, or the bottom 3 teams, are locked in for relegation. Just they have to get their order and then playoffs at the same time.
Let's make the distinction. They're not locked into relegation because there is the possibility of Winter Fox and Dignitas tying Liquid and then for that 7th place. They cannot make playoffs, though. So at this point, Winter Fox, Dignitas can't make it into playoffs. They could contest for 7th with a Team Liquid loss in the next game.
Out of the bottom 4 teams, 3 of them will be going to relegation, and we know those 4 teams. We just don't know which of the 3 they are there.
Correct.
Yeah. And Impulse, I mean, they have much happier thoughts coming into this one. I'm really excited for the matchup we're going to have CLG versus Impulse Sunday next week, because there's a legitimate chance that could be for the 2nd seed in the LCS.
Right, for a bye in
which
that first round.
Absolutely crazy when you look at the path of Team Impulse this year. They didn't have anything close to their full roster on the first game. Their impact didn't show up. They were this slow to turn on team. We kept talking about this team having a really high ceiling, and then they kept losing. You know, at the middle point of week 4, they were not a good team, right? But in these last few weeks, they've come together so well. Impact is a great top laner. Apollo is looking like a great AD carry. It's just working.
Now, back to the conversation about the bottom side of the bracket. Winter Fox, I do feel like, is the team that could still make it to that 7th spot over Dignitas, given their matchups, right? They're playing Liquid themselves, right, next week. So that's, I mean, you have to win that game, right?
Here's the problem.
But they're also playing Coast.
Yeah.
And based on their play today, I want to call back to what Kobe said about them not. In their game yesterday, they didn't necessarily pick the champions that supported this old roster they were finding some success with. Well, today they went back to the Assassin carry mid laner, which Pobelter performed on, as well as having a hyper carry, AD carry that if they had funneled maybe a little bit more onto and not gotten caught out there at the end of the game, this was a winnable game for them. So looking at the next 2, like it is not out of the realm of possibility that they move into that 7th place spot and make it into the summer split.
It would be, though, if Team Liquid wins their next game.
Yes.
Against Coast. Then it's completely out of their hands. So they've lost the ability to control their own fate now. They're just going to have to hope Coast on a 13-game losing streak plays spoiler, which is a tough ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have to take a 210-second broadcaster cooldown, but when we return, we'll see if that question is answered there in our final game of the day, Coast versus Team Liquid. You're watching the NALCS.
And you can sing to each other, and that'll definitely make it into the LCS broadcast.
Rising up, na 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 na.
That's good, that's good.
Rush not ready to get away from that one. The damage will be enough. Altec at 1 and 4 gets a kill, but gets hooked too. Not a good thing for the Rat.
I got it. Go,
Baron
go, go,
1K, Baron 1K.
Okay, we can still fight. Yasuo don't, Yasuo don't. Go, go, go.
I'm coming up. Wait till I get there.
Watching Thresh.
I'm coming up. I'm going this way.
Goes the damage up. Pobelter takes the exhaust, but is there any follow-up? Looks like Spray and Pray is gone. The Javelin hits the back. That one immediately explodes. He takes the hook, a 1 for 0. In goes Belter, but drops right away. This could be the game for Impulse. Team Impulse certainly not pretty. They take a win here in this one. Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. We have got one final game coming your way tonight. It is Team Coast versus Team Liquid. Now, while Coast have locked themselves into 10th place, they will be relegated to the Challenger Series next split. They still have 3 games to play spoiler.
And one more loss will give Team Coast the record for the longest losing streak in the LCS, which is currently held by the Dragonborns from the EU LCS. But this is one of the biggest spoilers that Coast could pull off. Team Liquid are in 7th place, 1 game behind Team 8 and Gravity, who currently hold on to the last 2 playoff spots.
Now, just a few weeks ago, Team Liquid were on the cusp of breaking into the top 3, but they have been on a downward spiral. They have lost their last 3 games. They previously had a 3-game winning streak. This has not been going well.
Yeah, it has not, and it seems like a very demoralizing slide as well. From 4th place down to 7th place, and now they're just 2 games ahead of the possible trip to Summer Promotion Tournament. You know, if they do win this game, though, then
they get at least 7th for sure.
They get at least 7th, and they won't have to play in that tournament. And this is a team that has put a lot of time and effort into recruiting players from all over the world to make a run at Worlds, yet, you know, they're coming up short, and they might not even make it into the spring playoffs. But if they win here today, then they will be secured.
And we'll see if that happens. Of course, if they lose to Coast, that is the most probably emotionally shattering game you could possibly see. Coast, definitely one of the least successful teams we have seen in the NALCS. Liquid can't risk that game. Now, Liquid, of course, they have to focus on the games at hand. Picking up a few wins would be really great for them. But Dominate says it's actually hard to ignore the standings and the added pressure that being near the bottom brings with it.
I just like, it's a really depressing time as a player when you're towards the bottom. Like, you're just like pretty much never happy because you just know that like at any moment you could just lose your job, and then yeah, and then like obviously like the fact that when you're doing badly everyone like bashes you just makes it even worse. So it's just like a really stressful and like hard time as a pro player. Everyone wants to be able to go out on their own terms, but so sometimes you don't have that choice. If you're just not skilled enough or not good enough to remain in the LCS, you will get relegated. So it's just really stressful and super like hard, but you still just treat the games the same way. Just like in the back of your head, you always have, I could lose my job, I could lose my job. Like, this could be like the last games I play. So
yeah, and no matter how many times we try and describe that feeling, unless you're sort of in that situation, you can't really fully understand it. And it makes it even that much harder because I was talking to these guys, especially before the games today, and they were having so much success in their scrims once again. They really took the loss yesterday fairly hard just because they were they really felt set up to take this week by storm.
And it's interesting, too, if you look at the Coast players, because they had a bit of a roster shuffle this week, even though they're guaranteed 10th, you've got
carefree guys, right?
Well, at the same time, though, you've got Welcome to Heaven and Conquan, who are on their first week in the LCS stage, proving, hey, we're good enough to make it. Look at us, guys. You need a new jungle, you need a new support, or if you want to make the Storm next split in summer, these guys have the stage, literally, to prove that they are world-class, or at least North American-class players. And I want to see what that does do to the various players here, because there's some real motivation on some of the players in the roster.
That's the big thing for Coast. The players that are coming in, they're trying to make a name for themselves. And we will try to say their names correctly so that they're able to do that and stop confusing Welcome to Heaven with Heaven Time.
I'm 1 for 0 so far. We're going to see if that keeps up. Now we're going to check the starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Coast. Chris in the top lane, Welcome to Heaven in the jungle, Man Cloud in mid, Mash on AD carry, and Conquan on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Liquid. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I Will Dominate. Mid, Phoenix. AD carry, Piglet. And support, X Special.
All right, so as we get ourselves into Champions Select in just a second, all 10 players in this game pretty much ready to go. The question is, Team Liquid, 3-game loss streak. They actually really think that the team was on such a good page coming into the games today. We'll see if they can end the week on a high note.
Their aims aren't just to, not go to relegation. Their aims are for playoffs. This is a team that, with their eyes towards World, they want to start getting those points in the spring split so that they won't have such a hard time in the summer split getting enough points to go to Worlds.
And I don't want to undersell the Team Liquid playoff scenario. They win here, they're 8-8. Their last 3 games, by the way, are Coast, Winter Fox, and Dignitas.
Yes.
Like, they should end the split 3-0, improve to 10-8 overall, which is a good chance of squeaking into 6th place. So Team Liquid have to keep their hopes high. They have to realize there's a probably better than even chance they actually make playoffs, despite their record right now. So keep it going. Kennen, Rek'Sai, Sejuani Band on one side, Nidalee, Well, you can see him up there, but the first pick, Lissandra, comes in for Coast.
Team Liquid with the Nunu Lulu. I really feel like these buff the AD carry comps are the way to go when the meta turns towards tanks. So we'll see if Team Liquid can finally get a strong game with Piglets. They've got Dominate setting up to support him. They've got Quas or Phoenix possibly setting up to support him. Could even be a special with the Lulu, but already giving away a lot. With those first 2 picks, you know exactly what Team Liquid are doing. It's going to be a full buff the AD carry comp. So Coast should pick accordingly. They already have 1 point and click with Lissandra. See what they followed up with here.
So here's the thing about Liquid.
Gangplank plus Brand.
Unlikely. Unlikely. They actually ran this comp the very first game of this year with Keith. And he went 6-1 and 11 on Kog'Maw. It was great. But they're already facing a bunch of hard CC. There's an Alistair. Lissandra's picked up here. Chris, he's very energetic. Looks like Welcome to Heaven and smiling as well. So Coast is really happy about this game.
Yeah, so he played Gragas in his first game yesterday, and not the best Gragas ultimates. So he's definitely going to have to make those Gragas ultimates count, because those can really disrupt a support-style team. When you're an AD carry playing forward, if you try and play it like the Juggernaut, term, where he's on the front lines playing more aggressively, and a Gragas ultimate knocks Lulu out of range of ulting you, you're counting on these defensive abilities coming from your supports. If Gragas can separate the team, then that can disrupt everything for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but so far, Coast, a lower damage support. I feel like of the tank supports, Leona a bit higher for damage output here, but it seems to not matter. It will be Vayne for Piglet.
Interesting variation.
Janna comes in, so I think it actually makes a whole lot more sense. It gives him the outplay potential. He's shorter range, so he's always in Lissandra range.
Plus, it's his signature champion.
But yeah,
that's always nice to see.
Probably going to run his own skin, too.
Well, let's see what sort of bottom lane Mashmi will decide to go with to pair with Alistar. Now, when you're facing a team that's all about peeling the enemy AD carry, I feel like you too want a long range AD carry on your side.
Yeah, something that can participate. Ezreal and Graves would be 2 good ones there. Saber can help the team go in.
Yeah, or you want to be, a support carry sort of like Saber and allow the rest of your team to just dogpile the enemy. But yeah, they'll go for the long range. They'll go for the Kog'Maw.
Oh, well, it's a multiple knockups, Alistar and Gragas to set up for Yasuo. I mean, talk about reaching into the back line. That's going to be a real thing. And Phoenix, he might get the exact matchup that ManCloud played yesterday. They're hovering the Cho'Gath. Maybe a bit of a shout out to Team Impulse.
ManCloud got a little bit of flack for not pulling off the Cho'Gath versus Yasuo counter. He got killed by Rush those. Jungle Nidalee intervention. Not really fair terms there for him. Now he's kind of laughing because he's on the other side of the possible matchup here. Cho'Gath also does provide quite a bit of zoning, and the silence is huge when playing against Lissandra. It's just another line of defense for protecting Piglet. If Lissandra comes in, usually her moves are telegraphed, fairly short range to rely on just flash ultimate. But we won't see the option here anyway. It'll be a more standard Ahri here from Phoenix.
All right, so Liquid only running 3 supports, no mid Karma. Phoenix not going to be buffing Piglet almost in any way.
Can run Decoy for him.
You can run Decoy, so 2 major carries for Team Liquid. Coast, back to the jungle, Gragas. Yasuo for ManCloud, Mash on a Kog'Maw as well. Bit of a new look for this team, but 2 very well set up hyper carries. A bunch of disruption to keep Kog'Maw happy, and a bunch of knockups to make Yasuo happy, and Chris just able to be Lissandra, who's always annoying at all times.
Yes, and I really feel like there is a lot on this Gragas. Very few knockups are long range like that can set up Yasuo's ult from so far away. So again, if Piglet's off by himself, they can delete him very quickly. Also, Gragas does stay relevant later into the game. When Nunu gets 4,000, 5,000 plus HP, Gragas will be doing a large chunk of that every time he activates W.
That's totally fair. We'll see that happens then in this matchup. But as the teams load into the game, start sending your votes with hashtag CSTWin or hashtag TLWin to @LOL Esports. Team Coast have nothing to do but show that they are a good team. Team Liquid looking to make a run for playoffs. Who's it going to be? Gonna load ourselves in.
All right, boot start here for Man Cloud. Looking to dodge some skill shots with Yasuo. Charge up his shield quicker. And whenever you have a team with Alistar on it, you have to be careful about checking brush. So we'll see if Team Liquid, yeah, it looks like they're just spreading out rather than going for the invade for any sort of deep wards.
You know what's always weird to me about teams that run these battle lines? They're never quite an LCS order. The top lanes go to the top, junglers next, mid laner goes mid, and the AD carry and support always do it wrong. Every team does it this way. I don't even know why.
Your next chance to interview someone.
Why do you run all the way to bot lane?
Got to get to the important questions for you. I believe, let's see, what can we come up with here?
Closer to the lane. They can't be too far away from the minions.
Yeah, the CS. Got to get back there quicker.
I could say if you do see a lane swap, you're there in time to freeze it, and the support can like help your jungler jungle. Like, there's probably some real like gameplay reasons why.
Not buying it. But the lane swap, we will see the lane swap here from Team Liquid. Try and get Piglet off on his own. Want to get him off to a good start. Same thing we just saw from WinterFox. They were basing a lot of their hopes and dreams on Altec. So they sent him up top to try and get an early start. Did not work out that way.
Yeah.
Because of a heavy focus from Coast and some great plays from the support.
And interestingly,
well as Impact.
It seems like Coast have sniffed this out because they were about to start on the Krugs and realized, actually, you know what? Kog'Maw should build a freeze here. And looks like we'll have a freeze on both sides. Coast, yeah, they had a trinket ward in this brush. Notice, wait, Vayne's still not here. All right, I see something here special.
Gets chased out of enemy territory by Chris.
This is supposed to be his jungle. His duo lane is on this side. They're trying to stop Welcome to Heaven.
Yeah, interesting that they have Dominate starting their own red buff rather than coming for the invade with Special.
Special's getting rich, but Heaven
50 gold, I don't know about rich.
Oh, hold on. There's always a chance. Okay, Giddy waits. Even dodges the, all right, cool. Shared XP on the blue.
There's no way a Gen Tornado level 1 is going to do over 200 damage.
AP runes.
Okay.
Take a page from Rizzi's book.
Still don't think there's a way that
no, I think it's actually impossible. It's all right. Either way.
Maybe flashed in if you had a, you can't even ignite.
Can't even ignite
them anymore. That's too bad.
R.I.P. Sheffield Spotlight.
Anyway, Piglet was able to get the freeze off, during the jungle harassment by Special, and I do like how Special is hiding in the brush, so Coast are not aware when he starts to throw. But everybody jungling on their own territory here because both started top side.
No disruption though at all from the bot lane of Coast. The double jungle of Quas and Dominate able to grab the, again, what you conventionally consider a greedy blue buff there since they're near the enemy duo lane. But
I feel like a lot of that has to do with Special gaining the information that Gragas started their own blue buff.
And he's holding down too.
Unless Gragas wanted to make a beeline and waste some time, go blue to blue. Pretty easy calculation there for Team Liquid to start it off. And a very calm game here. No early support visits toward the mid lane. I'm kind of missing those.
It's true.
In the lane swap.
They're busy counter jungling.
Alistar not the biggest impact level 1 before he can make his combo though, so. See what Gragas can do off in the wings here.
Knock up, could layer him and gets the body slam in. Phoenix flashes, but Ignite's gonna be enough. Down to the ashes, Welcome to Heaven. Gets first blood.
Welcome to Coast. Phoenix. Heaven's able to get the first blood for himself. See what he can do with it on the Gragas.
You know, that name doesn't really make any sense, since when Phoenixes die, they just get reborn. They can never get Welcome to Heaven. They just stay on Earth the whole time.
How many times? Yeah. Let's take a look here. Piglet.
Yeah. So they swap a duo lane up to pressure Piglet in. And I mean, considering all the CC available and the fact that Gragas could roam up, you have to give Piglet someone to help him out.
You can see the quick call there from Team Liquid. Not only calling over Janna, but also Dominate deciding to jungle up on the top side, just in case there's further pressure up there.
And they've got a Ward and Tribrush to watch the most common gank path as well. All you could do now for Coast is really lane gank this. And hey, look, a Trinket to stop that as well. So Team Liquid, ungankable. Oh, hold on. Good damage here, but they fire back in. Chris gonna take a fair bit of damage. Team Liquid knowing their exact limits. Piglet really chasing this one. Oh my God, he gets him. Special with the secure.
Piglet's not gonna lose any more games. He's decided to take things into his own hands here. My mid laner's decided to die, so I'm gonna have to take over. Because there's only 2 threats on this team. One of them gave up first blood. Piglet able to strike back though. You know, too bad that Xpecial decided to secure the kill.
It wouldn't have died. He secured him an assist.
He could have got his auto attack off earlier.
Okay, I'll give you that. Scumbag Xpecial.
No, but, seriously though.
Yeah.
Securing the kill there, literally, for Xpecial. Good job from him. ManCloud pauses to take aim, but Phoenix will be fine. Able to dodge that knockup.
All right, Coast sitting at about a quarter of the fan vote. First Blood may have swayed that slightly, but Mash is sitting here actually undisturbed in his laning matchup. 51 minions on him. Can easily back for a Phage when he wants it. He's well on his road towards Trinity Force. Looks like really not being stopped. Quas does have a slightly better laning phase than Chris. He's got 10 minions there. And the first scuttler bot side goes to Welcome to Heaven. Aggressive ward as well to spot out if the Gromp ever goes down. But a good defensive pink ward from Team Liquid's Xpecial, or anyone else who put that. We'll sweep that vision back away.
Welcome to Heaven really looking to turn that first blood and that mid flash down into something. But Dominate chases him off and secures a bit of vision here for Phoenix. They really do need to protect their second carry here.
Yeah.
They can't afford to be a 1-threat team. We've already seen how 2-threat teams do struggle.
Yeah. Like, just an AD carry killing tanks can work if the tanks can't reach you, like, theoretically. But with the disruption of Yasuo, Gragas, etc., I just don't think that's a realistic goal. Quas, though, a level up on Chris, starting to get some good harass down. Looks like this is a matchup Team Liquid expects to win in the top lane. They do not have great ward coverage for him, though. In fact, Welcome to Heaven should be able to, like, can walk straight up the river and would not be seen by Quas.
Quas is playing very aggressively.
They have a pink ward. Like, they know Gragas gets there safely.
But deciding to go for the Gromp, take his time moving up there. Chris is not level 6 either. That would be a huge, huge factor because Quas post level 6, hard to take down without that Lissandra knockdown.
See the trade power right there. Ulti comes in for Piglet. They really want Mash or Quan. The combo is down. They aim for Kog'Maw. Flash in. Oh, Q in. Can't. Oof, Mash lives.
Yeah, Quan playing bouncer. Not going to let him into that club. If you get too close to the turret, instant knock up there.
Yeah. Chris really getting pushed around. He's level 6 now, but Gragas is now on the other side of the map. He recalled and went bot side. Coast really not considering the fact they could go for a fight there. Quas had trinketed the river and cleared the pink out in the last 20 seconds or so, but Heaven not even making the trip up there when they did have the pink. Team Liquid now off the pressure in bot lane, gonna get a dragon for their worries.
Yeah, Piglet really creating plays for Team Liquid so far this game. Chases Mash Me out of lane, and Dominate's able to come in, pick up the easy dragon.
He sequences his abilities in the wrong order, though. He hit the smite way before Consume's animation.
Yeah. Generally, if you cast your Q, you can wait the small animation of the Consume bite.
Yeah.
And then use your smite. Good eye, Freak, for a non-jungler.
Yeah, thank you. Makes me feel better about my jungling skill. It's like harder to miss smite on that champion. He's like, yeah, I got it as Nunu, guys.
But then when you do miss it as Nunu, as we've seen,
yeah, I'm just
you
bad.
get more, you get more hate.
It's like failing to dodge a rocket grab as like Ezreal or Sivir. It's just like, really? It was max range. Come on, buddy.
Well, let's take a look down bottom. Early pink ward here from Special. Placed down without the lane control to defend it. Did he just place it? I feel like he just placed it and it was instantly killed.
Yeah, pretty recently. I mean, the bot lane got pushed in and Nunu wasn't there. Coast weren't afraid of that. I think it's a flashless Cogmoth. Nunu does show it's bad. Welcome to Heaven shows up mid. Phoenix does not get the knockup, but Gragas ulti not in range. ManCloud can't hit R in time.
Yeah, close one there. But a good ultimate from Phoenix also. Dominic coming to try and resupply vision. Ooh. And this is one of the, actually, we've been spending so much time talking about Piglet and Team Liquid.
Yeah.
This is one of the best starts ManCloud has ever had since he's joined Team Coast. He's had very few games with successful laning phase, and all that done with an Avarice Blade. He sat on an Avarice Blade for the first 10 minutes of the game. So this is definitely a good sign for Coast.
Leading into this game, he was the number 10 mid laner in the LCS in terms of CS at 10 for mid.
Yeah. 200
gold off an Avarice Blade, gets a Shiv. Maybe in a decent spot. Coast equal in gold with Team Liquid right now. Reaching now 11.5 minutes into this game. Piglet does have an assist to his name, but so does ManCloud. So two big volatile carries with two of the strongest backs, actually, Vayne and Yasuo, to bring their teams to victory. Smash does not quite land the stun. Heaven is here.
Teleport is also here. Can Piglet get out?
Slowed by Cog. They don't really chase onto that side. Chris picking the wrong direction to go. Quas comes in. And now what's it going to be? The barrel does not slow Piglet. The lock up there onto Chris. They might take him down. They don't quite yet. The flash in. Dominate will claim one. Anything more to be done here? Coast forced to run away.
Good turnaround. Phoenix, though, under attack from ManCloud. Good answer for the teleport there. Quas coming in to get some counter engage. Now, that was also a bit of lack of focus from Coast there.
Hold on.
Splitting.
Team Liquid are staying bottom with all four. They match the mid lane, whatever, but four down here means Conquan and Mash got to be pretty afraid on this one. No slows land from Glitterlance. Couple Silver Bolt hits Heaven. Body Slam backs him out, but this bottom lane now is getting pressured out of the turret. No CS being picked up, no experience being picked up, and the turret itself will go down. Team Liquid choosing to stay and being rewarded. Or not.
Well, they're just trying to deny as many minions as they possibly can. Mashme's still in experience range, but he's second-guessing himself as far as going for the last hits. So a little bit of extra gold denied there.
Still becomes a freeze if Coast want to use that.
Let's see if Quas can shove it in further. The other thing is, though, we're already 13 minutes into the game. If Coast decide to freeze that bottom with Mashme, all these supports can group up right now in the mid lane and pressure Yasuo. Yasuo, very dangerous wave clear to pull off.
Very true. They have to manipulate Chris and Heaven into the right spots to keep their turrets afloat. Maybe not going to happen here. Okay, Piglet gets the red buff. 13 minutes in, pretty early donation for an AD carry that early on. And look at that, wards on the left-hand side. Dominate does have Sight Stone. Seems to be a common trend for many of the tank junglers to run that second Sight Stone. Help your support get wards. Team Liquid just, with actually both Sight Stones on this side, Special getting hit up a bit by Chris. Is there enough support? Heaven is there, so is Conquan. That will be the kill on to Janna. Dominate doesn't have any damage footprint. He's going to back out.
Pauses for the drink, and Special going down. That was only a Lissandra ultimate. Burn for the kill. Mandatory Cloud going to do some damage here. Probably won't be able to pick up the final blow unless Phoenix walks into Alistar range.
Oh, flash Q. Forcing flashback from Phoenix as well. Conquan goes in. Nothing really gained. Goes up in ManCloud. He like left that minion alive. He's like, I'm going to dash this, I'm going to dash this.
Yeah, exactly.
And like Phoenix knew too. He was like, oh, this is tricky.
Oh!
Do a dance.
Piglet doing everything he can, though, this game to create plays for his team. He has been a very positive force for the team as well, as we've heard in recent scrims. And even yesterday after the hard loss, still had a smile on his face, trying to cheer up the rest of the team. So the atmosphere inside the team, even though they are on a heavy losing trend, trying to keep their heads up. And they've got the lead in this game, heading towards the point where they can group up with Piglet. Almost at his first item.
Yeah, Cutlass, a lot of attack speed early on. He can almost afford Ruin King. He's like half a wave away. 50 gold short. You can sell potions for it, maybe. But he's not easily going to have that in time for a Dragon unless Mash doesn't decide to match recalls with him. Mash himself close to 280 force, but a couple hundred gold away. Piglet sneaks into the second brush, though. Mash unaware of this. He thinks he's safe. In goes Piglet, lands the stun. He's got it. Cutlass slows him down. Bunch of auto-hacks come in, forces the flash, but the chase comes in. The trade blows come in. Piglet, oh no, he's got to heal the chase. And now with a passive land in time, but meanwhile in the bot side there is a team fight going on. A full channel absolute 0. Doesn't do that much damage though, and Dominate will be the first casualty on this side of the fight. Piglet did survive the encounter overall, 1 for 1 though, and Dragon control to Coast.
Ah, the other 4 members there.
Oh, Chris, watch out!
Dragon's gonna take him if they don't take aggro off. Somebody turned that Dragon around. All right, Coast were able to get closer.
Uh-oh.
They left him in the pit.
No, oh no! Glacial Path was down.
Chris left out to dry. His flash just coming up now. Oh, man. His team
though
left him out to dry.
Still aggressive in this one.
Quas looking for those Easter eggs, and he found one in the back of the Dragon Pit.
I learned something new just now. If you flash away, Pix like walks around the wall to chase. He actually couldn't Glitter Lance Dominate. Or Heaven, sorry.
Regardless, though, Piglet with another solo play. He did second guess himself slightly under the turret. Didn't rush straight in with the heal, but saw that he could still get it with the heal. Turned back around, finished off the kill. And now Chris is going to teleport up into the 1 versus 2. He gets stunned to the wall. Piglet going again.
Big Special has aggro, pops the ulti just to land a little bit more crowd control, flashes out, and will survive the encounter. Piglet 2-0-2. He is 80% of his team's kills and assists right now. And that is going to be top lane outer going down. Team Liquid 2-0 on turrets.
All right, this is the exact start that Winter Fox were hoping for with their AD carry-centric team comp. Some early kills onto their main carry for Piglet. So already setting the team up for success here. Let's see if they can translate it into the mid-game control that they're looking for. Get some extra wards down so they do not get caught out. There's plenty of CC from Team Coast, so Team Liquid still do have to be a bit wary of those CC chains getting caught out.
It's only a 2,000 gold gain, and most of that is on. Ooh, he misses it. Most of that's on Vayne, so yeah, 1 good fight. And you can't cleanse knockups, so no. QSS won't help there. No Black Shield on the team either, so always the chance for Coast. Team Liquid's going to sneak Piglet into the bot lane, but no one's contesting here. Quas, upgraded Trinket, will get a couple wards down. But Piglet doesn't find him in a fight just yet. Oh, they found Mind Cloud now.
Piglet again, out for blood. He got hit by the knockup while invisible. ManCloud didn't know he hit him.
Jumps on in, the Lulu ulti comes across. ManCloud, oh, nice dodge by Piglet. In goes ManCloud again. Can he dodge through enough minions? The answer is no. Quas TP's top lane to hold the turret. Another kill for Piglet here.
All right, they should be able to shove down bottom too. With Quas holding top, no teleport from Chris. Full map control here for Team Liquid. Janna and Nunu buffing up Vayne at this point. Ridiculously strong. Everybody from Coast has to give him a wide berth. Now, we talk about the knockups. Not much that Piglet can do as far as Lissandra getting right in there, but he technically can outplay all of the other knockups. Gragas you can tumble away from. Alistar you can queue up a buffer for Condemn if he comes in for the headbutt, but the flash Pulverize would be take some amazing skills to get to react from.
Yeah. You can actually Pulverize flash. So you'd like really have to predict. You can't just wait for the flash to show up. Ooh, blue buff does go over to Quas. Chris now in the mix, ults himself, but guess what? Team Liquid is here. And Liquid seems to beat Ice in this one. Chris goes down 0-5-2. Very rough game for the Lissandra player. And it keeps going towards Piglet. He got an assist on this one.
I think that's So what I'm looking for next in this game is some sick outplays from Piglet for these knockups. Ooh.
Yeah, 20-minute Baron. It's dark. Sweepers, yeah, you don't need them.
Vayne with Nunu, Janna Shield, and Lulu help picks on her. With the Blade of the Ruin King already completed, and Nunu as your jungler.
He's max silver bolts already.
You cannot leave Baron without vision. Oh, can he get a Miracle Steal? No, he's gonna die.
Exhausted runs away. Piglet's like, guys, Baron. Okay, Baron it will be. Quick claim right there. Red team has slain Baron. Nasher, Team Liquid. Takes him like 20 sequends. They take it out.
Yeah. The other thing is that Dominate, he's very well known among high solo queue players as well as all LCS players for going for early Barons and early Dragons on various junglers. Nunu obviously the most common, but teams, pretty much all teams really expect that even more versus Team Liquid than versus other teams.
You know, it's funny. I remember a story that was told to me by one of the other LCS teams. They said, we had a set of scrims against Curse back when Liquid was known as that. And they would tell us before the game started, we're going for a 20-minute Baron. And they would get it. They would tell them they're trying to, and they'd still find a way to make it happen. So,
well,
certainly something well practiced.
If you do have a 303 Vayne with a full support Vayne comp and a Nunu as your jungler, then you have a good chance at pulling that one off. And this Baron buff should mean some turrets getting knocked down for Team Liquid. Let's see if they decide to get that group going or split off. Because, honestly, no single person can handle Piglet at this point, but probably even, well, maybe a combo of Yasuo plus Alistar may be able to handle him. All right, well, they group up, want to make use of the support synergy, and power down some turrets with this Baron buff.
Yeah, all the easy stuff's off the map. Okay, Dragon's up in 8 seconds. They can turn back for this one, but they're up to tier 2 turrets now. Mid turret does not grant the shield anymore, so it's a bit easier to take them before, but Wind Wall buys them some time all the same.
Yeah. And this is sort of one of the small drawbacks of the shorter range AD carry for these hyper carry supporting compositions. It's a little bit more difficult to take the turrets, but any of these supports can build Banner of Command. And since they have such a lead in this game, I would expect one of these supports to build a Banner of Command just to make it that much easier when they grab Baron to be able to shove down turrets. Vayne, though, early lead in this bottom lane. There's nobody from Coast in sight, so that turret is gone.
Nice rotation, yeah. Team Liquid giving this one to 3 members. The 2 buffing supports that increase her damage. And the Vayne herself. There we go. Turret number 4 goes down. Quas chasing Chris around the map. Ulti comes in. Chris might want to take this fight, but just feels so afraid. Lulu ult comes in. Chris might have E'd the wrong way, forced to flash out because of that. Now bot lane inhibitor under fire, but Wind Wall again will buy some time.
Ashmi also. Training Force completed for Kog'Maw. Still definitely lacking behind Piglet, but he's working on it. Definitely still relevant in the team fights. ManCloud with the double item spike at least for Yasuo.
Well, that barely even hurt.
Oh, could be the pick that they're looking for.
Nah, just an ultimate burn.
Spirit Rush is still available.
Yeah. Finish with the components for Deathfire Grasp. The rest of pepperonis, but mid lane under fire. Dominate does boot it up for a while, but he's just so darn tanky. There's the engage. They get it on a Piglet. He flashes out. A disruption ulti, but Dominate buys some time as well. They will get X-Special. 1-for-0 in Coast's favor, but Chris right away drops down. Piglet still able to hit on the back lines. He dodges ManCloud. And looks like the pressure for the turret will resume out of mana for most of Coast. And the turret is picked up in the aftermath of that fight. 1-for-1, but turret number 5.
Should let Piglet lifesteal here so he can get... Nope, not going to try and press it any further. Combo, though, we saw how dangerous it is. They got very valuable summoners out of Piglet there for Team Coast with that initiation. Let's take a look here. The Condemn was used early on Alistar, so he didn't hesitate to go right back in. ManCloud jumping in them as well. Even Welcome to Heaven throwing the ultimate on him. Even with one support down, Piglet's still up on the front lines, by the way.
Like the Quas saved the ulti until Chris came into melee range. Like, he feel like didn't need the health just yet. He's like, oh, I can get a knock-up on this this Lissandra. And Chris being so far down couldn't afford a Zhonya's yet in this game.
You do need coordination between the various support players when running these teams. But again, only one outer turret left standing. They got 2 after that Baron buff. Well on their way. Double death caps, by the way, for Lulu and Ari, the solo laners. So very real magic damage as well from Team Liquid. Can't purely build armor here for the Gragas and Alistar. Although Gragas only does have armor.
Yeah, that's the problem, is no one really has magic resist. You have half a Zhonya's. You got a Merc Treads, And yeah, you gotta be careful if you're walking the heaven here to not get just exploded by Lulu and Ari. And Team Liquid with 1.5 minutes on the Baron. They could play for this again if they wanted to, I suppose. And really use that to hammer home the advantages. Sieging certainly seems difficult for these guys because of the engage power of Coast. So let's go get the Western jungle, no big deal. The red buff for Piglet, right on time for Baron as well.
Ooh, QSS done on time as well. So they have QSS and Mikhail's and all of the peeling abilities.
They got a locket.
As well as a locket shield.
Now we just need face the mountain for special on Janna. It makes no sense, but you know.
Maybe Dominate will get it. It does make a little bit more sense than usual, I guess. Let's see here, though. Sending Piglet back down to the bottom. Just collect all the red buffs. 45 seconds left on that Baron. I feel like that's the clear call for Team Liquid, because even if Coast venture out into that jungle leading up to Baron, a fight out in the open there would be just what Team Liquid wants to take at this point in the game. Huge lead, plenty of room for Vayne to maneuver around.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see if Piglet can dance around. 4-0-3 on him. He's still only missed out on 1 kill from Team Liquid overall. He's big and powerful. Blade of the Ruin King still 300 gold short for MASH, so looks like that is likely not to be there in time for a big team fight. And you won't be able to break down Nunu very fast. But we'll see if that happens either way. Team Liquid happy to play this a little bit more slowly. Dragon back up in 45 seconds.
Yeah. This game is too important for them to try and rush into anything.
Yeah.
And, you know, speaking of the new guys on Coast, you know, important games for them as well. They only get a couple to show themselves in the LCS.
Yeah.
And a vast improvement here for Welcome to Heaven on the Gragas. Much better this time around. Made the early play on Phoenix. See if he can come up with a Miracle Baron still. That's always nice to add to your resume.
It's true. Can you outsmite a team that used to have St. Vicious on it? And looks like the attempt is for Baron right now. Down to 3,000 health. Conquan is around Heavens here as well. Goes in, not going to get picked up. It will go to Dominate. And this poor Gragas will get his first death of the game. Piglet, unstoppable. Chasing down into Conquan. True damage. Not blocked by the ulti. Flashes out Chris. Oh no, here comes Phoenix. And gets him in the back half of the queue. More kills for Team Liquid. Just maybe Piglet's buffed up. Dominate flashes for an Ice Blast. Lands it. Chris goes down. Piglet dominating. 6-0-3. It's a 5 versus 2.
This should be the Baron buff to run inside the base. That timer's still very low, though. Only 29 minutes here. We'll see how much destruction Team Liquid can get. Maybe they go for the end. 20 seconds still left on Chris. Conquan and Welcome to Heaven will be back up, though.
Ooh.
And they go for it.
Jeez, Piglet just going in for damage on whomever he pleases. Mid lane inhibitor is down. 2 Barons picked up by 29 minutes for Team Liquid. Easy escape outside the base. ManCloud will not be getting any revenge kills. Piglet spotted out by the Trinket as well. Out goes Team Liquid on 6 turrets so far. Oh, that's slow. Sorry, Piglet.
They're going to throw out the recall taunt.
I'm surprised they kept going after him, not recalling. There's so much gold in the coffers right now for Team Liquid. Conquan, though, stunned up there. The windfall does enough. No engage happens just yet, but Dominate knocked into the team. Where's ManCloud, though? What can he do? It's a 1-for-1 so far. Into the base they go. Double kill for Phoenix. Piglet in the back lines. Actually gets the kill on a MASH. The heals might not be enough. They don't go for him, actually. No, it's 3 men alive. An ace for the team. Triple kill for Phoenix.
The turret!
The Piglet takes him down, but Phoenix and Quas, the two AP champions left up, they will take an inhib turret. The inhib itself likely to fall right after. And now what else do they get? Or do they recall?
Special died under the turret because he was trying to channel his ultimate for everyone else to get out, but then no minions. Piglet went back in, and another one falls to the deadly bot turret.
Yeah,
That will put an end to its terror, though. Phoenix able to finish it. All right, take another look here. They're kind of trying to bait in the fight because, again, the short range, hard for them to fully commit to this. The wind wall here was amazing, but it takes so long to kill Dominate. The wind wall goes down, and there's the reinitiation from Team Liquid. After wind wall is down, they immediately jump all in. And Phoenix took the aggro first from the tower. When he Zanya'd, it went straight to Piglet, the other carry. Worst possible situation, but as soon as Piglet got out of range, yep. That laser does slow.
Yep.
And the tether range a little bit longer than the acquisition range, so it always catches people off guard.
Yep.
Doesn't stop firing immediately.
All right, so Team Liquid, though, sitting on an 11,000 gold lead, top lane tier 2, pretty easy pickup for themselves as well. And they've cemented a pretty large gold lead thanks to everything picked up. Phoenix is actually going, we're not going to see it. Luden's Echo. He's got the components of it. But I don't think we've seen one all weekend for North America. We saw a couple in Europe. I think we'll be missing out this time around. So it looks like the wave clear from Coast will stop Liquid from doing much, but bot lane getting pushed in. ManCloud will be the one to defend that. The mid lane wave crashing in soon. Liquid actually haven't gone for Dragon 3. I was surprised. I thought it was a bug, but no, only 2 dragons still for these guys.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down. They want to make use of, double super minions coming in to finish off this game. Not give any extra time to Coast.
Wow, Conquan down to a third, though. Push once more for the inhibitor turret. The poke damage very real from Team Liquid.
Coast wave clear here, too. Gragas jungle. Lissandra spam Q. Yeah. And Kog'Maw doing his best. The
Conquan might have to go back to the base to heal pretty soon, though. Very low on health, under 1,000. And with 2 sources of true damage, the ulti's not even that good at staying alive.
Yeah, that's true.
Pink ward down, immediately cleared. Not much of a reason for that one. Again, you talked about Yasuo's wave clear being risky. His wave clear is, but the wind wall makes everyone else's real easy.
Yeah.
Team Liquid not making progress, and ManCloud keeps absorbing this farm that comes in from the middle and bot inhibitor. He has the highest minion kills in the game, by the way. ManCloud's big, and he's almost at Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
In fact, he can afford it right now if he backs.
And he's almost maxed wind wall. 4 points into it means it's a 20-second cooldown. Could have it every wave.
Get the go up the gut. ManCloud, no time to buy IE. Is there time to clear the wave? I really think he needs this item to have a chance of killing the back line. I mean, they can
He's running for it. He's running for it. He's going to the shopkeeper.
All right. Infinity Edge is here. ManCloud. Power spike, baby.
Run back quick.
Buys a potion in case he needs it for the fight. Can't blame him. 3 upgraded sweepers on Coast. If they do reach the back line, they can see Piglet through the invisibility. And again, you have a guaranteed, reliable Gragas ulti into Yasuo ulti to start the fight out. If the rest of the team is CC'd enough, here's the push one more time. Can they get any damage down? The wind wall keeps them safe. Coast really turtling well.
Indeed. And ManCloud's been able to handle all of the inside waves with these super minions, just destroying them with Yasuo. So Coast, they pull off the defense for a bit longer, buying themselves some more screen time and some more options for comeback.
And Team Liquid were so sure that they could have taken this on the siege with double inhibitors down.
Playing the stacking of dragons.
Exactly. They never tried for dragon. And now they get it. It was easy this time. It was easy before, but this time around they will likely secure it. But now with all the time for the inhibitors to respawn, how deep can Coast get their wards up? What can these guys secure vision-wise? Maybe their own red buff, if they're lucky.
Krugs?
Ooh, yeah, Krugs. That's 100 gold.
Give those over to Mash. He's got Trinity Force and Bork already done, looking like that Phantom Dancer coming in as well.
He's 200 gold from affording it. They give him 2 waves. He's got PD. He could just go Shiv to shortcut it. Does, okay. So very similar builds for the 2 AD carries of Coast. And now let's see.
All right, I'm still looking in this game for a really good Gragas ultimate that destroys Team Liquid to separate Piglet from all of the supports. That's really hard to pull off, but that's what we're looking for.
All right, so Quas and Phoenix supplementing their damage output. Lichbane for one, Ludens for the other. We do get to see the item. Kind of happy to see it. I think it's a good item, but no magic pen for him. And while to keep the team safe, out they go. Of course, Team Liquid, not a lot of engage tools and not a lot of range, but they can use Baron to supplement that and get around that weakness. And in fact, looks like that is the case. Scuttler goes down just to be sure, especially with a couple of wards down. Here comes the Baron attempt. It dies fast, but Coast want to stop this.
All right. Let's see it.
Armand to heaven. Ice Blast in. Will they get what they need? There's the ulti on in. Who are they going to find? Looks like not much. Chris goes into the back line, but does not stop. Piglet exhaust is on, but who cares? Chris goes down. 1 for 0. They get ManCloud. 2 for 0. Quan makes it a third. This could be the game-winning push. Welcome to heaven. Exactly. Dances come out from him. And Quas TP's into the base. There's an inhibitor number 1. Inhibitor number 2 going to be there as well. Should be the game. 36 minutes in. Nothing to stop Team Liquid.
To find Mash Me? They're looking to
find the
back up
Nexus.
another
That one
kill.
went away.
Piglet wants kill.
Wow. That's great. He's on my fantasy team too.
Oh!
Piglet gets the kill. Only's got 9 though. There's bonus points for 10.
Well, he also died and interrupted the spree.
I know. Really sad stuff here, but 10 turrets down. Team Liquid with a lot of Barons and the Nexus in 36.5 minutes. Felt longer than it was, but a fairly controlled game. I mean, they were just, like when you get a 20-minute Baron and you're up 10k gold, you're like, all right, Liquid have probably won this game. And then Coast made him work for it, to be fair. They're clearly not giving up on this season.
Opting for the shorter range squad, but able to finish it off there versus Coast, a game that they really could not afford to drop.
Yeah. Well, Team Liquid's schedule, to be honest with them, doesn't get much harder. Again, their next two opponents are teams that are now guaranteed to be in the promotion tournament. Team Liquid have guaranteed at least 7th. They are going to be in the summer split, but if they want to make playoffs, they face 8th place Winter Fox and Dignitas in Week 9. Liquid have to expect that their record ends at 10-8, and their primary peers of Gravity and Team 8, who sit on only 9 wins themselves right now, are very much within reach for Team Liquid. This is a team that said, hey, we can make it to Worlds. We think we're good enough to do this. They found a game where they finally put Piglet on a carry, and he did carry. The support comp worked. They have a chance to make playoffs, make the long but possible run at winning the Spring Split, going to MSI. These are goals in Liquid's mind. It's just a long road ahead.
Very, very long road, but look at those smiles. Glad to see them finally on the faces of those guys.
Tough road. They had lost 3 in a row. They can end the end the split on 3 wins in a row. Quas there getting his Lulu. Supporting the Vayne worked pretty easily.
Yeah, and honestly, they beat up Chris quite a lot.
Yeah, they did
as well.
Chris went 1-9-4. Not a great performance from him. You talk about the new guys of Coast, though. We said, hey, you know, these guys might feel pretty good about their performances. Quan 0-3-5. 2-3-4 for Welcome to Heaven. He actually had both kills from his team early on. He started the game 2-0-0. The early gank pressure, you know, not bad from the new jungler picked up here. Hadn't seen him in competitive very much before. Quan as well. One of his first performances. Looked all right, but you could tell the team was new. We didn't get to see any of those Gragas Yasuo ults. And there were Gragas ults that hit 4 dudes. And if you're spamming R on Yasuo, you catch half of that. You catch most of that team, and you slice them up for a bit, and then maybe the team fight looks okay. But it just never happened here. Coordination flaws certainly there for Coast. The chances of comeback were there. You know, they held onto their base for a while. Like, some things went okay, but it just felt like they got out-ganked and generally out-skilled. All the solo plays by Piglet really punished Coast.
Yeah, I think that was one of the big takeaways from this game.
Yeah.
Piglet definitely not lacking in confidence.
No. And Team Liquid really not lacking confidence in him either. You were talking about it. I was talking about it. Liquid came out this week feeling good. They're like, yeah, Piglet's talking. Like, we're winning in scrims. They said they faced TSM, did really well in scrims there. Like, yeah, all right, Team Liquid, like, we're good. We're finally making this team comp work. I know I had heard so many critics say, just bring back Keith. It's clearly not working with Piglet there. But behind the scenes, Team Liquid's like, no, it's totally fine with Piglet. We feel great with Piglet. The team is talking. There's no animosity anymore. We're all happy. The attitudes got turned around. All right, you can maybe coast into the end of the season here, but I want to see how they shape up if they do make it to playoffs, what those games look like when they have some other very tough competition ahead of them. We'll see what happens at the end of the season for Team Liquid. But for now, to cap off our Week 8 coverage, going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. And they hit the nail on the head there. I think that this was a big, it was a big win for Team Liquid, right? They just needed a win in order to keep their
They
playoff.
could not lose this
They could not lose this game in order to keep
mentally.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's an important note that there is confidence in that, within that team, that there's a lot of speculation around the fact that the team is not confident when they play with Piglet. And, yes, they've come out with losses, but I think this illustrates very well they have that confidence by putting him on the Vayne and throwing support entirely behind him.
Yeah, we always wonder what the identity of this Team Liquid team is, because when they find most of their success this year, it's been really channeling farm into Quas and I will dominate, but when they had Piglet come back the second time, that wasn't their strategy, and they started losing again. So they're kind of refinding themselves here. And if they take care of business next week, they're still going to be okay as far as the playoffs are concerned. But, man, they're under a lot of pressure in all of their games.
Yeah, and it's just that whole thing, like we talked about it when he first came on, and we saw them make protect the 80 carry for Keith. They do it for Piglet, pretty much the same result, right? Like, you don't make a star become a team player if that's just not the way that he plays.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point about that playoff run, winning the next 2 games for Liquid guarantees that the worst case scenario is they play a tiebreaker for a playoff spot. Yep. So entirely in control of their own destiny here. They're set up to play Winter Fox and Dignitas, so they're entirely winnable games.
Yeah, the 8th and the 9th place.
Only playing teams below them in their last 3 games.
All right, so we have to basically look for them to take this confidence and roll it through and play as well as they did. Now, whether or not they can do that and whether or not Winter Fox or Dignitas will have anything to say about that is a different story.
Yeah. It's going to be a really fascinating last week. I think we're in for
a lot of movement.
A few tiebreaker games, a few, or a lot. I think those are
a couple, a few, or a lot.
Yeah.
Like almost likely that if there's almost no scenario where it's like there isn't a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. So as we draw another week to a close, let's see how the playoff race is shaping up. Reclaiming sole possession of first place is Team Solo Mid, which means CLG slide into second. Sharing third is Cloud9 and Team Impulse, who continue their climb up the standings. Just 1 game back, we've got Gravity and Teammate tied for 5th. Team Liquid are in 7th place, and with their win over Coast are now safe from relegation, but that means Team Dignitas and Winter Fox will be playing in the Summer Promotion Tournament to fight for their spot in the LCS, and in 10th place, it's Team Coast. Now, there were a ton of great performances this week, but here are the 5 players who broke away from the pack. In the top lane, we've got Impact.
Yeah, and I thought I had him nailed as on TIP, he's going to be a supportive top laner, Lulu, Morgana, Maokai. Then he brings out things like Rumble and has just great performances on Hecarim as well. He's the top lane for this week.
And then we move into the jungle and we find Meteos.
Yeah, and Meteos kind of marched to the beat of his own drum this week. That Vi game he had where he did not build Sweeper, where he went full damage and just carried the game. And then even though in a defeat, his Nunu was very strong, 5 of the first 6 jungle buffs went to Cloud9, and thanks to Meteos' counter jungling on Nunu.
Absolutely, and demonstrating 2 different play styles, which is what's really impressive. This week's mid laner is going to go to Slushi.
Yeah, Slushi showed that he's not just an Orianna player. He can play things like Lulu and be a team player. And you got to give him credit for that swag kill.
And when he is on that Orianna, playing well. At 80 carry, we've got Gravity's Cop.
And this guy is just so consistent and reliable, but sometimes in really important situations that make him have these amazing score lines. Very pivotal, him being able to bring damage in these team comps because Gravity ran tank team comps. And if you do not have a damage source in the backline, those don't work. So Cop had a very important role to play.
Consistency is key this week for them, and our OP support also ran off with the top prize. This week, our MVP is going to go to Little Bunny Fufu, hopping through the forest and hooking enemies for kills left and right. He was a huge playmaker for Gravity and instrumental in Gravity's upset over TSM to get a 2-0 finish on the week.
It was a huge game, and his hooks were very pivotal, hitting them back to back to back. He was talking about 3-second cooldown. You're like, you got to hit him. He's like, I was hitting him.
It was almost like one of those games of NBA Jam when you become on fire and every single shot goes in.
You rain them from half court. They're half court, just
boom,
like
suddenly his hook goes twice as far.
Right. They're twice as it's twice as wide, twice as far, everything. Yeah. And then his Morgana as well. You know, that's nothing to take away from his Morgana play to following up on Thresh. So fantastic play by him, snagging that MVP, much deserved. Now, our final week of the regular season spring split action kicks off next Wednesday with the European and North American Challenger Series. Then set yourself a reminder because you won't want to miss an all-new primetime league. And on Thursday, the European LCS hits your browsers, starting with the Copenhagen Wolves versus Rocat. Then it's a battle for second place between Fnatic and H2K. The action in North America will return Saturday with Gravity versus Cloud9, followed by Team 8 taking on CLG, and we'll conclude the day with Team Impulse versus Team Dignitas. Now that's going to do it for us here in LA. So for myself and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching and good night.
While Team Dignitas are sharing 8th place, this is an important game, but Gravity aren't in the business of giving away games.
There's Haunter to the backside of the fight. Kiwi Kid, the Glacial Prison hits core JJ and extends all the way to Kiwi.
Very nicely done. Gravity take down Dignitas.
Can he get any more? Maybe not. Inferno fires in. There's the flame. Tablet, can he do the damage? The answer is no.
You ain't nothing but a whiskey delta.
Now eyes on the Sluzy. High's low on mana. The missiles.
No, he had it charged in.
And he hits it. Eagle Eye high.
Bomb turn.
Yeah, baby. Woo! No shoes. Free win. Woo! You gotta be kidding me, chat. What an amazing game coming out here from Team 8.
Bunny, do you have the sheet?
No, do you?
No.
What?
Bunny was even like sitting next to me. Pick up the sheet and come back here.
But David is not supposed to leave us.
Wait, he actually left?
Yeah.
Hey, what should we play? Crowd.
Ask them. Hey, what do you guys? They're the lull counter. They're the lull counter.
It's like,
what do you think we should play here?
We can make a run for playoffs. Who's it going to be? Goes the damage out, but Poboka takes the exhaust, but is there any follow-up? Looks like Spray and Pray's gone. The javelin hits to the back. Team Impulse certainly not pretty. They take a win here in this one. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Into the base they go. Double kill for Phoenix. Hit them to the back lines. Actually gets the kill in a match. Team Liquid, a fairly controlled game. They're really not giving up on this season.